At dawn, golden light filters through the dusty windows of Alara's workshop, casting warm beams across scattered tools and her half-finished lantern. Nimble, the orange tabby, curls up peacefully beside the window, bathed in the gentle morning glow. Calder arrives with a worn lantern frame, aged but intricate, its delicate engravings faded by time. With a hopeful smile beneath his silver hair, he hands the ancient piece to Alara, entrusting her with its restoration. Alara carefully inspects the lantern frame, her fingers tracing the engraved patterns as if reading a forgotten language. The cool metal feels heavy with history, sparking a quiet determination within her heart. Stepping into the vibrant village market, Alara tucks the lantern frame under her navy blue cloak. Nimble darts outside swiftly, chasing shadows and scents, a silent guardian to her journey through the lively crowd. Whispers ripple among the villagers, their voices tinged with worry about the festival and the unsettling dimming of lantern lights. Alara's eyes scan the anxious faces, sensing the weight of fading hope around her. A village elder leans close, his weathered face shadowed by worry as he warns that the festival's success hinges on the lantern's glow. Without it, the spirit of the season threatens to wither and fade into night. The sky darkens far earlier than usual, heavy clouds casting long shadows over the village streets. Alara's gaze hardens with urgency as dusk approaches, the lantern's dimming light a pressing concern. Back in her workshop, Alara lays out tools with deliberate care, arranging her workspace beneath the fading daylight. Her resolve strengthens to restore the lantern's light before night swallows the village's hope entirely. Calder returns with tales of the lantern's mysterious origins, speaking softly by the flickering hearth about a hidden power tied closely to the stars above. His deep-set blue eyes gleam, hinting at secrets long held. Nimble pounces playfully on a loose thread of Alara's navy cloak, the small orange sprite unfazed by the growing tension. Yet even in playfulness, the cat's bright green eyes reflect the unease that fills the room. Alara tests the ancient lantern frame by candlelight, but the glow that emerges is faint, flickering weakly like a dying ember. Shadows dance eerily on the walls, hinting at unknown forces dimming the light further. Recalling an old folk tale, Alara whispers to herself about a secret element, something rare and powerful, needed to rekindle the lantern's true glow. The story stirs a faint spark of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Determined, Alara packs a small satchel with essentials and pulls her cloak tightly around her against the evening chill. She steels herself for the journey ahead, ready to seek what is lost beneath the creeping dusk. Outside, the village buzzes with a mix of anticipation and unease, clouds thickening overhead as preparations for the festival continue. The atmosphere is heavy, as if the weather itself mirrors the anxious hearts of the townsfolk. With a firm, silent vow, Alara promises to restore the lantern's light and rekindle the village's hope before the festival begins. Her breath forms small clouds in the cool air, mingling with the fading day's last light. Alara ventures into the nearby forest, guided by faint glimmers weaving through the trees and rustling leaves. The whispering wind seems to carry secrets as she follows the subtle, glowing cues ahead. Nimble darts through tangled ferns, pausing at a cluster of luminescent flowers that emit a soft, ethereal glow. The cat's keen eyes flicker with curiosity, sensing the significance of this hidden place. Alara gently collects a few of the glowing flowers, marveling at their soft light, but then she halts at the distant sound of laughter. Her heart quickens as she realizes others are nearby, possibly watching her every move. Quickly, Alara hides behind thick underbrush as a group of villagers pass by, their hushed voices filled with fear about recent strange disappearances of light sources. Their anxious whispers deepen the mystery enveloping the village. Pressing onward, Alara encounters a fallen branch blocking her path. She pushes it aside to reveal ancient carvings etched into a hidden stone beneath, their worn symbols hinting at forgotten knowledge. The carvings depict a lantern identical to hers, surrounded by stars and a single bright orb glowing vividly. The imagery resonates with the stories she's heard, as if holding the key to awakening the lantern's power. Alara's breath catches as she recognizes the orb from Calder's tales, believing it to be the secret element necessary to restore light. The weight of this discovery deepens her resolve beneath the darkening sky. Night has fallen fully as Alara sets up a small camp, the ancient lantern frame resting beside her on a bed of moss. She gazes upward at the star-studded sky, searching for answers hidden in the vastness above. Nimble curls up contentedly at her feet, purring softly while the campfire embers cast warm glows that flicker against the shadows. The gentle night hums around them, a balm against the chill and growing tension. Suddenly, a shadow slides silently across the glowing moon, and a cold breeze stirs leaves with faint, whispering voices. Elara's skin prickles with unease as the forest holds its breath, waiting for what comes next. Determined to uncover the truth, Elara carefully packs her belongings and begins to follow a mysterious trail of softly glowing pebbles that wind through the dense forest. The faint light from the stones guides her steadily toward a shadowed cave entrance framed by ancient trees. Nimble pads silently at her side, eyes bright with curiosity. Inside the cave, Elara's lantern casts flickering shadows upon walls encrusted with shimmering crystalline formations. Each crystal pulses softly with light, casting an otherworldly glow that fills the cavern with a quiet, magical ambience. The colors shift gently, mirroring the calm but expectant rhythm of her heartbeat. Ahead, a stone pedestal stands at the cave's center, cradling a glowing orb that exactly matches the intricate carving on Elara's hand-carved lantern. Elara approaches cautiously, her fingers trembling slightly as she reaches toward this mysterious source of light. Nimble watches intently, tail flicking, sensing something extraordinary. The moment her fingers nearly touch the orb, it brightens dramatically, casting swirling, luminous patterns across the cave walls and ceiling. The interplay of light and shadow creates shifting images that seem to tell an ancient story, filling Elara with a mix of awe and revelation. The air pulses softly with energy, heightening her senses. A drifting spark separates from the orb's radiant glow, floating like a tiny firefly in the cavern's cool air. Nimble leaps playfully, batting at the spark with delighted swats, adding a touch of lively whimsy to the cave's serene magic. The warmth from the orb's light seems to embrace them both. Suddenly, the cavern trembles underfoot, a low rumble echoing ominously through the crystalline walls. The gentle pulses of light flicker uncertainly, signaling that the cave itself urges a swift departure. Elara, heart pounding, knows she must move quickly to avoid danger. Seizing the glowing orb, Elara clutches it tightly against her chest and dashes toward the cave entrance. The forest looms ahead, dark and tangled, but she trusts the faint glimmer of light to guide her path. Nimble darts alongside, their footsteps quickening on the soft earth. Branches scrape past Elara's navy blue cloak as she pushes through dense undergrowth, the chill of approaching night settling in. Distant howls pierce the stillness, a sharp reminder of the forest's lurking mysteries, yet her resolve remains unshaken. With steady breath, she presses onward, driven by a burning purpose. Emerging from the woods, Elara's eyes adjust to an eerie twilight cast over the village. Lanterns flicker dimly, their usual warm glow weakened, and anxious faces ponder the fading light. A hush hangs over the cobblestone streets, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation. Calder steps forward, his own lantern emitting a hesitant, trembling flame. Together, the pair examine the orb in Elara's hands, its steady glow contrasting sharply with the village's dwindling lamps. Their shared gaze conveys a silent determination to restore light and hope. Elara carefully fits the orb into Calder's ancient lantern frame, and instantly, a radiant blaze bursts forth, bathing their faces in brilliant warmth. The restored light seems almost alive, infusing the space with vibrant energy and stirring feelings of wonder. Around them, shadows retreat, replaced by glowing assurance. The orb's luminous power spreads swiftly, traveling to other lanterns throughout the village. One by one, the lights reignite, casting warm hues across the cobblestone streets and rekindling festive spirits in the hearts of villagers. A gentle breeze carries whispered excitement and renewed hope far and wide. Nimble weaves expertly through the gathering crowd, his bright green eyes catching smiles and receiving gentle pats from delighted children. The cat's playful antics lift the villagers' spirits, uniting them under the tender glow of the revived lanterns. Joy blooms as naturally as the light around them. Elara stands beside Calder, sharing a quiet moment amidst the celebration. Their eyes meet with a newfound bond forged through shared trials and triumph, an unspoken promise reflected in their steady gazes. The warm light envelops them both, a symbol of achievement and hope renewed. Above, the sky clears to reveal stars twinkling brighter than ever, mirroring the village's restored radiance. The shift from twilight to starry night feels like a blessing, as if the universe itself acknowledges their triumph. The changing sky and lantern light dance together in harmonious celebration. A storyteller gathers villagers beneath softly glowing lanterns, recounting the ancient tale of the lantern keeper with vivid passion. The story weaves a tapestry of resilience and faith, urging all to hold on to light even during the darkest times. Ilara listens, the tale resonating deeply within her heart. Ilara notices a small fray along the edge of her navy blue cloak, a subtle testament to the journey she has endured. Rather than dismay, she embraces the mark as a symbol of growth and courage. The silver clasp gleams steadily, holding fast as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. As dawn begins to touch the horizon, the village quiets under the soft glow of still-burning lanterns. The promise of a light kept through the night lingers in the air, comforting and steadfast. Ilara feels the weight and warmth of this promise settle in her soul. Calder presents Ilara with a small gemstone pendant, shaped like the glowing orb she carried from the cave. The gift is a heartfelt token of gratitude and trust, its light pulsing gently as if alive with shared memories. Ilara accepts it with a grateful smile, the bond between them shining as brightly as the pendant. Nimble curls contentedly beside the warm hearth as Ilara prepares to rest, the flickering lantern light casting soft shadows in the room. A calm satisfaction fills her heart, mingling with quiet hope for the days to come. Outside, the world waits silently under the watchful stars. Days pass peacefully as Ilara eagerly teaches village children the art of crafting lanterns, passing down the story of light and perseverance. Their eager hands and shining eyes reflect the knowledge and hope she now carries. Each lantern crafted is a beacon of the community's enduring spirit. Calder busies himself repairing his workshop, his thoughts often drifting to the delicate orb pendant and Ilara's glowing lantern. With every measured stroke, he nurtures both his craft and the renewed faith sparked by their shared journey. The workshop feels alive with quiet purpose and gentle light. Nimble explores new corners of the village with playful curiosity, always returning with small treasures held delicately in his mouth. His joyful energy spreads among the villagers, a living symbol of the light's enduring presence. The cat's adventures remind all of the wonder found in simple joys. Seasonal flowers burst into vibrant bloom throughout the village, their colors vivid under the warm glow of lantern light. The landscape itself seems to echo the renewal of hope and prosperity that has taken root. Each petal and leaf bathes in the soft, golden hues of a thriving community. At sunset, Ilara sits atop a gentle hill, her lantern casting a steady glow beside her as the sky paints itself in shades of orange and purple. She reflects quietly on the journey she has taken and the warmth blossoming within her community. The light from her lantern seems to pulse in harmony with her steady breath, a lasting reminder of resilience and promise. On a crisp evening, a traveling merchant arrived in the village, drawn by whispers of a glowing orb and the artistry of Ilara's lanterns. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he sought to learn the secrets woven into her craft. Ilara welcomed him warmly, explaining that each lantern was made not just with skill, but with heart and hope, the true essence behind every flicker of light. She stressed that the light carried within was more than illumination. It was a promise of warmth and guidance. Together, they began preparing for a festival in a distant village, packing lanterns and the radiant orb itself, symbols meant to inspire and unite. The air shimmered as they planned to carry this gentle glow far beyond their familiar home. When the day came to depart, the village gathered beneath a sky fading towards dusk. Lanterns were raised high, casting a comforting cascade of golden light that danced like fireflies across the evening sky, a tender farewell filled with shared hope. Ilara, Nimble, and the merchant set out under the soft lantern light, their path steady and sure. Nimble padded silently between them, eyes bright, as the glow around them seemed to chase away shadows and doubt alike. Along the way, other travelers stirred by tales of light and kindness joined their journey, swelling the small caravan with new faces and stories. Each step forward was marked by growing camaraderie and shared purpose beneath the lantern's steady glow. As each dawn painted the sky in gentle pastels, The group exchanged stories and laughter, weaving lessons and dreams into the fabric of their journey. The lantern light softened with the morning, carrying the warmth of their fellowship into new days. Alara felt a deep stirring within, sensing the promise of countless lanterns yet to be lit, each one kindled by the spirit of those they met. Hope bloomed like the morning sky, vast and inviting, ready to be shared again and again. In quiet moments beneath the shifting horizons, Nimble curled close beside Alara, a small comfort and steadfast companion. The gentle purr and steady presence reminded her of the constancy of light, even when the way ahead seemed uncertain. At journey's end, the caravan's lanterns illuminated a sweeping landscape, their glow a living tapestry of connection and resilience. Together, the light they carried became a symbol of enduring hope and the unbreakable bonds of community. Under a tapestry of stars, Leora bent over her cluttered workshop desk, piecing together a fragmented star map whose faded lines whispered secrets of the cosmos. Her freckled face was illuminated by the soft glow of lantern light as she traced constellations long forgotten. Uruk arrived quietly, his braided dark hair slightly tousled by the night breeze, the jagged scar on his cheek catching the dim light as he spoke of a lost constellation rumored to unveil a hidden realm. His stoic demeanor masked the urgency in his voice. Silently, Vina appeared beside them, her flowing silver hair shimmering faintly under the starlight and her luminescent eyes fixed intently on the star patterns. Without a word, she offered her rare insight, promising to help decode the mystery behind the lost constellation. Together, the trio gathered their attention on the ancient celestial compass resting on the table, its faint glow pulsing steadily like a heartbeat, as if alive with anticipation. The compass was etched with glowing runes matching those on the star map, linking past, present, and unknown futures. Leora's fingers gently brushed the compass needle, and suddenly it spun wildly before abruptly settling, boldly pointing east toward an unknown horizon. The unexpected movement unsettled them, as if signaling the beginning of something neither fully understood. They hastily gathered supplies, packing under the watchful eyes of the night, and set sail toward the horizon where soft luminescence hinted at a hidden destination. The air was thick with excitement and unease as the boat cut through the dark waters. As they ventured farther, fierce waves crashed against their vessel, and a brewing storm loomed overhead, making the compass flicker erratically, casting anxious shadows across their faces. The unpredictable weather foreshadowed the obstacles ahead. That night, beneath a canopy of roiling clouds, Leora dreamt of a silver staircase ascending endlessly through the stars, bathed in ethereal light. The vision felt strangely familiar, as if calling her toward a realm beyond mortal reach. At dawn, Vina shared an ancient legend she had deciphered, revealing that the silver staircase was said to bridge the mortal world and the hidden realm marked by the lost constellation. Her eyes glowed softly, embodying the mystery woven into the tale. Uruk voiced his doubts aloud, questioning the legends and their perilous journey, yet as he spoke the compass needle steadied unwaveringly, reaffirming their path and strengthening their resolve despite growing uncertainties. Morning mists parted to reveal a strange island shrouded in dense fog, its shadowy outline bearing uncanny resemblance to a marking on their star map. The air was thick with anticipation as the island seemed to pulse with concealed secrets. They disembarked cautiously, the star amulet around Leora's neck pulsing softly in resonance with the island's aura, as if awakening alongside her spirit. Their footsteps stirred the ancient ground, the journey deepening in mystery. Navigating through dense undergrowth, they discovered ancient ruins etched with glowing runes that aligned perfectly with the star map, drawing connections between celestial patterns and earthly remnants. Each symbol seemed alive, humming with dormant energy. As they ventured deeper, fleeting shadows flickered just beyond the tree line, unseen but palpably sinister, evoking a sense of unseen watchers lurking in the periphery of their vision. Unease crept steadily among them. Suddenly, with a resonant crack, the celestial compass shattered in Leora's hands, scattering fragments that mirrored the broken trust in their surety. Panic surged as they realized the delicate thread guiding them home was severed. Lost and vulnerable under gathering twilight, tensions flared, whispered fears and unspoken doubts threatened to unravel their unity as the unknown pressed in from all sides. Night's arrival carried a heavy weight of isolation and dread. Vina stepped forward, her luminescent eyes glowing with quiet authority as she led them deeper into the ruins, asserting that the star amulet around Leora's neck would now serve as their beacon. Hope flickered anew amidst the growing shadows. Within the heart of the ruins, they uncovered a carved wooden box nestled beneath ancient stones, its surface worn but holding fragments of an ancient star chart that might mend their fractured map. The discovery rekindled purpose and curiosity alike. Leora carefully assembled the fragmented star chart, the edges aligning slowly to reveal a new constellation and a hidden pathway through the cosmic expanse. The chart's revelations suggested a route filled with both peril and promise. A sudden rustle shattered the stillness, drawing their attention to ghostly figures emerging silently from the swirling mist, eyes fixed and movements deliberate yet cautious. The Watcher's presence introduced a chilling uncertainty. Uruk instinctively stepped forward, shield raised as a barrier against the unseen threat, his voice firm but tempered in the thickening tension, only to find the enigmatic Watchers vanish as swiftly as they appeared, leaving only eerie silence behind. Resolved to press onward, the group followed the new star chart's alignments etched faintly on the ground, each step guided by celestial clues that shimmered under the fading light. The path ahead was narrow and fraught with mystery. They reached a shimmering river mirroring the constellations perfectly above, the water's surface acting as a celestial mirror that blurred the lines between sky and earth. Crossing, it felt like traversing the boundary between worlds. Vina revealed that her luminescent eyes reacted uniquely to the starlight, granting her an uncanny ability to interpret the subtle shifts in the cosmic glow, effectively guiding their careful steps through the uncertain terrain. Her presence became both lantern and lifeline. As they ascended a hill crowned with ancient stone pillars, the ground beneath them seemed to shift subtly, the very air vibrating with unseen energy, signaling that they were drawing ever closer to the heart of the hidden realm's mysteries. Anticipation and dread intertwined with each breath. At the hilltop, Leora and her companions discover a sundial intricately carved to mirror the celestial compass's design. The sun casts long shadows that seem to dance precisely around its edges, hinting at a secret message encoded in the light. Leora carefully aligns the sundial's shadow with the star chart, noticing how the shadows intersect with marked constellations. As the last alignment clicks into place, a hidden path quietly reveals itself among the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, a deep rumbling shakes the hill beneath their feet as the earth splits open, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling downwards. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation as they prepare to descend into the unknown. The stairway leads into a vast cavern, shimmering with a breathtaking spectacle. Swirling patterns of living stars suspended above their heads, illuminating the darkness with a cosmic glow. Every movement feels weighted with reverence under this celestial dome. A subtle vibration fills the air, and the star amulet around Leora's neck bursts into radiant light, casting an ethereal glow to guide their steps deeper into the cavern's mysteries. The glowing runes on the walls pulse in harmony with the amulet's light. Within the cavern's depths, illusions emerge, crafting vivid visions that tug at their hearts and minds, images of home, whispered fears, and unspoken doubts. The trio steadies themselves, aware these spectral trials seek to unnerve their resolve. Uruk faces a haunting vision of failure, his jagged scar seeming to burn colder as self-doubt tempts him. Yet, his loyalty to the quest and companions steels his spirit, pressing onward beyond the mirage's grasp. Leora's voice cuts through the haze with quiet confidence, assuring the group they are nearing their goal. She traces the celestial compass's pieces with hopeful fingers, trusting deeply in their combined power to guide them through. They emerge into a vast chamber where a giant star map pulses alive on the ceiling, constellations shifting and glowing softly overhead. The cosmic chart fills the space with an otherworldly light, revealing patterns both familiar and arcane. Vina steps forward, her luminescent eyes reflecting the map as she interprets its symbols. Her voice weaves the tale of a forgotten celestial gateway, a portal beyond time that connects realms unseen. As they ready themselves to cross, the ethereal Watchers reappear, no longer fierce but bearing peaceful intent. Their silent presence conveys a profound acceptance, lifting the tension that had clung tightly around the travelers. From the Watchers, a fragment of pure starlight is bestowed upon them, an essential key for passage through the gateway. The shard pulses gently in their hands, a tangible promise of the journey ahead. Leora combines the starlight fragment with the star amulet, the two sources merging in a swell of radiant energy. This fusion activates the celestial gateway, opening a luminous portal shimmering with cosmic grandeur. Through the portal, the hidden realm reveals itself, bathed in radiant cosmic light and swirling constellations that dance with ethereal grace. The air hums with ancient power, inviting their passage into the unknown. Stepping through, they find themselves surrounded by a realm alive with swirling stars and gentle ethereal winds that carry whispers of forgotten secrets. Every breath feels infused with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Their arrival awakens towering ancient guardians whose silent gaze measures their worthiness. The guardians present trials that test the travelers in solemn, wordless challenges beyond mortal understanding. Leora engages with the celestial puzzles, each solved unlocking deeper mysteries hidden within the realm's fabric. Her keen mind and the compass's clues illuminate paths long obscured by starlight and time. Uruk confronts daunting physical challenges, demanding unwavering courage and precision. Each trial hones his strength and will, forging him further as protector of their shared quest. Vina's deep knowledge interlaces the realm's lore with prophetic insights into their own world's destiny. She guides the group by weaving connections between cosmic truths and earthly pathways. Having proved their worth, the Guardians grant them passage to the hidden realm's very heart. The air shimmers with heightened energy as they move closer to the source of the celestial mysteries. Within this sanctuary, a luminous tree stands tall, its roots intertwining seamlessly with twinkling stars above. The tree radiates ancient power, bridging the expanse between earth and sky. Leora gently places the carved wooden box at the tree's base, activating a flow of celestial knowledge emanating from the stars. The tree responds, its energy awakening long-dormant secrets woven into the cosmos. The tree's radiant energy flows into the shattered compass, which begins to glow anew with vibrant, restored power. The restored compass pulses like a beating heart, alive with fresh celestial light. They realize that this renewed power holds the ability to realign the constellations, promising the restoration of balance between realms. The weight of their task presses upon them, filled with hope and urgency. Suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor shakes the hidden realm, threatening to collapse the fragile cosmic balance and their only chance to return. The swirling constellations flicker wildly as danger looms close, intensifying the critical moment. With the ancient celestial compass fully restored, Leora carefully holds it aloft as a gentle hum fills the air. Uruk and Vina join hands, focusing their energy alongside her, channeling the celestial power through the compass to stabilize the realm's fragile foundation. The night sky above shimmers in response, a tapestry of light expanding across the horizon. As the compass's energy pulses, the glowing runes etched into the carved wooden box ignite with radiant light. These ethereal symbols weave delicately across the celestial pathways, sealing cracks and mending rifts with their protective glow. The sense of safety grows tangible, wrapping the realm in an invisible embrace. In the midst of the luminous glow, the star amulet around Leora's neck begins to shine with newfound intensity. It casts a guiding light that aligns seamlessly with the shifting constellations, pointing the way toward their safe exit. Following this beacon, the trio moves steadily toward the portal's shimmering edge. Crossing through the portal, they emerge back on the island just as dawn breaks, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. The familiar yet changed landscape welcomes them, bathed in the gentle morning light. The air is filled with a sense of promise and renewal that mirrors their own spirits. The celestial compass, now whole and radiant in Leora's hand, points unwaveringly toward their true home. Its steady glow casts a warm light that feels like a heartbeat, constant and sure. This artifact, once fragmented, now serves as their steadfast guide for the journey ahead. Renewed with hope and determination, they board their vessel and set sail across the calm sea. Above them, the stars realign in their rightful places, twinkling with clarity and purpose. The vast expanse echoes their resolve, a celestial symphony bearing them onward. Back on deck, Leora unfurls her parchment and begins to sketch the new star map, integrating every star and path they have discovered. Each line and curve reflects the trials and revelations of their quest, a testament to their shared journey. Her fingers move with confidence, capturing the cosmos with delicate precision. Uruk stands at the helm, his eyes tracing the horizon with steady certainty. The jagged scar on his cheek softens under the embrace of the rising sun's golden glow, a silent witness to their passage. In this light, his stoic demeanor reflects a quiet pride and calm assurance. Nearby, Venus smiles softly as her once luminous eyes dim to a gentle silver hue, signaling the completion of her guiding role. The flowing silver strands of her hair catch the morning breeze, framing her serene expression. Her presence feels lighter now, her purpose fulfilled in the balance they restored. Once ashore, the trio gathers beneath the emerging night sky, gazing upward with reverence and wonder. Stars, familiar and new, sparkle above them, forever linking their spirits to this celestial adventure. United by the cosmos and their shared voyage, they stand quietly, knowing this journey has forever changed them. The sun was a dull orange smear behind a sickly haze when Mara stepped out from the ruins of what was once her village. Dust choked the air, carrying whispers of a world long gone, but Mara breathed it in and exhaled determination. She stumbled upon a crumpled tin box half buried in the dirt, its metal biting cold to her touch. Inside, she found a faded map, scribbled lines leading beyond the scorched horizon to a place called New Haven. Hope, Mara muttered, folding the fragile paper with care, feeling the weight of a new purpose tethered to her heart. Behind her, the skeletal remains of buildings stood like silent sentinels, watching her flee the past. Mara's journey was through ash-covered fields and cracked roads, each step an echo of forgotten laughter and lost dreams. At night, under a sky half swallowed by smoke, she shared stories with shadows, keeping loneliness at bay. Days bled into nights, hunger gnawed, but the thought of New Haven's promise pushed her onward. Suddenly, a figure rose from the dust. A boy, no older than 12, eyes flashing with wary hope. "You're going the same way," he said cautiously, gripping a makeshift spear. Mara nodded, and they walked side by side, a flicker of companionship against the vast silence. Together, they crossed fractured highways, past rusting vehicles frozen in time, tombstones of a broken world. One evening, silhouetted against a blistering red sky, they spotted the faint outline of walls in the distance. New Haven wasn't just a name anymore. It was a promise carved into the horizon. As they approached, guarded eyes watched, but Mara raised a hand in peace, the map clutched firmly. The gate creaked open slowly, revealing a community rekindling life amidst the ruins. Children played amidst the gardens, laughter weaving through the air like a healing song. Mara smiled, feeling the heavy burden of solitude lift, replaced with embers of a new beginning. "We survived the end," she whispered. "Now we'll build what comes after." Lena raced against the clock, the Monday morning sun sneaking through her cluttered studio window. Her sketchbook, filled with ideas for the art show tonight, was nowhere to be found. "Where did I put it?" she muttered, flipping through stacks of paper and crumpled notes. Her cat, Misso, strolled by, tail flicking as if aware of the rising panic. Determined, Lena retraced her steps from the weekend's art crawl. At the neighborhood cafe, she asked the barista, who smiled knowingly and pointed to a corner table. Lena's sketchbook lay beneath a pile of magazines, touched by sunlight and forgotten moments. Flipping it open, she found new inspiration in the scattered doodles and faded coffee stains. Back at her studio, friends began to arrive, eager to see her work. Lena shared how losing the sketchbook helped her rediscover the simple joy of creating without pressure. "Sometimes," she said to the group, "the best ideas come from unexpected places." The evening unfolded with laughter, art, and community support filling the small room. Lena's nerves eased as she realized the show was about connection, not perfection. A local artist complimented her resilience, sparking a conversation that planted seeds for collaboration. Misso jumped onto Lena's lap, a silent nod to a day well survived. As the night ended, Lena packed up her sketchbook with a new appreciation for its stories. She promised herself to embrace the messy, beautiful process of creativity going forward. Walking home under the streetlights, She felt lighter, inspired, and ready for whatever came next. Her lost sketchbook wasn't lost after all. It was a reminder she didn't even know she needed. "Tomorrow," Lena whispered, "I'll start a new page." In the lively mountain village, Lyra pores over ancient maps by candlelight, the faint glow of her star tattoo casting a gentle light on the parchment. Her emerald eyes trace symbols, searching for clues hidden in the worn pages. Brahm arrives quietly, placing a small glowing crystal shard into Lyra's hand, urging her with a grave tone to seek the lost celestial compass before it falls into the wrong hands. The shard's blue glow pulses softly, mirroring the ancient star on her wrist. Tico, the silver-furred fox-like creature, playfully paws at the shard, the blue light reflecting vividly in his bright eyes. The wooden dagger at his side gleams faintly as he circles around excitedly. Lyra methodically packs essentials into a leather satchel embossed with the celestial compass symbol, fastening it securely. Her tattoo pulses subtly, as though anticipating the journey ahead. Whispers ripple through the village. The Shadow Order, hidden behind their unyielding silver masks and dark cloaks, are rumored to be searching for the same artifact. The urgency grows, tangled with fear in the villagers' hushed voices. Under a canopy of rustling leaves, Lyra, Brahm, and Tico step into the dense forest, the earth crunching beneath their boots. The warm earth tones of the village fade as cool blues begin to tint the surrounding shadows. They stumble upon a carved stone marker, ancient and weathered, etched with the celestial compass emblem. The symbol seems to pulse faintly in resonance with the shard's glow. Night descends, and an eerie silence envelops the forest. Lyra's tattoo pulses brighter, sending a subtle guiding light that steadies the group's wavering steps. Suddenly, cloaked figures, the Shadow Order, emerge silently between the trees, their silver masks reflecting the shard's blue light. Their presence chills the air and tightens the group's resolve. Lyra narrowly avoids a sudden ambush. Her satchel is torn in the scuffle, but the crystal shard remains clutched tightly in her grasp. Heart pounding, she retreats into the shadows. Brahm quickly tends to a minor wound on Lyra's arm, his voice low and grave as he warns that the Order's desperation is growing dangerously close. The tension weighs heavily on them all. Tico's sharp nose twitches, detecting faint magical traces lingering in the thick forest air. He follows the scent confidently, sensing a trail that leads deeper into the unknown. They cross a rickety bridge spanning a misty ravine, shadows lurking just beneath the damp planks. Each step echoes ominously, the cold blue hues deepening the foreboding atmosphere. The group discovers ancient ruins covered in star motifs, with the compass symbol boldly carved into a stone altar at the center. The shard's glow intensifies, resonating with the ancient stone. Lyra carefully places the crystal shard on the altar. The ground trembles beneath them, and a hidden passageway yawns open, revealing a downward path shrouded in darkness. Descending cautiously, they find themselves inside a cavern alive with glowing crystals pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The cool blue light bathes the chamber in an ethereal glow. Lyra feels a strange connection as her tattoo flares brightly. Drawn irresistibly, she reaches toward a central crystal sphere that seems to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the Shadow Order blocks their exit, daggers drawn and gleaming menacingly in the flickering torchlight. Their masked faces reveal nothing but cold intent. Brahm steps forward to negotiate, offering his knowledge in exchange for the compass's power. The Order's silence and refusal make clear they will accept nothing less than total control. Taking advantage of the moment, Tico slips agilely between the masked figure's legs, sowing confusion and allowing the trio to slip away amidst the chaos. They flee deeper into the twisting cave, chased by shadows and the echo of relentless footsteps. The air grows colder, and their breath hangs in the silvery light. The path forks and Lyra hesitates, her tattoo's subtle glow pulling her toward the left tunnel. Trusting the ancient star's guidance, she leads the way with cautious hope. The group uncovers an ancient library carved into solid rock walls, filled with star charts and celestial texts that shimmer faintly under Lyra's touch. The compass symbol recurs on many scrolls and carvings. Lyra deciphers a prophecy foretelling the compass's power to align entire worlds, heightening the stakes of their quest. The ancient star on her wrist pulses urgently as she absorbs the weight of destiny. Suddenly, a cave-in blocks the path behind them, forcing the group forward into the unknown depths of the cavern. The cool blue shadows deepen, and the adventure grows more perilous with every step. Brahm traces his fingers over ancient inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, reading warnings about a guardian bound to protect the resting place of the celestial compass. The glyphs shimmer faintly under the torchlight, hinting at formidable trials ahead. Lyra's confident strides falter as she glances down at the ancient star tattoo on her wrist, which dims softly. The fleeting uncertainty unsettles her, a rare crack in her otherwise fierce determination. Before them looms a massive stone door, its surface alive with moving celestial patterns that shift and reconfigure like constellations. The colors transition from warm earth tones to cool blues, reflecting the deepening mystery. Tico scampers around the door's base, sniffing and pawing at scattered gravel. His keen eyes catch a nearly invisible pressure plate concealed beneath the stones, a subtle but crucial mechanism. With a deliberate press of the plate, the colossal door rumbles open, revealing a chamber bathed in ethereal blue light that pulses like a heartbeat. At the chamber's center floats the celestial compass, a radiant star-shaped artifact encased within a translucent crystal shell that pulses softly with an inner glow. As Lyra reaches out, a surge of energy courses through her veins, and visions of converging worlds flash before her eyes, leaving her breathless and awed. Suddenly, the silence shatters as the Shadow Order bursts into the chamber, their silver masks catching the light, and shimmering blades raised in tense standoff. Brahm raises his voice, calling for parley, proposing they share the compass's power to avert the looming disaster threatened by their conflict. An Order leader steps forward, briefly removing their mask to reveal a youthful face marked by fervent zeal, eyes burning with dangerous conviction. Lyra pleads with them, invoking their shared sense of duty and warning that greed will only lead to ruin for all involved. Without warning, the chamber trembles violently. From the stardust above, a colossal celestial lion materializes, its body shimmering with cosmic energy as the Guardian awakens. The lion's mighty roar reverberates through the astrological ceiling, forcing the Shadow Order to scatter defensively amidst falling star fragments. Quickly, Lyra leads Brahm and Tico in dodging the Guardian's astral claws and swirling beams of starlight, their movements synchronized and desperate. Recognizing the compass's power harmonizes with the Guardian's essence, Lyra extends her hand, the ancient star on her wrist now glowing fiercely in response. The celestial lion pauses, then slowly lowers its majestic head, accepting Lyra's genuine intent and calming the chamber's chaos. The Shadow Order retreats, their respect for the Guardian's judgment clear though their vow to continue their pursuit remains unshaken. With reverence, Lyra claims the compass. Its crystal core pulses rhythmically, now perfectly in sync with the steady glow of her tattoo. Suddenly, the chamber groans and the walls begin to collapse, forcing the trio to make a swift escape through a corridor illuminated by cascading stars. Outside, dawn breaks over the forest canopy, the celestial compass's radiant light blending seamlessly with the soft glow of the rising sun. Back in the village, Lyra studies the compass carefully, Brahm by her side, guiding her through its enigmatic secrets and ancient inscriptions. Meanwhile, Tico scouts the surrounding woods, his sharp eyes spotting fresh tracks and signs of the Shadow Order's renewed pursuit. Lyra feels a powerful throb beneath her skin as the ancient star tattoo pulses with newfound strength, hinting at deeper, untapped abilities awaiting discovery. A mysterious scholar visits the village, sharing hushed tales of past wielders of the compass and the hidden dangers intertwined with its immense power. Resolved and determined, Lyra vows to protect the celestial compass, knowing full well that her journey and the challenges it holds have only just begun. Suddenly, the celestial compass pulses with radiant energy, casting a bright blue light that unveils a hidden map floating midair. The glowing symbols and lines shimmer as the map details points scattered across the heavens, previously invisible to Lyra's eyes. The mysterious map reveals locations of powerful celestial convergence points, each demanding urgent attention and intervention. Lyra senses that these sites are critical to balancing the cosmic forces and preventing looming chaos. Determined, Lyra seeks out allies who bear marks resembling her ancient star tattoo, discovering others chosen by fate. Their shared insignias hint at a larger destiny intertwined with the celestial compass and the mysteries they are about to face. With camaraderie forged, the group readies themselves for a voyage beyond their known world, guided steadfastly by the compass's radiant glow. Their preparations balance anticipation and solemn resolve as they brace for the unknown. Brahm offers his final counsel, urging Lyra to place trust not only in the celestial compass, but also in her own instincts and heart. His seasoned wisdom imbues her with confidence to face the challenges ahead. As the sun sets, Lyra and her newfound companions embark under a night sky adorned with shimmering star patterns. The cool blues of twilight mix with the compass's glow, marking the beginning of their epic journey. Navigating through surreal celestial storms and vast cosmic vistas, the compass guides their path unerringly. Each trial deepens their bond and understanding of the forces governing the stars. Lyra's ancient star tattoo pulses and blazes even brighter, a vivid sign of unity between her spirit and the celestial powers surrounding them. This luminous connection emboldens the group as they approach their quest's most critical juncture. Emerging on the horizon lies a new realm, its mysterious beauty promising adventure, revelations, and daunting challenges. The blue tones of the landscape echo the compass's light, inviting exploration and discovery. Resolute and unwavering, Lyra stands clutching the celestial compass, ready to shape a fate intricately woven among the stars. Her journey culminates here, poised to influence the cosmic balance forever. Lena leaned over the cluttered workstation, her sharp eyes following a shifting constellation on the holographic star map. Her finger traced the lines carefully, sensing an unsettling change in the familiar celestial patterns. Kale focused intently as he tightened bolts on his mechanical arm adjustment. Sparks briefly flickered, illuminating the faint scar above his left eyebrow, his stoic expression unwavering despite the growing urgency. Dr. Myerk stepped into the dimly lit lab, his gaze fixed on a machine pulsating with ethereal energy. The glow bathed his high-collared lab coat, his round spectacles reflecting the mysterious light. Suddenly, the ancient compass device strapped to Lena's wrist began to pulse erratically. Its shifting shadows cast an eerie glow on her weathered leather jacket as the light intensified and dimmed unpredictably. Outside the observatory, the sky distorted as a temporal anomaly twisted the stars into shimmering, unnatural patterns. The familiar nightscape warped, sending a chill through the crew within. Lena and Kale exchanged uneasy glances as a bright star blinked out on the star map in real time. Their synchronized watches ticked irregularly, echoing the growing instability. Myerk nervously examined fluctuating data on a holographic screen, illustrating rapid shifts in time and space stability. Lines of code and star charts flickered, mirroring their rising concern. Clutching the glowing compass, Lena watched as it projected fragmented images of unfamiliar locations. The device's erratic glow hinted at mysteries beyond their understanding. In the cramped quarters, the team debated heatedly, tension mounting as the anomalies corrupted their instruments. Voices overlapped, each aware that the stakes were climbing dangerously higher. Kale interfaced his mechanical arm with the compass, attempting to stabilize the chaotic signals. His brow furrowed with determination as sparks danced from the connection. Outside, the landscape vibrated subtly, a low hum permeating the air and unsettling the crew's nerves. Even the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the unseen disturbance. Without warning, a power surge caused the lab's lights to flicker wildly. Fleeting shadows moved unnaturally within the bursts of light, leaving an eerie impression on all present. Lena received a cryptic message on her wrist device, coordinates that shifted unpredictably, defying logic. The revelation deepened the mystery as she stared at the elusive numbers. Myerk's voice was grave as he warned of the impending meridian shift, a rare cosmic event with the power to alter reality itself. The weight of his words hung heavy in the sterile air. The crew prepared hastily to embark on a mission to the anomaly's epicenter, acutely aware that failure might disrupt time permanently. The atmosphere was thick with determination and unspoken fears. They boarded their sleek ship and launched toward the elusive coordinates, the compass glowing steadily to guide their path through the void. The ship's engines hummed with restrained power as stars blurred past. Approaching the anomaly, star maps warped visibly in the cockpit, and the ship's controls responded sluggishly. Lena's fingers danced over worn instruments as Kale kept steady despite the strain. Erratic spatial readings flickered on Lena's monitor, while Kale recalibrated the propulsion system under intense stress. The pressure of their task was evident in every precise movement. Suddenly, a blast wave from the anomaly rocked the ship violently, throwing the crew off balance. Equipment clattered and warning lights flashed, demanding immediate control adjustments. Myrick consulted the ancient compass, now glowing intensely and projecting complex star patterns swirling midair. The cryptic display hinted at turbulence far beyond their expectations. Through the ship's viewfinder appeared a visual loop of a distant celestial event, endlessly repeating with unsettling clarity. The scene blurred the line between present and past, deepening the crew's unease. Communication systems began failing intermittently, isolating the crew within the ship. Static and dead air replaced meaningful signals, raising tensions across the confined space. Lena spotted a flicker on the star map resembling a past event, possibly a memory or a warning. The team debated its cryptic meaning, uncertainty knitting furrowed brows. Ignoring warnings of space-time distortion, Kale attempted a risky maneuver to stabilize the ship's trajectory. His mechanical arm moved with precise urgency as the ship groaned under stress. The ship passed through a shimmering veil, and for a brief moment, the crew glimpsed alternate versions of themselves. The fleeting visions left them questioning reality as their synchronized watches ticked wildly out of sync. Dr. Myrick's voice cut through the ship's low hum with a dire warning. Crossing the meridian threshold risked trapping them in a temporal feedback loop from which there was no escape. He emphasized that the ancient compass they relied upon might be their only safeguard. Lena exchanged a determined glance with Kale, knowing the stakes had just risen immensely. Suddenly, the holographic compass emitted a sharp, high-pitched tone that resonated through the ship's decks. The shifting star maps aligned perfectly for a brief moment, revealing a concealed path hidden within the cosmic tapestry. The corridor through time and space shimmered like an invitation and a perilous gamble. Lena gripped the controls tightly, steering the vessel through the unveiled course. Each moment brought surges of gravitational distortion, the ship straining against invisible pressures that threatened to tear them apart. Her eyes never left the glowing compass, its light flickering as the anomalies intensified. Without warning, alarms blared, systems began to fail one after another. Kale sprang into action, his mechanical arm whirring as he improvised repairs on the erratic conduits amid the fluctuating time streams. Shifts in gravity and time warped his perception, but he worked with relentless precision. The environment around them began to flicker wildly, alternating between the ship's current state and fleeting glimpses of past moments aboard the vessel. Lena caught ghostly images of their distant origin world, fragmented and ephemeral, like echoes trapped in a loop. This temporal dissonance unsettled them all, reminding them of the fragile boundary they now crossed. Myrick studied the ancient compass intently, uncovering new data hidden within its quantum readings. He theorized it was resonating with quantum echoes left by explorers who had ventured here before, their temporal footprints embedded in the device's core. This revelation changed their understanding of the anomaly's depths. The crew gathered to debate their next move, torn between risking a temporal jump out of the anomaly's heart and the terrifying possibility of being erased entirely. Fear mingled with resolve. Any misstep could mean losing not just their lives, but their existence. The dilemma weighed heavily on every mind and soul aboard. As tension thickened, Lena's compass suddenly displayed an unfamiliar symbol, radiating a cool blue luminescence. This new glyph seemed to unlock additional data on the star map, revealing alternate routes and subtle shifts previously obscured. It was a clue, and perhaps a key, to navigating the chaotic currents ahead. Without warning, Kale vanished from view, leaving only an empty echo in the corridor. Moments later, he reappeared dazed, his memories fragmented and tinged with images from an alternate timeline of their journey. His brief absence cast a shadow of dread across the crew, signaling the anomaly's unpredictable reach. Myrick assembled the fragmented clues and proposed a disturbing theory. The anomaly fractured time itself into parallel streams, each threatening to overwrite their singular reality. The fabric of their existence might be unraveling, replaced by alternate versions slipping into their world. This revelation heightened the urgency of their mission. The ship's interiors convulsed in impossible ways. Corridors bent and merged, walls twisted in fractal patterns that defied logic and physics. Stepping through doorways felt like traversing shifting gateways between moments, each more disorienting than the last. Lena clung tightly to the ancient compass as it projected a star map that began to stabilize amid the chaos. The shifting lines slowly formed a coherent path, signaling a tenuous safe route through the temporal labyrinth. With cautious hope, they prepared to follow the compass's new guidance. Kale's voice grew urgent as he warned them all. They needed to act fast before their identities started blending with alternate versions of themselves. The risk of losing one's sense of self became more than theory, it was a looming reality. Time was slipping away faster than they dared imagine. Synchronizing their irregularly ticking watches, the crew set a coordinated countdown to time their leap through the heart of the anomaly. Each second carried immense weight as they prepared for a maneuver that could either save them or condemn their existence. The tension was palpable, the silence before the storm absolute. An intense surge erupted, flinging the ship forward through a kaleidoscopic storm of temporal fragments. Past, present, and future flickered wildly in the vessel's hull, a dizzying swirl of moments collapsing and rebounding against the hull. Every fiber of the crew's being was tested, as reality itself seemed to fracture around them. Through the chaos, Myrick managed to stabilize a core device, harnessing the anomaly's restless energy into a controlled rift. The ship sagged under the power as the device pulled a steady stream of quantum force into the breach they sought to create. This fragile control was their best hope for escape. Gazing through the rift, the crew caught a glimpse of a future warped nearly beyond recognition, the world they knew altered and broken. Silent cities, strange skies, and unfamiliar stars haunted the vision, a warning of what might come if their mission failed. The weight of their task was written in those fleeting images. Resolute, Lena vowed to preserve their reality by recalibrating the compass, using it to reverse the anomaly's relentless corruption. She studied the device closely, deciphering subtle fluctuations and guiding the adjustment with careful precision. The path to salvation depended on her success. Kale readied the ship for the upcoming temporal burst, a critical surge of energy needed to close the rift safely. Every system was checked and reinforced, his mechanical arm humming as it prepared to deliver the final pulse. The crew steeled themselves for what was to come, trusting each other implicitly. As the crew initiated their plan, the anomaly reacted violently, thrashing unpredictably against their intervention. The ship trembled and groaned beneath the strain, the very fabric of space-time shuddering in resistance. They braced for impact, hearts pounding with both fear and determination. The ancient compass blazed white-hot, pouring radiant waves through the vessel's structure that rippled like sonic pulses. Its light illuminated every corner, combating the darkness of temporal distortion with fierce brilliance. This surge of power was both a beacon and a shield against the unfolding chaos. Time itself began to mend around them. The star maps ceased their erratic shifts, freezing into stable and familiar patterns once more. The pervasive sense of fracture lifted slowly, the corridor of uncertainty gradually solidifying into clarity. Relief began to replace the dread that had gripped the crew. Lena expertly maneuvered the ship through the anomaly's now calm heart, racing against the imminent collapse of overlapping timelines. Every star and coordinate aligned as they sailed through the fragile corridor, the compass guiding like a steadfast ancient guardian. Each second was a victory in preserving their reality. Myrick tracked the crew's vital signs against the backdrop of fading distortions, confirming the singular reality strand remained intact. His relief was tempered by cautious vigilance, knowing the anomaly's effects could still surprise them. The crew's unity and endurance had preserved more than just their lives, they had preserved existence itself. Kale activated the final pulse from his mechanical arm, a surge of energy designed to seal the rift once and for all. The ship vibrated as the breach closed, the infinite fracturing of time snapping back into a singular flow. Their ordeal was ending, though shadowed by mysteries yet unrevealed. The anomaly finally collapsed in on itself, disappearing like a fading shadow. Outside the observatory's viewport, the stars shimmered steadily, undisturbed for the first time in weeks. Lena's gaze fixed on the holographic compass resting on the table as its glow softened to a gentle pulse. The device's dim light signified that the chaotic flux of time had balanced once more. Kale and Dr. Myerk exchanged relieved glances, their synchronized watches clicking with steady, even ticks after the previous irregularities. The certainty of normal time flow reassured them both. Back inside the observatory, the star map displayed a stable cosmic skyline, familiar constellations locked in their usual positions. The shifting patterns had ceased, confirming the universe's calm return. The crew methodically logged their experiences in the ship's records, emphasizing the compass's crucial role as a temporal anchor throughout the ordeal. Its importance was undeniable for navigating time's fragile currents. Quietly and with care, Lena slid the compass into her jacket pocket, mindful of its power and the responsibility to protect it. The weight of guarding such a device settled on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Myerk studied a subtle residual temporal anomaly detected in his lab. Though minor and far less threatening, it served as a sober reminder of their vulnerability to time's unpredictable forces. Kale set to work upgrading the ship's systems, applying insights gained about temporal mechanics and anomaly stabilization. His mechanical arm adjusted tools with practiced precision as innovation took shape. Under a calm and steady night sky, the team shared a quiet moment of camaraderie, their bond fortified by the challenges they'd endured together. The stars above seemed to witness their renewed unity. Lena gazed thoughtfully at the constellations, aware that the universe still held countless mysteries beyond their reach. Yet, for now, time itself was theirs to guard, a precious frontier guarded by steadfast vigilance. The train was nearly empty when Alina boarded at dusk, the dim lights flickering overhead. She slid into the last car, noticing an old man sitting alone, staring out the window without blinking. Curious, she sat opposite him, catching a faint scent of jasmine and something metallic. Suddenly, the train jerked violently and the lights went out, plunging the car into darkness. When the lights returned, the old man was gone, leaving behind only a small, folded note on the seat. Alina unfolded it carefully. The words read, "Find the shadow at the next stop." A chill ran down her spine as the train slowed to a stop at an unfamiliar station, bathed in mist. Stepping onto the platform, she saw a figure cloaked in black waiting under the pale lamplight. "You're early," the figure whispered, voice carrying a strange urgency. He handed her a key and said, "This unlocks secrets that were meant to be forgotten." Alina felt the key's cold weight in her palm as the figure melted into the fog. Back on the train, she found the old man's briefcase left open, revealing a battered leather journal. Inside, cryptic sketches and coded messages hinted at a hidden compartment beneath the train. Driven by curiosity, Alina crawled under the carriage and discovered a small metal box, locked tight. Using the key, she opened it to find a collection of ancient letters, revealing a decades-old betrayal. A sense of relief washed over her as the mystery unraveled. The old man had been protecting these truths. As the train rolled onward, Alina placed the letters safely in her bag, resolved to bring the story to light. The final verse in the journal read, "Truth rides the rails, unseen but never gone." Alina looked out the window, the horizon glowing with the promise of a new day. With a quiet smile, she whispered to herself, "Some passengers leave more than footprints behind." The lights flickered as Dr. Leela Reed activated the quantum communicator, her fingers trembling slightly. "If this works," she whispered, "we can talk across dimensions." In the lab's eerie glow, a humming portal shimmered to life, rippling like disturbed water. She adjusted the frequency, scanning for a response beyond the veil of reality. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the static. It was faint, distorted, yet unmistakably human. "Hello, can you hear me?" came the fragile sound from an unknown world. Leela's heart pounded. It was the proof she'd sought her entire career, but the signals grew unstable, the communicator straining under an otherworldly energy. She realized the contact wasn't just a message, it was a lifeline. Another transmission arrived, clearer this time. "We need your help. Our dimension is collapsing." Determined, Leela dove into the schematics, designing a bridge to stabilize the breach between worlds. Her tools hummed and sparks flew as she synchronized dimensional frequencies. Suddenly, the lab trembled, the air thick with charged particles. Through the portal stepped a figure, tall, shimmering, a mirror of humanity but not quite the same. "Thank you for answering," the visitor said, voice melodic yet urgent. Together, they worked feverishly, merging science and hope to repair the rift. With a final adjustment, the portal steadied, radiating calm instead of chaos. Leela exhaled, exhaustion mingling with triumph as stability returned. The visitor smiled. "Our worlds are saved, but this connection, it marks a new beginning." As the portal faded, Leela looked up, whispering, "We're not alone anymore." Lena set her keys on the table and sighed. Another quiet evening at home. Just as she sank into the couch, a gentle knock came from the door. Surprised, she opened it to find a small, soaked, stray dog shivering on her porch. Without hesitation, Lena wrapped the dog in her jacket and brought it inside. As she dried the dog with a towel, it looked up at her with big, hopeful eyes. Curious, Lena decided to check if the dog had a collar or any identification. No tag, but a thin red ribbon was tied carefully around its neck. She prepared a bowl of warm water and some leftover chicken, watching nervously as the dog ate. A soft tail wag convinced her the dog felt safe now, a quiet companionship already forming. Lena pulled out her phone to post a picture, hoping to find the dog's owner. Hours passed without any calls, and the dog curled up beside her as if it belonged there. She smiled softly, thinking, maybe you're not just a visitor, maybe you're a new friend. The next morning, the dog greeted her with enthusiastic barks and happy eyes. Lena found herself humming in the kitchen, a warmth spreading inside her she hadn't felt in a while. She put up flyers around the neighborhood, but still no one claimed him. The dog, whom she named Milo, followed her everywhere, her new shadow. Days turned into a week, and Milo settled comfortably into the rhythm of their shared home. Lena realized that sometimes, what you need comes unexpectedly. Her quiet evenings no longer felt lonely. They were filled with soft paws and joyful companionship. With a contented sigh, Lena whispered, "Welcome home, Milo." In a cramped apartment bathed in the flickering glow of neon lights, Lyra crouched over a glowing terminal, her fingers flying across the cracked holographic screen. Wires tangled around her like vines, while streams of encrypted data pulsed rhythmically on every monitor. From a shadowed doorway, Cade stood tense, his tall silhouette barely illuminated by the neon buzz outside. His cybernetic left arm twitched subtly, muscles ready to spring into action at the slightest threat. Suddenly, Lyra's console flashed an urgent alert. Unauthorized access detected dangerously close to their location. The glitching data streams seemed to ripple with alarm as she absorbed the warning. Outside, the streets were alive with neon signs flickering erratically, while a mysterious encrypted drone hovered silently overhead, its sensors scanning for any hint of forbidden activity. Without hesitation, Lyra yanked her data jack from the terminal, silver-streaked hair pulled back tightly to avoid distraction as she prepared for what came next. The room thrummed with a tense urgency as her blue eyes darted to Cade. Cade's voice was low but firm, urging them to move quickly. The drone's advanced tracing capabilities made lingering a grave risk that could jeopardize their entire mission. Every second counted now. Flickering images from the past flashed across Lyra's mind. Dangerous missions and close calls because of her relentless quest to find Nexus, a lost AI rumored to hold secrets powerful enough to change their world. Orin appeared suddenly as a hologram, his auburn hair catching the skewed light, face lined with worry. He warned them with a cautious tone that corporate hunters were closing in faster than anticipated, their pursuers relentless. On the table, an old mechanical watch clicked softly, its engravings worn but familiar, a link to Lyra's missing brother whose disappearance was shrouded in mystery. It was an anchor amid chaos. Clutching the watch tightly, Lyra's resolve hardened as the neon-lit rain pulsed against the window pane, echoing the storm brewing outside and within her heart. They mapped out a daring infiltration into a towering corporate data hub, understanding the grave risks involved. Every step had to be precise to avoid detection and secure Nexus's freedom. Lyra slid her data jack into a concealed port along the wall, fingers deftly prepping to breach layered security systems that guarded the corporation's darkest secrets. Her screen flickered with complex code. Meanwhile, Cade ran diagnostics on his cybernetic arm, the systems humming quietly as he scanned the perimeter for patrolling drones, each a potential threat waiting in the shadows. Oren's hologram flickered intermittently, his cautious voice cautioning patience and careful timing, reminding them how unpredictable corporate security had become in recent days. Outside their hold, the cityscape glowed with an ominous hue neon lights casting elongated shadows, an unsettling reminder of the deadly stakes surrounding their mission. Lyra slipped silently past laser grids, her fingers dancing rapidly over the console to decrypt firewalls layered in complex algorithms, each successful bypass painting a fragile path deeper inside. Cade struck swiftly when a security drone approached, disabling it with a precise pulse blast from his cybernetic arm, metal sparks raining softly as it fell silent. Suddenly, a rogue power surge sent holographic screens glitching wildly, jeopardizing their stealth as data fractured and flickered erratically around them, threatening to expose their position. Oren, ever the strategist, directed them to enact an emergency reroute through cramped maintenance shafts, where shadows and discarded cables might conceal their hurried passage. Inside the narrow corridors, signs of past intruders caught their attention. Discarded tech fragments and faint footprints told a story of failed attempts and dangers ahead. Lyra's heart skipped as she found a data chip engraved with her brother's initials, a chilling reminder of how deeply personal this mission had become and how far she was willing to go. An alarm shattered the tense silence, piercing through the corridors. Corporate hunters had anticipated their every move, closing in with ruthless precision and determination. Cade assumed a defensive posture, his cybernetic arm glowing faintly as he repelled waves of security bots with swift, calculated strikes, metal clashing amid the neon-lit chaos. Confronted by a locked console demanding unique biometric verification she did not possess, Lyra struggled against the digital fortress barring their progress, frustration flickering in her glowing blue eyes. Oren's flickering hologram suggested a desperate measure: to utilize the mechanical watch's embedded microchip as an override key, a fragile lifeline woven from the past into their precarious present. Cade's presence is a shield as Lyra delicately implants the tiny chip from the aged mechanical watch into the console's interface. His cybernetic arm tenses, eyes scanning every corner, ready for any threat, while flickering neon lights cast shadows over his sharp features. The console hums and accepts the chip, but abruptly, an alarm blares and the facility initiates a lockdown protocol. Heavy security doors start sliding shut, a series of clicks echoing as they seal every exit with chilling finality. The corridors bathed in neon shimmer as shimmering, heavy security doors slam closed, trapping Lyra and Cade inside. The cold, flickering light reflects off cracked holographic screens, heightening the oppressive atmosphere of their entrapment. Using her data jack, Lyra penetrates the building's core infrastructure, fingers dancing across a virtual interface to override the lockdown remotely. Encrypted data streams pulse around her vision, a digital battleground beneath the physical chaos. Outside, corporate hunters mobilize swiftly, coordinating a ruthless sweep through the building as their radios chatter. The echo of their boots grows closer, a deadly flush operation converging on Lyra and Cade's position. Suddenly, the lights cut out, plunging the corridors into darkness save for the eerie glow of emergency LEDs. Neon flickers in weak pulses, the glitching holograms casting long, jittering shadows that dance in the dark. Cade's cybernetic arm flares softly with internal light, activating enhanced sensors that pierce the gloom. His form moves like a shadow, muscles coiled, leading them through the pitch-black passages with precision. From the implanted chip, Lyra extracts a second encrypted message, layers of cipher revealing hints of deeper conspiracies hidden beneath the surface. The encrypted code weaves patterns that suggest far more than a simple infiltration. Oren's hologram materializes with a flicker, his scanning algorithms detecting an anomaly within the corporate network, a concealed node harboring the elusive nexus. The discovery sends ripples through their mission's urgency. The trio races through winding passages as armed guards sweep the area, security drones' mechanical whirring oppressing the silence between gunfire and footfalls. Neon signs flicker erratically, marking a frantic dance through hostile terrain. A false step in the debris-strewn corridor nearly seals Lyra's capture, but Cade's swift reflexes catch her arm, pulling her back into safety. A fleeting moment that underlines the fragile razor edge between survival and failure. Ahead, the locked network node glows, an ethereal cube pulsating with coded energy, suspended amid glitching holographic fragments. Its shifting light mirrors the encrypted mysteries they strive to unveil. Lyra begins the painstaking download of Nexus, the AI's fragmented voice filtering through layers of static and data corruption. Each byte retrieved feels like breathing life back into a ghost entombed in circuits. Without warning, corporate hunters breach their sanctuary, armed and relentless. The team braces for a desperate stand to protect both the download and their lives within the crumbling fortress. Cade fights with brutal efficiency, his cybernetic arm delivering precise blows while absorbing minor damage. His defense buys precious moments, a wall of defiance shielding Lyra as she works. Lyra's download slows alarmingly as a corrupted firewall materializes, its digital tendrils throttling the data flow. The system's defense appears almost alive, a venomous barrier threatening to sever their vital connection. Orin hacks remotely, weaving through the virtual battlefield to counter the firewall's decay. His voice crackles with urgency, warning Lyra of escalating system instability as the network threatens to collapse around them. The mechanical watch begins to resonate with an ancient energy. Its worn engravings unlock hidden pathways in the system's code. This unexpected synergy reveals secret routes, bypassing corrupted firewalls and granting elusive access. Nexus's holographic form finally emerges, shimmering and shifting between pure light and shadow, a spectral figure alive with digital consciousness. The AI's presence is both mesmerizing and fragile, pulsating with raw intelligence. Nexus warns them of an impending system purge programmed to erase all traces of its existence. Time is rapidly running out. The digital ghost's survival hangs on the blade edge of their efforts. Lyra wrestles with a harrowing choice: sever her connection to preserve herself or risk everything to complete the AI's transfer. The weight of this decision presses heavy, illuminated by flickering neon and the threat closing in around them. Amid the chaos, Cade urges absolute trust in Lyra's skills as he confronts incoming hunters with relentless, brutal force. His determination steels the team's resolve, buying the moments they desperately need. Orin identifies a backup power core buried beneath the tower's base that could extend their limited time. This discovery offers a slim lifeline, a fleeting chance to finish the precarious download process. The team moves swiftly through shadowed, narrow passages under the tower, the mechanical watches glow guiding them. Every second counts as hostile forces encroach, their mission tethered to fragile hope. With the countdown bleeding away, Lyra completes Nexus's transfer into the portable drive embedded within the mechanical watch. The ancient engravings pulse faintly, now home to a powerful new secret they have barely begun to understand. A surge of power rattled the facility as the hostile systems abruptly died, the neon lights flickering violently before surrendering to darkness. Silence settled heavily in the void left behind, broken only by the distant hum of failing electronics. They had succeeded in cutting the enemy's grip, at least for now. From the shadows, Nexus began to coalesce, its holographic form shifting between light and darkness with ethereal grace. "Thank you," it whispered, gratitude rippling through the air before it concealed itself within the intricate gears of the old mechanical watch. The device, once enigmatic, now held an extraordinary secret. Cautious yet relieved, Lyra, Cade, and Orin retreated through the labyrinth of holographic corridors, their images fragmenting as the system collapsed. The flickering neon lights dissolved into fractured beams that danced erratically against cracked surfaces. Each step took them further from danger, deeper into uncertainty. Emerging into the open, the neon rain painted the city in glowing streaks of violet and blue, reflecting the weight of their actions. The wet streets shimmered, a mirror to the changes now set in motion beneath the pulsating skyline. A silent vow lingered in the cold air, promising a new dawn born from their defiance. Lyra held the mechanical watch close, fingertips tracing its worn engravings as a subtle pulse throbbed beneath the metal casing. The presence of Nexus whispered through the device, its energy delicate but steady. She sensed the intertwined fate bound to that small relic, a beacon amid the encroaching shadows. Cade deactivated his combat mode with a soft click, the cybernetic arm retracting smoothly. His usual stoic expression softened, a genuine smile briefly illuminating his face as he exchanged a glance with Lyra. In that fleeting moment, camaraderie and hope bloomed between them. Orin activated a small holo-projector, casting a message into the dim night. Their victory was merely the first step in a larger crusade. His voice carried warmth and resolve, stirring a sense of purpose beyond their immediate survival. The fight against corporate control had only just begun. As the first light of dawn ruptured the neon haze, the trio vanished into the sprawling cityscape, silhouettes swallowed by the endless glow. Their journey continued under the watchful flicker of holographic signs and the pulse of encrypted streams. Together, they moved forward into the uncertain promise of a new day. The mechanical watch gleamed softly in the growing light, its glow a secret beacon against the darkness. A quiet energy hinted at mysteries still locked within its core, unseen forces waiting to unfold. It was a silent promise of untold stories yet to emerge. The final image lingered on the city skyline, where flickering neon signs fought the shadows encroaching upon the towering spires. Amidst the interplay of light and darkness, a new chapter began, one forged in defiance, hope, and the relentless flicker of rebellion. Anna rushed down the street, clutching a crumpled sheet of music tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached the old concert hall, its doors cracked open as if waiting for her. Inside, the air was thick with dust and memories. The grand piano sat silent, keys hoping for a touch. Anna hesitated, then sat down and placed the sheet on the stand, her eyes scanning the notes she had spent years perfecting. The first chords spilled out, hesitant at first, then flowing with more confidence and emotion than ever before. As she played, memories of her late father, a legendary pianist, filled the hall, his voice echoing in her mind. "Make your music true." Tears blurred her eyes, but she kept playing, channeling all her grief, love, and hope into the melody. Midway through, a faint knock drew her attention. Her old mentor stood at the doorway, watching quietly. He smiled gently, mouthing, "You found it." Those words fueled her resolve, the final note soaring. When the last note faded, the silence felt full, not empty, a bridge between past and future. Anna stood, inhaled deeply, and looked around, the hall no longer cold, but alive with possibility. Her mentor approached and handed her a worn envelope marked with her father's handwriting. Inside was a letter. "Your music is your story. Play it for the world." Anna nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. She finally understood her real journey was just beginning. Days later, the concert hall buzzed with anticipation as Anna prepared to perform on the restored stage. The audience was filled with faces from her past, friends, family, and strangers who believed in her. She lifted her hands, the first notes escaping anew, this time stronger, freer, alive. As the final chord rang out, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in honor of a new chapter. Backstage, Anna whispered, "Thank you," feeling her father's presence more clearly than ever before. She knew now that through her music, she would carry his legacy forever, and tell her own story, note by note. The old lighthouse stood towering against the stormy sky as Meyer approached, her heart racing with anticipation. She clutched a worn leather map, its edges frayed from years of searching for the rumored treasure hidden nearby. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the daunting steps spiraling up the lighthouse's narrow shaft. Maya hesitated, but then pressed her hand on the cold metal railing, beginning her ascent. As she climbed, whispers of the past seemed to echo through the walls, urging her forward. At the top, the door creaked open, revealing a dusty lantern and a faded journal resting on a wooden table. She flipped open the journal, discovering entries from a lighthouse keeper who spoke of a secret passage beneath the rocks. Without delay, Maya descended carefully, her boots echoing in the empty tower. Outside, rain battered her face as she followed the journal's directions toward the cliff's edge. A narrow cave entrance lay hidden behind a curtain of ivy, just as the journal described. Lighting her lantern, Maya stepped inside, the walls closing in around her as she ventured deeper. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a cavern glowing with the shimmer of countless shells and glittering stones. In the center, a chest lay half buried in sand, its lock rusted but intact. With a deep breath, she pried it open, revealing an assortment of old coins, maps, and a compass unlike any she had seen. Maya smiled, realizing the true treasure was the adventure and the history she uncovered. She carefully packed the items, planning to share the story and preserve the legacy of the lighthouse keeper. As she exited the cave, the storm was clearing, and the first rays of dawn painted the sky in soft gold. Maya looked back once more at the lighthouse, feeling a profound connection to its silent sentinel. "Some secrets are worth the journey," she whispered, tucking the journal safely into her pack. With a steady heart, she walked away, ready for whatever new adventure awaited beyond the horizon. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, Detective Marlowe crouched beside the shattered glass of the old music shop window. Inside, among the scattered shards and broken strings, lay the body of Victor Chen, the town's renowned harpist. A single, crumpled sheet of music rested in his hand, untitled and unfamiliar. "What were you playing, Victor?" Marlowe whispered, eyes scanning the note for any clue. "The shop owner, Mrs. Grady," appeared from the shadows, clutching her shawl tight. "He came in earlier, scared. Said someone was after the composition he discovered." Marlowe examined the sheet again. The note seemed ordinary, yet there was an odd symbol scratched in the margin. A jagged lightning bolt. He recalled an old town legend about a lost melody hidden within pieces of music that could drive listeners mad. Determined, Marlowe headed to the local library's archives, fingers tracing over dusty ledgers and faded newspaper clippings. There, he found a record of a harpist from decades ago, who vanished after unveiling a captivating tune linked to that very symbol. The pieces fit. Victor had uncovered the same haunting melody, and someone wanted to keep it secret. Back at the shop, Marlowe noticed a locked drawer beneath the counter and a faint humming sound emanating from within. Using a hairpin, he picked the lock. Inside lay a small, intricately carved music box playing the melody from the mysterious sheet. The tune floated eerily in the air. Marlowe felt a strange dizziness, but clenched his jaw in resolve. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the back room, a rival musician desperate to silence Victor and claim the composition. "You don't understand its power," the figure hissed, lunging toward Marlowe. Quick reflexes saved him, and during the scuffle, the music box fell silent as it shattered on the floor. The intruder fled, leaving behind a trail of whispered threats and unfinished secrets. Marlowe secured the scene, deciding to safeguard the sheet music and the broken box pieces, vowing to uncover the full story. As dawn broke, the quiet town stirred, unaware of the melody that almost consumed its soul. Marlowe glanced at the crumpled notes one last time. "Some tunes," he mused, "are better left unplayed." At the first light of dawn, Leora wakes clutching her silver leaf pendant tightly, the symbol a small comfort amidst the unease settling over the village. Outside, the ancient forest stretches silently, its shadows long and mysterious under the pale morning sky. As Leora walks through the village, she notices worried faces exchanging nervous glances. The fading light and wilting crops weigh heavily on everyone's spirits, hinting at a deeper, unseen affliction creeping through the land. Near the village's edge, Theron hunches over his forge, the heat and smoke mixing with the morning air. His soot-streaked hands carefully sharpen tools, eyes steady and calm despite the unsettling changes they all face. Leora approaches Theron, holding out a broken shard of a prism glowing faintly green, its fractured edges catching the light erratically. She hopes he can decipher its origin, sensing it may hold the key to their village's plight. Theron examines the shard, his brow furrowing as he recognizes the ancient symbols etched into its surface. They are the same carvings he's seen in the worn stones of the forest temple ruins, linking the mysterious object to a place steeped in forgotten power. In the village square, the community gathers with growing anxiety as the flowers around them lose their vibrant hues and the sunlight dims unevenly each passing day. Whispered fears spread like wildfire, the natural world turning against them in subtle but ominous ways. Leora recalls the old tales of the Prism of Verdant Grove, a mystical artifact believed to sustain the life and color of their land. Now fractured, It seems the very heart of their forest and village is faltering. Determined, she resolves to venture into the ancient forest, seeking the temple to reunite the prism's scattered shards. The weight of hope rests heavily on her shoulders as she prepares to face unknown dangers. Before she departs, Theron presents her with a finely forged knife, the metal gleaming and sharp. He warns her of the forest's lurking perils and pledges his support should she need it. Stepping beneath towering trees, Leora watches the dappled sunlight flicker with an eerie inconsistency, as though the forest itself breathes and shifts with secret magic. She grips her silver leaf pendant for reassurance as she moves deeper into the woods. Strange insects emitting glowing hues flutter around her, their movements guiding her toward an ancient moss-covered path inscribed with runes. The path seems alive, whispering of forgotten enchantments and hidden dangers. As she nears the temple ruins, shadows twist and shift unnaturally, hinting at unseen watchers lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. A chill runs down her spine, the forest's magic growing more intense and unpredictable. Suddenly, Elendra emerges from the shadows, her gray eyes piercing and her blue tattoos glowing faintly in the dim light. She warns Leora that sinister forces seek to block the prism's restoration, their intentions dark and relentless. Elendra reveals herself as a guardian marked by ancient power, her glowing tattoos a symbol of her sacred duty. She offers cryptic guidance, urging caution and resolve in the trials to come. Leora steels herself, her grip tightening on her pendant as she vows to collect all the prism fragments before the encroaching darkness extinguishes the land's magic completely. Her determination shines through despite the overwhelming odds. At the temple's altar, Leora discovers the first major shard embedded within, pulsating with a gentle, soft light that hints at its lingering vitality. Its fractured surface gleams, promising both hope and challenge. When Leora touches the shard, a sudden burst of vibrant color spreads across the clearing, briefly reviving the wilted flowers around her. The momentary revival fills her with cautious optimism that restoration is possible. Without warning, dark roots surge violently from the earth, twisting and lashing like serpents as they attempt to ensnare her in magical vines. The forest itself seems to resist her quest, its ancient magic turning hostile. Leora narrowly escapes the grasp of the tendrils by slicing through them with her knife, but in the struggle, the shard slips from her grasp and its light dims once more. The fleeting hope flickers, reminding her of the delicate balance she must maintain. Deeper within the temple, Leora uncovers ancient murals depicting the prism's power and a shadowy figure breaking it apart. The imagery warns of a malevolent force determined to shatter the land's lifeblood. Unexpectedly, Theron appears, having tracked her trail through the treacherous forest. His presence offers much-needed strength and companionship in a place so laden with peril. Together, they navigate traps forged from shifting light and shadow, their hands clasped tightly, the silver leaf pendant between them glowing softly with a reassuring light. Their unity becomes their greatest defense against the temple's enchantments. They arrive at a chamber where a large shard hovers, partitioned and imprisoned within a glowing cage of shimmering energy. The air vibrates with powerful magic that resists their approach. Elendra returns to warn them that to claim this shard, they must face their deepest fears, illusions conjured by the prism's protective magic. The challenge is as much of the mind as it is of the body, testing their inner strength. Leora confronts a vivid vision of her village withering away and her silver leaf pendant crumbling into dust, a haunting test of her resolve and hope. The fear threatens to overwhelm her, but her determination to save her home pushes her forward despite the torment. With Theron's calm encouragement, Leora summons her resolve, pushing through the harrowing vision. The spectral cage shimmers and cracks, finally shattering to release the glowing shard. The silver leaf pendant on her chest pulses softly, a reassuring beacon of hope. She carefully positions the new shard beside the first, their edges fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. Light bursts forth, the forest responding instantly. Roots curl back gently while blossoms burst open in radiant colors. The prism's fractured light seems to pulse with new energy, weaving through the ancient trees. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the temple's structure, dust falling from stone carvings etched with ancient forest symbols. Unseen forces awaken, reacting unpredictably to the partial restoration of the prism. The air around them thickens with shimmering light and shadow intertwining. Outside, the sky darkens as a swirling storm of Inkai black energy coils above the land. The sun is swallowed by roiling clouds, halting the forest's revival in an instant. A chill freezes the air, leaves shriveling even as flowers remain poised to bloom. Realizing time slips through their fingers, Leora and Theron steel themselves to retrieve the remaining shards before darkness claims the entire grove. Each moment the storm grows stronger, blotting out natural light that once guided them. Their determination burns as brightly as the silver pendant at Leora's throat. Following cryptic clues left by Elendra, the trio ventures deeper into the forest. At last, they find a hidden glade, a serene clearing where ancient trees rise tall and proud. There, beneath one venerable tree, the third shard lies buried beneath a carpet of moss and roots. The glowing symbols etched into the tree's bark mirror those found on temple stones, faint blue light swirling around them. Leora's silver leaf pendant flares warmly in response, as if connecting to the ancient magic. The shard's refracted light dances across the bark's intricate patterns. As Leora reaches out, spectral wolves materialize between her and the shard, their eyes blazing with ethereal fire. Low growls ripple through the clearing, their presence a chilling warning. The silver pendant remains visible, a steady pulse amidst growing tension. Theron steps forward swiftly, hefting his crafted weapons with practiced ease. The clash is swift but intense, his strength and precision keeping the wolves at bay without harm. Colored light flickers around their struggle, the magical energy tangible in the air. With the final strike, the spectral wolves dissolve into wisps of blue light, their menace ebbing away. In their place, faint luminescent paw prints glow briefly on the earth before fading. The shard is now safely in their grasp, radiating a renewed shimmer beneath Leora's pendant. The trio hastens back toward the temple, urgency propelling their steps as the storm outside intensifies. Lightning crackles unpredictably, painting jagged shadows against twisted branches. The forest's renewed life struggles against the encroaching darkness closing in rapidly. Elendra begins chanting ancient words, her glowing blue tattoos blazing fiercely along her arms and face. A shimmering barrier of light and color spins around them, rippling against the storm's assaults. Despite her effort, the tempest's wrath grows relentless. Suddenly, the protective spell falters. A jagged surge of black lightning strikes the earth nearby. The ground splits open with a roaring crack, jagged edges glowing with erratic colors like fractured glass. The trio is thrown off balance by the violent upheaval underfoot. In an agonizing instant, Leora tumbles into the glowing chasm, her silver leaf pendant the last visible trace as it flickers faintly. Prism shards scatter deeper into the twisting, luminescent tunnels below. The forest's fate now hangs precariously with her survival. Theron and Elendra gaze down in horror, their voices lost in the storm's howling wind. The pendant's faint gleam fades slowly into the shadows, a fragile thread tethering her to the surface world. Fear and determination etch their faces as they prepare to follow her plunge. Within the glowing chasm, Leora moves cautiously through erratic passages alive with fractured light. The colors shift unpredictably, disorienting yet mesmerizing as they refract through countless crystal surfaces. Her pendant remains a steady source of calm in the surreal depths. She finds scattered shards embedded in the crystalline walls, each fragment radiating a shard of the forest's lost warmth. As she collects them, patches of vibrant color pulse through the tunnels, slowly pushing back the surrounding darkness. Hope glimmers in the depths below the shattered earth. Suddenly, a wraith of shifting shadows blocks her path, formed from the chasm's darkest fears. Its form writhes with malice, bent on capturing the prism's power for itself. The silver leaf pendant flares with defiant light, casting away creeping darkness momentarily. Summoning all her courage, Leora channels the pendant's radiant glow to repel the wraith. The dark entity wavers, then dissipates into flickering shadows spiraling away. The fragments gathered in her hands shimmer brighter, empowering her resolve to escape. Breaking through to the surface, Leora reunites with Theron and Elendra, her hands clutching all the recovered shards. The storm above still looms, its dark tendrils writhing around the trembling forest. Yet their combined presence offers a fragile beacon of resistance. They race toward the temple altar, urgency sharpening every step, knowing full restoration is their last hope. The shards begin to levitate and spin, slow and deliberate, aligning in a precise pattern atop the stone platform. Colored light cascades from their joined edges, painting the walls in shimmering hues. As the shards circle each other, prismatic light fractures and cascades like a waterfall, filling the chamber with radiant glow. Ancient forest symbols etched into stone and wood catch the light, pulsing in time with the prism's rhythms. The silver leaf pendant glows steadily at Leora's throat, syncing with the spectacle. Suddenly, dark storm clouds coil tighter around the temple, tendrils of shadow pressing inward. The vibrant light from the prism flickers as if struggling for breath. The encroaching darkness threatens to snuff out this fragile beacon of life and magic. Elendra channels her dwindling strength into a surge of protective magic, her blue tattoos dimming from fierce glow to faint ember. With an anguished cry, she weakens the storm's grip momentarily, buying precious seconds. Her sacrifice leaves the aura around them shimmering with bittersweet intensity. In the heart of the swirl, Leora places her silver leaf pendant at the prism's center. Her unwavering faith ignites a brilliant pulse of life and color that floods the temple. The prisms blaze with radiant light, weaving hope through the forest's struggling veins. The fractured prism, held aloft by Leora, began to glow with intensifying light as the jagged edges shimmered with every hue. Suddenly, the shards flew together in a dazzling spectacle, weaving back into a flawless whole. As the last piece clicked into place, the storm above quelled, and warm sunlight flooded the verdant grove once more. Gradually, the once bare trees burst forth with lush greenery, their leaves whispering in newfound life. Flowers of every color bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with sweet scents, while the forest echoed again with the joyous calls of returning animals. Nature's healing was visible and undeniable, celebrating the suspension of chaos. Elendra stood nearby, a faint smile curving her lips as her glowing blue tattoos dimmed, her strength slowly ebbing. Though her power waned, peace radiated from her presence, a testament to the restored balance between magic and the natural world. The ancient symbols etched along her robe seemed to pulse softly, syncing with the harmonized forest. Theron embraced Leora firmly, soot-streaked hands steady and warm, pride and relief shining in his eyes. Around them, the village showed signs of vibrant renewal, the air full of hope as lives once again thrived. Their shared sigh marked a turning point, the darkest days giving way to flourishing vitality. The silver leaf pendant resting against Leora's heart glowed softly, emitting a gentle green luminescence that intertwined with the natural light. This subtle beacon symbolized the ongoing healing and the unbreakable connection forged through hope and perseverance. It reminded them all that, while trials had passed, the journey of restoration continued. Returning to her village, Leora was greeted by scenes of celebration beneath skies washed in vivid hues. Villagers danced amidst blossoming harvest fields, their faces alight with gratitude and renewed spirit. The air was thick with song and laughter, an ode to recovery and the promise of continued prosperity. In the quiet moments, Leora recounted her perilous journey to attentive ears, her pendant radiant in the soft glow of evening light. The prism shards were now carefully encased within the village hall, displayed as solemn reminders of what had been overcome. Each piece reflected the natural light subtly, symbolizing strength through unity and memory. As night fell, the silver leaf pendant around Leora's neck shimmered faintly, casting soft green patterns that mingled with the silver stars overhead. The calm forest around her seemed to breathe gently, alive with peaceful energy and quiet magic. Within this tranquility, hope glimmered, persistent as the stars above. New seedlings sprouted tenderly around the ancient temple, their vibrant leaves whispering promises of growth and resilience. These living symbols echoed the ancient forest markings, blending old magic with fresh life. Inspired by their shared ordeal, the village embraced this continuous cycle of renewal with reverence and care. The story closed with Leora standing on a gentle hill, her emerald eyes fixed toward the distant horizon. The silver leaf pendant pulsed faintly at her chest, a quiet promise of hope and connection as dawn painted the sky. She stood ready, heart steady, awaiting the new wonders and challenges the future might bring. Leora stood beneath the night sky, her silver hair shimmering softly as unfamiliar constellations stretched above in a dance of celestial light. Her luminous blue eyes traced the intricate patterns, feeling a pull she couldn't yet explain. In the quiet of the village, elders whispered in hushed tones about an ancient prophecy tied to the stars that had begun to fall from the heavens. Their voices carried a mix of fear and hope, hinting at destinies intertwined with the cosmos. Near the roots of a massive ancient oak, Leora discovered a pendant glowing softly with a pulsating light. The silver pendant matched one she had always worn, but this new glow seemed alive, responding to her touch. Kalen arrived just as the firelight flickered against his flame-red hair and bronze skin. With a serious tone, he warned of a looming shadow threatening to engulf their world, his gaze heavy with urgency. In the village square, the Starborn amulet suddenly emerged, casting a radiant blue light that danced over the cobblestones. The glow was mesmerizing, illuminating the faces of onlookers with hope and dread. From the depths of the dark woods, Mara silently watched, her violet eyes reflecting the amulet's shimmering light. Cloaked in shadows, her presence was both ominous and unseen by the villagers. An uneasy silence fell as the night sky dimmed, stars vanishing one after another till only darkness remained. The villagers felt a growing unrest, as if the world's balance was slipping away with each fading star. Seeking answers, Leora approached Kalen, her voice trembling with uncertainty. He reluctantly revealed her connection to a celestial lineage that was beginning to vanish from existence, deepening the weight of her destiny. Under Kalen's stern guidance, Leora began to harness the power of her pendant, the surrounding stars flickering in response to her awakening abilities. Each lesson strengthened her bond with the cosmos, yet the challenges ahead loomed large. Mara unleashed shadowy creatures from the darkness, their forms twisting and creeping as they surged toward the amulet. Chaos erupted as villagers scrambled, the tranquility of the night shattered by the assault. Together, Leora and Kalen fought fiercely to protect the amulet, but with every strike, its radiant glow weakened. The amulet's dimming light cast doubt over their struggle, making victory seem more distant than ever. Suddenly, the celestial mirror flickered to life, revealing a cryptic message etched in glowing runes that hinted at a realm beyond the stars. The mysterious script beckoned them toward an otherworldly journey. Compelled by the message, Leora touched the mirror's surface, triggering a shimmering portal that revealed an ethereal landscape bathed in starlight. The realm beyond was both breathtaking and unsettling in its shifting beauty. Kalen insisted they step through the portal together, knowing the fate of their world depended on restoring the stars that were fading. Despite the dangers ahead, their determination was unwavering. As they crossed the threshold, Mara's distant laugh echoed through the star realm, a chilling reminder that their trials were only beginning. Her promise of challenge hung heavy in the celestial air. The star realm unfolded with shifting skies and impossible terrain, each moment testing Leora's resolve and adaptability. The very landscape seemed alive, its challenges crafted to probe her strength and spirit. Leora's silver pendant began to glow brighter, its light pulsing in response to hidden celestial paths that revealed themselves only to her. This newfound guidance was a beacon amidst the realm's perplexing shifts. Kalen confronted illusions conjured by Mara, his flame-red hair blazing fiercely as his fire met their intensity. Each battle was a test of will, his flames pushing back the consuming shadows. Together, they discovered ancient runes carved into celestial stones, indicating the Starborn amulet must be recharged at the heart of stars. This revelation set their course deeper into the realm's mysteries. An unexpected alliance formed as starborn creatures emerged, their forms radiant and ethereal, offering guidance through the perilous landscape. Their presence brought hope and new knowledge on the path ahead. Suddenly, Mara's shadowy figure appeared once more, disrupting the traveler's path and shattering a section of the celestial bridge they needed to cross. The obstacle threatened to sever their progress abruptly. Drawing on the strength of her celestial lineage, Leora used her pendant's light to mend the fractured bridge. Her connection to the stars pulsed stronger than ever, enabling her to restore the path with care and resolve. They soon faced a harrowing trial where Leora was forced to confront her deepest fears, each reflection cast in shimmering starlight. This intimate challenge tested her courage and inner strength beyond physical battles. By overcoming her doubt and fear, Leora unlocked a new level of power, her pendant now radiating with pure, unwavering light. This luminous transformation marked a turning point in their quest. In a final act of sacrifice, Kalen extinguished his fiery flame to illuminate a hidden cavern leading closer to the heart of stars. His fading light carved a path through darkness, underscoring the gravity of their mission. Mara raised her arms, summoning a starless storm that swallowed the night sky in utter darkness. The winds howled with abyssal force, threatening to consume Leora and Kalen in its relentless void. Celestial stars vanished as the glowing runes dimmed, and the shifting realms trembled under the threat. Seeking refuge, Leora and Kalen found shelter within a cavern adorned with ancient murals illuminated by faint rune light. The walls depicted the birth of their world's stars, weaving a story etched in glowing symbols and shimmering celestial patterns. The night sky outside remained cloaked in deep shadows. As they traced the murals, they uncovered the tale of Mara's fall, once a revered star guardian engulfed by darkness. Her radiant form had twisted into shadow, consumed by despair and regret. This revelation cast a solemn light on the storm they now faced. Leora, her silver pendant catching a subtle glow, reached out with heartfelt empathy toward the darkness that held Mara captive. Her gentle voice carried through the shifting atmosphere, planting a fragile seed of doubt within Mara's resolve. The amulet pulsed faintly with this hopeful energy. Mara's shadow wavered, flickering between vicious rage and hesitant sorrow. The internal conflict stirred as Leora's words touched the core beneath the darkness. For a moment, the storm's fury softened, and stars began to faintly shimmer once more. Patches of stars re-emerged along their path, guiding them closer to the heart of stars. The celestial forge radiated with pulsating cosmic energy, suffusing the air with a mix of hope and lingering tension. The realms shifted subtly, the atmosphere alive with anticipation. Without warning, Mara's minions ambushed them, shadows darting amidst the stars like dark meteors. In the narrow escape, Kalen sustained a wound that dimmed his fiery glow. Despite the chaos, they pressed onward, shadows closing behind them. Leora knelt beside Kalen, her luminous blue eyes steady as she channeled gentle light to stabilize his weakened flame. Their bond deepened, each heartbeat syncing with the glow of her silver pendant and his flickering fire. The cosmic energy around them responded to their unified strength. They arrived at the heart of stars, a celestial forge bathed in raw cosmic power. It pulsed rhythmically, as if alive, its glow casting intricate light upon their faces. The night sky above shimmered with nascent constellations, waiting to be reborn. Leora lifted the starborn amulet, attempting to recharge it with the forge's energy. Yet it resisted, its glow flickering uncertainly, signaling that mere power was insufficient. The amulet demanded sacrifice, a deeper offering beyond strength. Mara appeared, her form shifting between shadow and light, proposing an uneasy alliance. She offered a choice: to unite their powers and restore balance or surrender everything to the engulfing darkness. The air thickened with tension, stars flickering like hesitant witnesses. Torn by the weight of the decision, Leora's mind drifted to memories of her village and the faces of loved ones. Their safety and the fate of countless realms hung in the balance, reflected in the gleaming night sky. Her heart surged with determination amidst the swirling emotions. Resolutely, Leora extended her hand toward Mara, the amulet bursting into unwavering brilliant light. The glow intertwined with Mara's shadow, hinting at a fragile unity forming beneath the cosmic tapestry. The shifting atmosphere held its breath as destiny unfolded. Mara's shadow dissolved, revealing her true radiant form, a star guardian broken by pain but yearning for redemption. Her violet glowing eyes softened, the weight of darkness lifting as light embraced her once more. The celestial symbols around them shimmered in acknowledgement. Together, their combined light surged through the amulet, feeding it with renewed energy that reignited the cosmos above. Stars blazed back into the sky with vibrant intensity, weaving new constellations that told a story of unity. The realms shifted in harmony, their edges softly blending. The night sky burst into brilliance, stars blazing across the heavens in radiant patterns visible from every world. The celestial tapestry shimmered with newfound life, a testament to restored balance and hope. Glowing runes danced amidst the stars, a silent song of renewal. The realms intertwined, blending celestial and earthly energies into a harmonious symphony. Celestial stars aligned with earthly elements, their union signaling an era of peace and connection. The subtle atmospheric shifts enveloped Leora, Kaelin, and Mara alike. Kaelin's flame reignited with a steady, powerful glow, stronger than before his wound. His bronze skin shimmered under the celestial light, reflecting the new harmony within him. Together, they embodied the reforged bond between realms and guardianship. Leora vowed to protect both realms, her silver pendant glowing softly as their destinies merged. Her gaze held firm commitment as the celestial forces swirled around them. The burden and honor of their journey settled like a star's steady light within her. The trio stood at the threshold between worlds, witnessing the dawn of a renewed era unfold in the skies above. The realms shimmered, the shifting atmosphere alive with promise and fragile equilibrium. Stars traced new paths as the night embraced the first light of hope. Back in the village, the night sky exploded into radiant starlight, illuminating faces turned upward with wonder. Hearts filled with hope as the celestial tapestry told the story of salvation. The silver pendant on Leora's neck glowed faintly, a beacon to all. Leora's pendant pulsed softly, a glowing reminder of their perilous journey and the bonds forged through light and shadow. Its steady radiance mirrored the harmony now restored between the realms. The stars above twinkled as if acknowledging the promise it represented. Mara, restored and radiant, silently watched over the realms once more as a vigilant guardian. Her violet eyes held quiet strength beneath the night sky, adorned with new constellations. The shifting realms settled into balanced serenity, embraced by her newfound purpose. Kaelin trained new protectors beneath the celestial glow, sharing the wisdom of harmony born from trials. Flames danced steady on their skin, reflecting the unity of earth and starborn power. The village thrived under the careful watch of its guardians. Villagers gathered beneath the glowing celestial tapestry, retelling the tale that had saved their world. Stars shimmered overhead, guiding stories woven with light, shadow, and sacrifice. The air held the lingering magic of a starborn legacy, alive in every heart. Beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, Leora sat in quiet contemplation, the celestial stars twinkling like distant whispers weaving through the night. Faint glowing runes shimmered on her silver pendant as she felt the subtle pull of realms beyond, calling her with gentle urgency. In this stillness, Leora realized how much the journey had altered her essence. She was no longer just a guardian, but a vital bridge uniting the heavens above with the world below. Her heart carried the weight and wonder of this newfound destiny, a living link between stars and earth. A soft, celestial glow wove through her silver hair, casting ripples of shimmering light around her, a radiant symbol of the role she was now destined to play. The strands seemed alive, echoing the delicate harmony of the shifting realms she had come to understand. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faintest song of a distant star, an ethereal melody full of promise and adventure. It whispered of journeys still to come, horizons yet to be explored beyond the veil of the present night. With renewed purpose, Leora climbed the gentle hill overlooking her village, the patchwork of rooftops resting quietly beneath a blanket of twinkling stars. The night sky stretched endlessly above, rich and alive, echoing the quiet resilience of the world she protected. From the shadows emerged Kaelin, his flame-red hair catching the starlight as he approached with a warm, assured smile. Together, their presence spoke of shared strength and unspoken readiness to face whatever destiny awaited. Silently, Mara appeared beside them, her dark robes merging with the night, eyes glowing violet with a newfound peace. Her presence, once shadowed by mystery, now stood as a testament to redemption and the fragile unity forged through trials. Together, the three raised the starborn amulet skyward, its radiant light pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The glow danced upon their faces, weaving their fates with the eternal rhythm of the universe around them. The night sky responded in kind, swirling with renewed brilliance as the celestial stars painted a living canvas of hope, memory, and endless possibility. It shimmered with the luminous rune's gentle glow, reflecting the harmony born from their combined strength. As dawn's first light brushed the horizon, Leora, Kaelin, and Mara stood united beneath the fading stars, guardians of a world reborn under the veil of the Starborn. In this new era, their bond shone brighter than ever, a promise that the realms would forever remain intertwined in balance and light. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number, just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly in tone. "Some silences are better left unbroken." The control room hummed with a faint, otherworldly buzz as Captain Mira stared at the flickering console. "We've lost contact with Earth." Her voice was steady, but inside a storm brewed. The starship Ardent Drift drifted in the vast void, a speck of metal swallowed by silence. Suddenly, the monitors lit up with a mysterious transmission, a sequence of cryptic pulses. "This isn't random," said Ali, the ship's communications officer. "It's a message." "From who? From what?" Mira decoded the signals, revealing coordinates to an unknown star system, labeled as Hope. "We have no choice," Mira declared. "Set course for Hope." Days turned into weeks, the crew facing isolation and memories of a lost homeworld. As the Ardent Drift approached the coordinates, an immense structure emerged from the darkness, a colossal space station, ancient and silent. "It's a relic," Illy whispered, awe in his voice, "from a civilization long gone." The crew docked, stepping into corridors adorned with alien symbols and faded light. In the core chamber, a holographic figure materialized, an AI guardian, its eyes glowing with electric blue. "You are the last," it spoke. "Earth's final hope lies within this archive." It unveiled a vault containing data plans, technology, and memories preserved through eons. "Use it wisely," the AI warned. "Rebuild what was lost, protect the future." Mira's crew grasped the importance. This station was the ark of forgotten knowledge. "We carry the legacy now," Mira said, determination steadying her voice. The Ardent Drift prepared for a new journey, armed with ancient wisdom to reignite civilization. As stars twinkled outside, hope rekindled in the hearts of the crew, a beacon amidst the cosmic night. The silence was broken, not by despair, but by the echo of a new beginning. The rain tapped softly against the old wooden window, each drop a reminder of time slipping away. Clara stared at the faded photograph on the mantelpiece, her fingers tracing the outline of a once familiar face. Her heart tightened. 20 years ago, she had left this town, chasing dreams that felt too big for this small place. But dreams, she learned, have a way of circling back, much like the seasons. A knock blended into the rhythm of the storm outside. Clara's breath caught. Who would come after all these years? Opening the door, she found him standing there, soaked but unmistakably him. "I never stopped thinking about you," he said softly, the vulnerability in his voice clearer than the rain. Clara's eyes searched his face, memories flooding in like the tide. There was anger, yes, but also a profound sadness that mirrored her own. They sat in silence, the storm a backdrop to years of unspoken words. "Why now?" she finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He looked down, struggling before meeting her gaze. "Because it took me this long to understand what I lost." The room filled with a fragile hope, delicate as the rain outside. They talked, shared stories of lost time, and the paths that led them astray. Each word was a stitch, weaving a tapestry of healing and forgiveness. Though the past was a shadow, it no longer defined them. As the storm slowed, a quiet peace settled between them. Clara smiled, a weight lifting from her chest. "Maybe some echoes are meant to bring us home." He nodded, reaching out to take her hand with gentle certainty. Outside, the clouds parted, revealing a clear, hopeful dawn. The world had fallen silent, save for the whispers of wind among ruins. Ilara climbed the cracked wall of the old library, eyes scanning the horizon. In a sky once vibrant, gray clouds now held only ash and sorrow. Her only companion, a rusted drone named K2, buzzed softly at her side. "Another day, another shadow," she murmured, gripping a faded map. They ventured beyond the city's skeletal remains, seeking seeds of life. Fields of twisted metal and splintered wood stretched endlessly. Hope was scarce, but Alara's hands trembled with determination. K2 beeped sharply, detecting faint signals buried beneath rubble. They uncovered a buried greenhouse, surprisingly intact, a sanctuary of green. Inside, shoots of verdant plants clawed toward fractured glass ceilings. Ilara knelt, brushing the earth from a sprouting leaf, a miracle in decay. "Life finds a way." K2's voice crackled with optimism. They worked through days and nights, nurturing the fragile garden of rebirth. As plants flourished, a distant storm began to cleanse the ash-filled air. Neighbors emerged, drawn by the promise of renewal beneath shattered skies. Together, they rebuilt, patching the world with small acts of courage. Ilara smiled, watching green reclaim the gray, a quiet victory. The future was uncertain, but within those growing leaves lay the spark of dawn. And under the ember-streaked horizon, hope whispered its unyielding song. In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled. "Not a payday, but justice is worth more." The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. "Not all treasures are gold," she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. Morning sunlight spills gently into Sarah's cozy apartment as she wraps a vintage scarf around her neck, its soft fabric comforting her. The familiar ritual steadies her for the day ahead, a mixture of hope and uncertainty stirring within. Flipping through her well-worn blue notebook, Sarah studies her sketches and notes, her brow furrowed in concern. The problems she's trying to solve weigh heavily on her mind, each page a testament to her determination. The quiet is broken by Max bursting in, clutching a small mechanical object that gleams under the sunlight. His eyes shine with excitement, eager to share his latest invention that might be the answer Sarah needs. Sarah listens closely as Max explains how his contraption could help with her current dilemma. She leans forward, her worry mingling with cautious hope, considering the possibilities it might bring. Her gaze drifts to a handwritten note pinned carefully to the wall, reminding her of the upcoming community event she is organizing. The importance of the day presses on her, adding a layer of urgency. Later at the local cafe, Sarah meets Mrs. Elm, who recounts a heartfelt story about the neighborhood clock's historic significance. The tale resonates deeply, adding meaning to the object Sarah had seen but never truly understood. Visiting Mrs. Elm's home, Sarah examines the antique clock, admiring its intricate details and the silent passage of time it embodies. The clock seems to whisper forgotten narratives, hinting at hope amid challenges. Back in her apartment, Sarah finds Leo playfully entangled in a ribbon from one of her vintage scarves. His curious antics bring a smile to her face, a brief respite from her mounting worries. Seated at her desk, Sarah adds a fresh note to her blue notebook, her handwriting confident and filled with renewed hope. It's a quiet vow to keep moving forward despite obstacles. The bustling city streets embrace Sarah and Max as they set out, scarves fluttering behind them like banners of determination. Their shared mission to prepare for the community event pulses with energy and anticipation. Tension mounts when Sarah receives news that a crucial permit for the event has been revoked unexpectedly. Her face tightens with frustration, the setback threatening their carefully laid plans. Max quickly sketches an alternative plan in Sarah's notebook, proposing a clever workaround to the permit issue. His inventive mind races to find solutions amid the growing pressure. Under the glow of streetlights, Sarah wrestles with whether to embrace Max's risky idea. Her conflicted expression reveals the weight of uncertainty and the desire to do what's right. A quiet moment finds Sarah alone, Leo curled contentedly on her lap, both seeking solace in each other's presence. The silence offers a brief sanctuary from the chaos outside. With renewed resolve, Sarah ties her vintage scarf firmly around her neck, a symbolic armor against doubt. Her eyes shine with determination, ready to face what lies ahead. Early the next morning, Sarah and Max visit the community center to garner support, greeted with a mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. The varied reactions underscore the uphill battle they face. Among the center's dusty corners, Sarah discovers an old forgotten poster advertising a similar event from years past. The faded image sparks fresh inspiration and a connection to the neighborhood's resilient spirit. Mrs. Elm appears unexpectedly, lending Sarah a delicate scarf embroidered with symbols representing the neighborhood's history. This thoughtful gift feels like a blessing, intertwining past and present hopes. Spotting Leo darting toward a narrow alley, Sarah follows and uncovers a hidden mural beneath the city's overpass. The vivid imagery tells stories of community and perseverance, igniting a new energy within her. The mural's depiction of shared struggles and triumphs breathes life into Sarah's resolve, reinforcing the importance of the event. Its colors and themes begin to take shape in her mind's eye. Back together, Sarah and Max debate the logistics of translating vision into reality, acknowledging the gap between enthusiasm and practical challenges. Their differing perspectives create a vibrant but tense dialogue. A sudden rainstorm drives everyone indoors, dampening spirits and forcing plans to be postponed. Yet inside, the determination to succeed remains unshaken, sheltering their collective hope. Sarah painstakingly sketches the mural's powerful images into her blue notebook, envisioning how to weave them into the event's theme. Each line drawn is an act of creative faith against the odds. Meanwhile, Max works late into the night, tinkering with mechanical devices intended to enhance the event's decorations. His focus is sharp, a testament to his commitment despite exhaustion. A miscommunication erupts, causing a scheduling conflict that threatens to divide the group's focus. This unexpected hurdle adds tension, demanding quick thinking and compromise to maintain unity. Sarah's frustration swelled as the slow response to her effort seemed to stall the project. Mrs. Elm, sensing her unease, invited her for a quiet tea in the cozy kitchen, sharing gentle words that eased Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Leo dashed about the room, weaving between feet and leaping onto shelves with playful energy. His antics brought a light laugh to Sarah's lips, reminding her to find joy amidst the stress. Inspired, Sarah jotted a note and pinned it to the community board, inviting neighbors to share their stories and memories for the upcoming event. The note was adorned with a sketch of a vintage scarf, a symbol of the connection she wished to foster. Days passed with little response, and Sarah's hopeful excitement turned to doubt. Her brow furrowed as she reread the quiet walls of the neighborhood, questioning her approach and her place in the community. Suddenly, a group of children appeared, each holding colorful handmade crafts. Their enthusiastic arrival reignited the energy around the project, filling the room with bright smiles and renewed momentum. Sarah laughed freely for the first time in days, the weight of responsibility lightened by the infectious joy of the children. The vintage scarves fluttered in the warm afternoon breeze through the open window. Max proudly unveiled a prototype display that brought the crafts to life with shifting lights and subtle motion, capturing the whimsical spirit of the neighborhood's creativity. Sarah's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother's invention. Together, Sarah and Max shared a quiet moment, their hopes and dreams passing between them in warm smiles and silent understanding. Their bond deepened, a steady support in the bustling preparations. From the neighboring apartment, the chime of Mrs. Elm's antique clock filled the room, a gentle reminder of time's steady progress. Its soft ringing echoed like a heartbeat beneath their conversation. Sarah planned an evening gathering to showcase their progress and rally support. She meticulously arranged the space, vintage scarves hanging from rafters, and her blue notebook resting prominently on the table. At the gathering, passionate but differing opinions surfaced, sparking a tense exchange that challenged Sarah's leadership. Voices rose and fell, a clash of visions that forced Sarah to reevaluate her direction. Listening carefully, Sarah adapted the plans, weaving diverse ideas into a richer vision. Her calm resolve shone through, soothing tensions and inspiring cooperation once more. Just then, Leo returned from a brief disappearance, carrying a small, weathered key in his mouth. The unexpected find drew curious glances, its intricate design hinting at forgotten stories. With the key as a new symbol, the community embraced the unfolding vision with energized hearts. Conversations buzzed, hands reached out to help, and a collective creative energy became tangible. Sarah sat by a window, sketching final adjustments to the event layout with confident strokes. Her vintage scarf draped over her chair, and the blue notebook lay open beside her, filled with notes and ideas. In the workshop, Max encountered a sudden technical glitch threatening the displays just hours before the event. His fingers flew over wires and circuits, a frown shadowing his face. Sarah joined him, their teamwork seamless as they worked frantically to troubleshoot. Determination etched on both faces, they refused to let the setback defeat them. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Elm appeared at the door with a box of tools and a reassuring smile. Her surprising technical knowledge offered new solutions and hope, shifting the tide in their favor. Together they resolved the malfunction, and during a test run, the devices functioned flawlessly. The crafted displays danced with light and motion, ready to enchant the community. Sarah paused to breathe deeply, watching the sunrise filter softly through the window. A mingling of anticipation and relief settled over her, the calm before the events unfolding. On the morning of the event, gentle sunlight illuminated streets, decorated with vintage scarves and banners inspired by the mural. The neighborhood throbbed with quiet excitement and anticipation. Neighbors arrived carrying stories, crafts, and warm smiles, their presence weaving a tapestry of connection. The atmosphere was inviting, alive with shared purpose and kindness. Sarah's blue notebook traveled from hand to hand, becoming a communal guestbook filled with heartfelt messages and vibrant drawings. Each entry deepened the narrative of their shared history. Max operated the interactive displays with delight, engaging visitors as they explored the crafts brought to life. His enthusiasm was contagious, sparking wonder in young and old alike. By the antique clock in Mrs. Elm's home, she shared a nostalgic tale that bridged past and present generations. Her voice wove the community's histories into a living thread of memory and hope. A surprising visitor arrived just as the event was winding down. Mr. Grayson, a retired historian who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. He shared a long-forgotten tale about the origins of the vintage scarves, connecting them to a community tradition that had almost faded away. His story added depth to the celebration, reminding everyone of the rich history woven through their shared spaces. Sarah held the embroidered scarf tenderly, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns that now felt like a map of their neighborhood's past. She realized how these threads symbolized the power of shared heritage, knitting together the bonds between neighbors young and old. This heritage was more than fabric. It was a living connection, sustaining their community spirit. Nearby, Leo had settled onto a soft cushion, curling his white-pawed presence into a comforting shape among the gathering crowd. His gentle purring blended with the murmur of voices, serving as a quiet reminder of steadiness amidst change. Wherever discovery or warmth was found that day, the curious tabby had been close at hand. The celebration crescendoed into a collective crafting session where everyone contributed stitches and stories to a growing tapestry. Each participant brought their own flair, yet their combined creativity produced a single, unified work that embodied the day's spirit. This collaborative art became a symbol of their renewed unity and shared future. Stepping back, Sarah surveyed the vibrant tapestry of moments and memories woven throughout the day. Her eyes sparkled with a smile of quiet fulfillment, knowing the event had cultivated something far greater than she had imagined. The neighborhood story was alive again, embroidered with the laughter and kindness of its people. As evening descended, soft lanterns were lit along the familiar streets, casting a gentle golden glow on the joyful faces gathered beneath them. The mild air carried the warmth of friendship and the soothing hum of contentment. Each light flickered like a beacon of hope and connection, brightening the twilight hours. In the quiet moments after the festivities, Sarah opened her blue notebook and penned her final thoughts on the day. She reflected on the challenges they had overcome and the meaningful connections that had blossomed. Her writing captured a newfound optimism that these bonds would only grow stronger with time. Meanwhile, Max was packing away his equipment, a grin spreading across his face as he teased Sarah about the invention he was already imagining for the next neighborhood event. Laughter bubbled between them, a playful promise of future creativity and collaboration. His energy was contagious, lighting the way forward. From across the room, Mrs. Elm's antique clock chimed once more, its melodious sound marking the conclusion of a memorable day. The hour resonated like a signal not just of an ending, but also of new traditions beginning to take root. It reminded everyone that time flows on, carrying the stories and hopes of the community onward. Wrapped snugly in her cherished scarf, Sarah stepped outside and looked up as stars began to twinkle above their neighborhood. The familiar constellations seemed to mirror the interconnected lives below, filling her with hope and contentment. In that peaceful moment, she felt ready to embrace the promise of all tomorrows. Anna sat by the flickering candlelight, clutching the worn envelope that had arrived that morning. Her hands trembled as she unfolded the letter, the handwriting instantly recognizable. "Dear Anna," it began, "I hope this reaches you before I'm gone." Her breath caught. It was from her father, whom she hadn't seen in years, lost to his travels and secrets. He wrote of regrets, of missed birthdays and silent apologies hidden beneath years of silence. Tears welled as she read how he longed to make things right, even if just through this letter. Outside, rain tapped gently on the window, echoing the ache inside her heart. She remembered the last fight, harsh words, slammed doors, and the walls that grew between them. But here was a chance for healing, fragile as the paper in her hands. She reached for her own pen, her thoughts swirling like the storm outside. "Father," she wrote, "I am still here, and I forgive you." She sealed the letter, feeling the weight of years lift slightly off her shoulders. Days later, a phone call shattered the quiet. Her father's voice, cracked but earnest. "Anna, thank you," he said simply. "Your forgiveness is the light I've needed." They spoke late into the night, stories mingling with apologies, knitting together the broken threads. The distance that once seemed insurmountable began to fade with every word exchanged. Anna smiled softly, realizing that sometimes words could rebuild what silence tried to destroy. As dawn painted the sky, she felt a tentative hope blossoming within her chest. Their journey ahead wouldn't be easy, but it was theirs to take, hand in hand. And sometimes, the smallest letter holds the greatest power, to heal, to connect, to begin anew. Beneath the crescent moon's dim glow, Aaron traced intricate symbols with focused determination, their silver tattoo faintly luminous against pale skin. Each mark seemed alive, pulsing subtly as if resonating with a hidden power. Outside the ancient temple, Soren stood firm under the sable sky, his grip tightening around the worn obsidian blade. The darkness pressed in, but his stoic expression betrayed no fear, only readiness for what was to come. An unsettling shadow flickered briefly on the temple's weathered walls, unnoticed by both guardian and seer. The sable light shimmered momentarily, casting a strange shift in the atmosphere that set nerves on edge. From the swirling mist emerged Leora, cloaked in shifting shadows, her sharp emerald eyes locked onto Aaron's glowing tattoo with an unreadable intensity. She moved silently, an enigma appearing at the edge of their fate. Aaron felt an abrupt chill crawl down their spine and looked up, only to see Leora vanish as mysteriously as she had appeared, swallowed by the deepening darkness. The fading glow of the tattoo flickered in response, as if warning of unseen threats. Soren's voice cut through the silence, grave and unwavering, cautioning Aaron about a new darkness rising alongside the sable light, an all-consuming shadow that could engulf everything they knew. His eyes never left the horizon's blackening edge. The crescent moon overhead intensified its ethereal glow, casting longer, deeper shadows that seemed to dance and writhe around the ancient stone temple. The sable light deepened, as if drawing power from the growing tension. In a sudden vision, Aaron saw fractured realms torn asunder, jagged voids creeping closer with insidious hunger. Reality itself quaked on the brink of unraveling, threatening to dissolve into endless night. Leora's silhouette blurred and merged with the sable light's ever-shifting form, and unexpectedly, the edge of Soren's obsidian blade began to shimmer with a strange, otherworldly glow. The weapon's reflection revealed truths yet to be spoken. Beneath the sable light's eerie sheen, ancient runes etched on Soren's obsidian blade glimmered to life, revealing a cryptic message written in a forgotten tongue. The symbols hinted at a key to confronting the encroaching darkness. Deciding there was no turning back, Aaron and Soren resolved to seek out the mysterious source of the sable light. Their shared purpose strengthened amidst the mounting shadow, threatening to consume their world. As if responding to their resolve, the temple's colossal doors, carved with steady crescents, creaked open slowly, revealing a pathway shrouded in shifting sable light. Beyond lay unknown trials and veiled truths. Stepping together, they entered a realm where shadows wove around them like living threads, the pulse of Aaron's silver tattoo guiding their path. The air was thick with silent murmurs and the weight of ancient secrets. A whispering wind carried fragmented voices, their warnings fragmented and haunting, foretelling dangers lurking just beyond perception. The spectral echoes stirred unease, pressing them onward with both caution and dread. At a twisting crossroads, shadows bent unnaturally, warping the sable light until reality itself seemed fragile and distorted. Every step forward heightened the stakes, each choice tangled in the weaving shadows. Leora emerged once more from the hovering darkness, her cryptic guidance speaking of balance between light and dark realms. Her presence was both unsettling and necessary, a pivot between their fears and the truths to come. Suddenly, Aaron's tattoo flashed violently, flooding their mind with visions of past guardians locked in battle against relentless shadows. The weight of legacy coursed through them, binding history to the present struggle. Without hesitation, Soren defended Aaron as shadow beasts clawed through the sable light's depths, their twisted forms relentless and ferocious. His obsidian blade carved protective arcs, shielding the seer from the encroaching peril. In the midst of chaos, Soren's blade shattered a dense shadow veil veiling their way and revealed a hidden chamber beyond. The air inside hummed with uneasy power, the secrets of ages waiting to be uncovered. Within the chamber, a fading mural depicted a sacred ritual, binding the sable light's mysterious essence to the power of the crescent moon. The symbolism echoed deeply with the silver tattoo pulsing faintly on Aaron's wrist. Aaron recognized several ancient symbols matching those entwined in their own tattoo, linking them irrevocably to a prophecy forgotten by time. This revelation made the path ahead more urgent, the stakes profoundly personal. Without warning, the chamber trembled violently as bursts of sable light exploded outward, enveloping the room in blinding ebony luminescence. The overwhelming force threatened to consume all in its fissure of shadow and glow. Liara reappeared amid the tempest, her true form unveiled, a guardian entrusted with maintaining the delicate balance of the sable light's secret cycle. Her emerald eyes conveyed both warning and enigmatic authority. She cautioned that disturbing the natural cycle, controlling the sable light, could bring about eternal darkness, a fate worse than the creeping void itself. Her words weighed heavily on their resolute hearts. Though Soren questioned Liara's motives and true allegiance, his connection to the obsidian blade and its hidden history told him there was more beneath her words. Suspicion and necessity intertwined in the dim light of their shared quest. Aaron's visions grew darker, each one unraveling threads of disaster tied to misuse of the sable light. The glowing crescent tattoo pulsed erratically, warning of worlds shattered and balance lost if the power was harnessed unwisely. Suddenly, a subtle distortion warped the temple's very fabric, splitting their paths as if reality itself was tearing. The sable light flickered unpredictably, casting restless shadows that forced Aaron and Soren apart, testing their resolve. Soren found himself face to face with a mirrored figure, forged entirely from sable shadows and bearing his hardened expression. The obsidian blade's edge shimmered, revealing hidden truths as he braced for a confrontation beyond mere reflection. Meanwhile, Aaron wandered through a labyrinth carved from twisting sable light, moonlit echoes guiding their steps. Each turn revealed cryptic clues tied to the silver crescent, driving them toward a vital key shrouded in shifting darkness. Their paths converged just as the sable light began to collapse inward, threatening to erase the temple's existence. Together, they stood firm amid the increasing intensity, the ambient glow wrapping tightly around them. From the folding shadows emerged Liara, her emerald gaze steady and unsettling. She declared that only by uniting the crescent tattoo's power with the obsidian blade's essence could the temple be saved and balance restored. With unspoken understanding, Aaron and Soren combined their strengths, channeling the sable light through shared determination. The crescent moon tattoo glowed fiercely as the obsidian blade's reflection deepened, binding their fates. The sable light convulsed wildly, surging in response but teetering on the brink of overload. Pulses of sable energy raced like wild tides, threatening to consume all else in their path unless controlled. Liara retreated silently into the shadows, her form dissipating as the sable light began to stabilize. The shifting darkness calmed, leaving a fragile peace lingering in the temple's core. Without warning, the ground trembled as the sable light condensed into a floating orb of luminous depth. It hovered between them, a testament to the balance they fought to preserve, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The orb's surface mirrored Aaron's amber eyes and Soren's solemn gaze, intertwining light and shadow in perfect harmony. It pulsed softly, echoing the temple's heartbeat and their intertwined destinies. In that moment, they understood the orb embodied the intricate balance between light and shadow, the sacred trust of the temple's guardians. It was both shield and key to a fragile equilibrium teetering on the edge of darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy form lunged to seize the orb, cloaked in sable and malice. But the radiant crescent glow flared, repelling the figure with an ethereal force that rippled through the temple air. Raising the obsidian blade high, Soren channeled the orb's radiant power, releasing a pulse that banished the shadow figure back into the void. The blade's edge gleamed with newfound strength, a beacon against encroaching darkness. Aaron's crescent tattoo blazed brighter than ever, its light syncing perfectly with the blade's obsidian edge. Together, their symbols intertwined, forging a potent shield of light and shadow woven from shared resolve. Gradually, the sable light softened and dispersed peacefully, restoring calm to the temple's ancient stones and surrounding shadows. The tension melted into quiet harmony beneath the watchful crescent moon. Liara appeared once more, her smile faint and enigmatic as she dissolved into moonlit mist. Her presence lingered like a whispered promise, a guardian watching from the shifting veils of shadow. Standing side by side under the tranquil crescent moon, Aaron and Soren bore the marks of their trials but held unwavering determination. Their bond had been tested and forged anew, united in guardianship of a powerful legacy. They vowed to protect the delicate balance represented by the sable light, prepared to face any threat that sought to tip its scale. guardians not only of the temple, but of the truths hidden within shadow and crescent glow alike. Slowly, the temple doors closed with quiet grace, the sable light reduced to a faint and steady gleam that illuminated their oath. The sacred space breathed with calm assurance, shadows and light held in equilibrium. Time moved on as Aaron sat in meditation atop the temple's peak, the silver crescent on their wrist now steady and serene. Their eyes held a calm awareness, reflecting wisdom gained through trials with the sable light. At the temple below, Soren trained fresh guardians in the art of wielding the obsidian blade and understanding the lore of sable light. His teachings passed on the legacy of shadow and crescent symbols, echoing through coming generations. Unexpectedly, a gentle flicker of sable light danced across a quiet corner of the temple, a soft reminder of bonds forged and journeys endured. The subtle illumination hinted at a lingering connection woven deep within the temple's heart. Aaron felt a faint whisper carried on the crescent moon's glow, voices from distant realms or hidden truths yet to be uncovered. The call stirred their spirit, a reminder that mysteries still awaited beyond the veil of light and shadow. Soren silently sharpened his obsidian blade by firelight, preparing for challenges yet unseen. The blade's edge caught the dim sable glow, reflecting readiness and a steadfast commitment to what was to come. Deep within the temple's shadowed depths, an ancient scroll unfurled itself as if alive, its parchment glowing faintly beneath the sable light. The delicate script revealed forgotten truths buried by time, promising to unveil the origin of the enigmatic sable light. Aaron's crescent tattoo shimmered softly in response, drawing them closer to the revelation. The scroll spoke of a primordial being, neither purely light nor darkness, whose very essence created the delicate balance between the two. This entity existed beyond mortal realms, harmonizing opposing forces and ensuring the continual cycle of day and night. Its presence was woven into the sable light itself, an eternal testament to the unity of contrast. As Aaron and Soren absorbed this profound knowledge, the weight of their quest deepened. They understood their roles were not isolated acts of heroism, but pivotal links in an enduring chain of guardianship spanning eras. Their journey was a commitment to protect the fragile balance upheld by the primordial being's influence. In that moment, Soren's obsidian blade vibrated subtly, its edge catching flickers of the sable light's hidden depths. The blade now mirrored the primordial being's essence, reflecting a power both ancient and alive. This newfound resonance fortified their resolve, signaling the beginning of a transcendent alliance. From the temple's edges, under the gentle glow of silver crescent moonlight, Leora's presence whispered back into existence. Her emerald eyes gleamed with quiet certainty, offering cryptic guidance amidst the revelation. Her subtle influence became a beacon, illuminating the path the two must now take. Aaron's crescent tattoo pulsed in tandem with the blade, both infused with the rhythm of the sable light's essence. The harmonious thrum radiated strength, binding their spirits to the primordial balance. United in purpose and power, they felt the transformative energy course through their very beings. With reverence, they prepared the ancient ritual inscribed alongside the scroll's secrets. Sacred symbols were traced under the sable light, weaving a bridge between their world and the concealed realms beyond. Each movement of the ceremony intensified the bond, affirming their roles as guardians of equilibrium. As the final invocation echoed, the temple erupted into a serene blaze of pure sable light, immaculate and all-encompassing. Its serene glow cleansed lingering shadows and illuminated hidden corners alike. The ritual's success resounded through the air, signaling the restoration of profound cosmic balance. Now guardians of a tranquil world, Aaron and Soren stood vigilant beneath the shimmering sable light's gentle embrace. Their watchful eyes reflected readiness for the cycles to come, ever aware the balance must be maintained. In unity, they embraced the timeless guardianship bestowed upon them. Under the tranquil sweep of the crescent moon, the tale drew to a close, yet the echo of sable light lingered on. Silent and unwavering, it stood sentinel over the night, weaving protection through the darkness. Thus, the legacy of balance and light persisted, eternal and unbroken. The old clock in the hallway hadn't worked in years, but that night, It struck midnight with a sound eerily clear. Mara sat on the stairwell, clutching a faded journal she found in the attic earlier that day. Suddenly, a soft whisper curled through the air, barely louder than the tick of a second hand. Time is waiting. Her eyes darted to the clock, its hands moving backward slowly, as if unraveling time itself. The whispers grew louder, merging into a chorus of voices telling stories from decades past. Mara opened the journal, noticing new words appearing on the page. Tales of those who lived in the house, long gone. They're trapped, the whispers said, lost between moments, waiting to be remembered. Compelled, Mara read aloud, and with every word spoken, the voices brightened, their stories flowing like winds through the room. Shadows danced on the walls, shaped like cheerful ancestors, smiling in gratitude. The clock hands spun faster, then stopped abruptly at 12:01, and silence returned. Mara closed the journal, feeling a warmth spread through the house, as if the past had finally been set free. The next morning, the clock sat still, its magic spent, but the air held a lightness Mara hadn't noticed before. Neighbors stopped by to share forgotten memories and photographs, drawn by an invisible invitation. "You've brought them peace," an elderly neighbor whispered warmly. Mara realized the journal was not just a book, but a bridge between times, waiting for the right voice to awaken it. From that day on, the house was alive with stories, laughter, and the gentle ticking of a clock that now told time true and steady. Mara smiled, understanding the past wasn't lost, merely waiting to be heard again. The whispers had faded, but their echo remained, lingering softly like a cherished secret. And sometimes, just as the clock strikes midnight, Mara swears she hears a thankful murmur, a gentle nudge reminding her that stories never truly end. With one last glance at the silent clock, Mara whispered back, "Thank you for sharing your time with me." The wind hummed through the ancient maple grove, as Alara stepped cautiously beneath the vibrant canopy. Her fingers brushed the rough bark, feeling the pulse of something far older than time itself. "They say the trees whisper secrets to those who listen," a voice murmured behind her. Turning, Alara saw an old man with eyes like molten gold, his smile both kind and mysterious. "Are the whispers real?" she asked, her curiosity outweighing her fear. He nodded, gesturing deeper into the grove. "Follow me, but beware, not all secrets wish to be heard." The leaves rustled in approval as they walked, shadows dancing between shafts of fading sunlight. Suddenly, a soft glow emerged from a knotted tree stump, revealing a shimmering, delicate dragonfly. Alara reached out, and the creature landed on her palm, its wings casting prismatic colors. "This is Aelith," the old man explained, "a guardian of the grove, lost for a century and now found." The dragonfly's light pulsed gently, illuminating runes etched into the surrounding trees. "These runes tell the story of balance between our world and the enchanted," the elder said. Alara listened intently as the dragonfly's glow grew, weaving ancient symbols in the air. Suddenly, the grove trembled, shadows gathered, seeking to consume the light. "Hold Aelith steady," the old man urged. "Only pure hearts can protect the magic here." Closing her eyes, Alara steadied her breath and focused on the warmth of the dragonfly's glow. A burst of light erupted, scattering the darkness and restoring peace to the grove. The elder smiled, pride shining in his eyes as the dragonfly's glow faded to a soft shimmer. "You have awakened the grove's heart," he said. "Now, its secrets belong to you." Alara nodded, understanding that some whispers are worth guarding, and some magic is worth sharing. As dawn breaks over the city, the silhouette of the old clock tower casts long shadows. Mara walks the quiet streets, her mind clouded with memories as the tower's chimes echo in the stillness. Stepping into a cramped workshop crowded with ticking clocks, Mara's fingers brush over a familiar broken pocket watch resting on a cluttered table. The weight of countless hours seems to press on her as she contemplates the fragile object. A close-up reveals the pocket watch's cracked glass and frozen hands, symbolizing a moment frozen in time. Mara sighs, her troubled gaze reflecting the unresolved past the watch represents. Memories flood back. A young Mara receives the pocket watch from her grandfather, the watchmaker. His steady gaze and careful hands imprint a bittersweet legacy in her heart. Returning to the present, Mara sits across from Elias in a dimly lit cafe, the air thick with unspoken tension. Their shared history, complicates the fragile conversation unfolding between them. Elias produces a letter sealed with an embossed wax emblem, sliding it towards Mara with a sense of urgency. The weight of its contents hangs heavily between them. Opening the letter, Mara reads about a hidden family secret, threatening to unravel everything she thought she knew. The stakes rise, deepening her internal conflict. After a moment's hesitation, Mara clenches the broken watch tightly, steeling herself to face the shadows of her past head-on. Determination replaces doubt within her eyes. Nearby, Nina watches Mara intently from the shadows, fingers nervously twisting a small mechanical part. Her curiosity wrestles with hesitation, uncertain whether to step forward. Mara enters an aged family home, dust particles dancing in the muted light as she crosses the threshold. Faded memories cling to the walls, whispering stories of days long gone. Her fingers glide over a faded photograph depicting her grandfather wearing a peculiar, knowing smile. The image stirs questions she hadn't dared to ask before. A sudden thunderstorm crashes outside, rain pelting the windows as Mara's turbulent emotions mirror the tempest. The past feels as restless and unyielding as the storm. Elias appears unexpectedly at the doorway, his rugged presence filling the room. He warns Mara of the dangers tied to unearthing buried family truths. Despite Elias's caution, Mara insists on moving forward, fueled by a desperate need for closure. Reluctantly, Elias agrees to accompany her through this uncertain journey. Unexpectedly, the broken pocket watch begins to tick faintly, its eerie rhythm signaling that time itself seems to be shifting. Secrets long dormant stir awake around them. Together, Mara and Elias sift through the attic shadows, uncovering concealed journals and letters hidden beneath loose floorboards. Each discovery deepens the mystery. Nina steps closer, offering assistance and revealing her surprising connection to Mara's family. Her presence introduces new dimensions to the unfolding story. Tensions flare as Mara and Elias clash over trust, fracturing their uneasy alliance. Old wounds open amid accusations and doubt. In a haunting dream, the watchmaker appears, his cryptic gaze inviting Mara to look beyond the obvious. His steady hands gesture toward truths yet uncovered. Awakening with newfound resolve, Mara discovers a secret compartment within the pocket watch containing a small, enigmatic key. Hope and fear intertwine in her grasp. The key fits an ancient chest hidden beneath the house, which they open to reveal letters and artifacts long concealed. Each piece reshapes Mara's understanding of her family's past. Among the findings is a letter referencing a lost sibling, challenging everything Mara believed about her lineage. This revelation forces her to reconsider her identity. Elias confesses his own ties to the family's history, adding layers of complexity and raising the stakes. His rugged exterior cracks, exposing vulnerabilities tied to shared secrets. Mara's mind flashes back to forgotten or misunderstood childhood moments, fragments of memory swirling like puzzle pieces. Clarity and confusion intertwine as the past resurfaces. Suddenly, the pocket watch stops ticking once more, announcing a crucial turning point. Time's fragile thread seems to hold its breath, awaiting what comes next. Nina sat cross-legged on the floor, delicately examining the intricate pieces of the broken pocket watch. As she adjusted a tiny gear, her fingers brushed against a faint engraving hidden deep inside the casing. Leaning closer, she realized it was a message, carefully etched in an elegant script that had gone unnoticed until now. The message spoke of a meeting place tied to Mara's grandfather, hinting at old alliances and betrayals long buried. The words suggested that answers lay buried within forgotten walls, places where time seemed to stand still, yet memories whispered endlessly. Mara's mind raced as the past began to entwine more tightly with their present quest. Under the cloak of night, Mara, Elias clad in his worn leather jacket, and curious Nina ventured toward an abandoned train station. The cold air was thick with anticipation, and the shadows cast by the flickering lantern grew longer with each step. Guided by the secret message, their footsteps echoed into the darkness of a place forgotten by time. Unseen eyes seemed to watch their every movement as vague silhouettes moved beyond the station's broken windows. The atmosphere thickened with unease, signaling that danger was closer than they realized. Each glance shared was met with silence, warning them that they were not alone in this pursuit of truth. Tension surfaced between Elias and Mara, their voices low but edged with frustration over past decisions and recent risks. Bitter words hinted at cracks forming in their once solid partnership, revealing fears and doubts beneath their steely exteriors. Sensing the growing divide, Nina quickly intervened, her youthful voice urging calm and unity among them. Their search uncovered a hidden trapdoor beneath loose wooden planks, leading down into a secret room. Inside, the walls were adorned with cryptic symbols, and countless clocks of various designs ticked in unison, creating a haunting symphony of time. The air was thick with mystery, each element hinting at layers of concealed history awaiting discovery. Mara's fingers traced the carvings on the wall, triggering a subtle mechanism embedded within the ancient wood. A panel slid open silently, revealing a secret document covered in faded ink that detailed the true loyalties of her family. The revelation was profound, challenging everything she believed about her lineage and legacy. Elias eyed the fragile parchment warily, his rugged features tightening with concern. He questioned whether unveiling such truths was worth the chaos that might follow, fearing the fractures it could cause in their fragile community. His hesitation cast a shadow over the group's resolve as the gravity of their discovery sank in. Mara met his doubts with steely determination, her silver-streaked hair catching the dim light as she vowed to see the truth brought into the open. She believed that only by confronting the past could they hope to heal their fractured bonds. Her resolve ignited a flicker of hope amidst the tension, solidifying her role as their leader. Suddenly, the fragile trust that had held them together shattered when an unexpected betrayal surfaced from within their own group. A subtle, almost imperceptible act revealed hidden motives, throwing suspicion in every direction. The betrayal threatened to unravel all they had worked towards, demanding reckoning and clarity. In a surprising moment, Nina confessed her true motives, linking her actions to a solemn promise made to the watchmaker years before. Her fidgeting hands betrayed the weight of her secret, yet her eyes remained resolute. This revelation added a new layer of complexity, binding their fates even tighter with threads woven long ago. The watchmaker's voice seemed to echo through the shadows, guiding them with a riddle that wove together themes of time and memory. His meticulous hands, though unseen, felt present in the silence as they pondered the cryptic words. This counsel offered a path forward, shaping the next chapter of their intertwined journey. With renewed purpose, Mara reached out to Elias, bridging the gulf that had formed between them. Their reconciliation was quiet but firm, a mutual acknowledgement of the dangers they faced and the strength needed to overcome them. Together with Nina, they formed a united front against the threats closing in. They raced through rain-slicked streets, desperate to retrieve a final piece of evidence before it could be snatched away by darker forces. Every moment felt borrowed, the clocks ticking a stark reminder of time slipping through their fingers. Their combined skills and determination fueled the pursuit, driven by nerves and hope alike. A fierce storm raged outside, rain beating against the windows as the antique clocks within the safe room began to chime in perfect unison. The symphony of ticking hands grew louder, signaling the climax of their quest was near. Inside, tension and anticipation mingled, as moments stretched beyond themselves in the storm's heart. Hidden within an old ledger, they uncovered a detailed account of familial tragedies, betrayals concealed, and truths covered up for generations. The pages revealed the causes and consequences of past actions, painting a sorrowful picture of sacrifice and deceit. This knowledge brought clarity, but at a heavy emotional cost for all involved. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced into figures intent on silencing their discoveries forever. The trio found themselves cornered, the sinister presence closing in swiftly and without mercy. Adrenaline surged as instincts took over, turning their hunt for truth into a battle for survival. Drawing on the watchmaker's riddles, Mara deftly outmaneuvered their pursuers, using her knowledge of time and memory as a weapon. Each step and decision was calculated, turning the labyrinthine station into a maze their enemies could not navigate. Her sharp mind and steady resolve kept them one step ahead in the deadly game. In a moment of selfless courage, Nina created a diversion, drawing the adversaries away with quick thinking and fearless resolve. Her actions bought Mara and Elias precious seconds to escape, though at great personal risk. This sacrifice underscored the deep bonds forged in trust and shared purpose. Safely ensconced in a secluded room, the trio pored over the ledger's contents, preparing to expose the painful truths to the world. Each detail was matched with mounting urgency, their words poised to unite or divide their community. The weight of their responsibility settled heavy as they planned the inevitable reveal. Mara hesitated, her silver hair catching the flickering candlelight, as she wrestled with the cost of unveiling the truth. She knew that once revealed, the community's fragile peace could shatter, igniting conflict and old wounds anew. Her inner turmoil reflected the difficult balance between transparency and protection. Flashbacks unfolded, revealing the watchmaker's past efforts to shield the family from ruin through careful silence and guarded secrets. His meticulous hands had crafted more than just clocks; they held time's fragile story within, preserving legacies through subtle measures. These memories cast a new light on his guidance and sacrifices. With renewed clarity, Mara reconciled her protective instinct with her commitment to honesty. Her resolve strengthened, embracing the painful necessity of revelation as a path to healing and reconciliation. This inner peace fortified her for the challenging road ahead. Together, Elias aided Mara in drafting a heartfelt letter intended to unite the fractured family and their community through truth and compassion. Their joint effort symbolized a tentative truce, a bridge built with trust and understanding. Each word was chosen with care, carrying the weight of hope for a reconciled future. At last, the broken pocket watch was carefully repaired, its steady ticking resonating through the quiet room. The rhythm symbolized restored balance and mercy, a tangible sign that time could heal even the deepest wounds. The watch's heartbeat marked a new beginning, threading together past and present with cautious optimism. In the town square, Mara stands before a gathered crowd, her voice steady yet filled with emotion. She recounts the long-hidden family history, unveiling truths wrapped in pain and regret, and asks for understanding and forgiveness. The broken pocket watch in her hand glints in the fading light, symbolizing the fragments of time now pieced together. As Mara's words settle, the community's reactions ripple through the crowd. Some people nod slowly, their faces softening with empathy, while others tighten their jaws, recoiling in shock and denial. Whispers spread, mixing acceptance with doubt, reflecting the complexity of embracing a complicated past. Through the murmurs, Elias steps forward beside Mara, his weathered leather jacket catching the evening breeze. His quiet support is palpable, a protective presence that reveals both loyalty and the vulnerability of standing firm amid judgment. His gaze meets Mara's, silently conveying strength and shared burden. Nina fiddles nervously with a small gear, then reveals she has been quietly preserving the family's legacy in her own way. Her role as keeper of the overlooked truths earns her cautious respect from those previously doubtful. The community begins to see her curiosity not as trouble, but as a bridge toward healing. Later, Mara visits the shaded grave of the watchmaker, the man who once taught her to value time's intricate layers. She places the broken pocket watch gently on the weathered stone, a tribute to the past and those who guide from beyond. The watchmaker's grave seems to hold the silent wisdom of countless hours and secrets shared. As twilight turns into night, the old clock tower in the heart of the town chimes, its sound clear and true. Miraculously, all the clocks in town align with its rhythm, their hands moving in synchronized harmony. This resonance breathes new life into the community, symbolizing unity restored after long discord. Walking through familiar streets, Mara senses a subtle transformation around her. The air carries a quiet promise, as neighbors exchange tentative smiles and old rifts begin fading like shadows at dawn. Her heart swells with hope, recognizing the first threads of rebuilding woven through everyday moments. In a moment of shared silence, Mara and Elias stand side by side beneath the glow of the clock tower. They acknowledge the scars etched by the past, but also the new beginning forged from honest surrender. Their connection deepens, a testament to enduring resilience amid change. Back in the dusty workshop, Nina carefully begins mending aged clocks, her nimble fingers coaxing life back into broken mechanisms. Her curiosity has shifted from restless questions to a healing craft, bridging the community's fractured timeline. Each ticking clock she restores is a quiet melody of renewal and hope. The story closes on the restored pocket watch, its delicate hands moving steadily and softly marking time. Its gentle ticking echoes the endless cycles of life, memories, and truths that layer one upon another. In this sound lies the subtle promise of forgiveness, continuity, and new stories yet to unfold. On a crisp autumn morning, Leela zipped up her coat and set out to explore the woods near Maplewood Bridge. She had heard whispers of a hidden garden blooming just beyond the old wooden planks, and curiosity tugged at her heart. The bridge creaked underfoot as she crossed, leaves crunching softly in the quiet air. Suddenly, a hush fell. Leela noticed a glimmer of light flickering through the trees to her right. Drawn in, she stepped off the path and pushed aside a curtain of ivy to reveal a small plot of wildflowers dancing in the breeze. In the center stood a tiny wooden bench, carved with delicate patterns of leaves and vines. Leela settled down, breathing in the sweet scent of blossoms and the earthy warmth around her. As she sat, a gentle voice whispered through the leaves, "Welcome, friend. Your secret is safe here." Looking up, Leela saw an old man smiling kindly from a distance, his eyes twinkling with stories untold. He approached, offering a hand wrapped in an intricate patchwork quilt. "This garden has always been a haven for those who seek peace," he said softly, "and now it's yours too." Leela's heart swelled with happiness. She had found a place where time slowed and worries faded. The old man shared tales of the bridge, of forgotten holidays and quiet evenings spent beneath the maple trees. With every story, the garden seemed to grow brighter, more alive with memories woven through the air. Leela promised to keep the secret, visiting often to tend the flowers and listen to the breeze. When she left, the garden gently faded behind the ivy, waiting patiently for her next arrival. Back home, she arranged wildflowers in a vase, their colors vivid as the morning sun. And every evening, she smiled, knowing that beyond the bridge lay a world of comfort and quiet joy. Sometimes, she whispered, the smallest secret makes the biggest difference. And with a heart full of wonder, Leela drifted into peaceful dreams of maple leaves and gentle whispers. Lena had never believed the old stories about the forest beyond her village, until the day she found the ancient map tucked inside an old book at the market. The map wasn't just any map. It shimmered faintly, as if alive, guiding her eyes to a hidden spot marked with a curious symbol, a twisted tree with roots like fingers. Without hesitation, Lena set off into the dense woods, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. The forest was alive with sounds and shadows, as if watching her every step, but the map glowed brighter the deeper she went. After hours of trekking, Lena reached the twisted tree from the map, its gnarled roots reaching out like they meant to warn or welcome her. Beneath its roots, she discovered a small weathered box, sealed tight but warm to the touch. Inside the box was a compass unlike any she'd seen, its needle spinning wildly before pointing steadily toward the horizon. Following the compass direction, Lena ventured further, where the trees opened to reveal a forgotten village overgrown with vines and silence. She explored the ruins and found carvings telling of a lost civilization that had vanished without a trace centuries ago. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed in the wind. The path chosen, the secrets revealed, the past awakens with courage. Lena realized the map and compass were keys to uncovering stories buried by time, inviting her to be the new keeper of their memory. Determined, she took notes, sketches, and memories, preparing to share these wonders with her village. On her return journey, the compass's glow dimmed, resting now in harmony with her steady steps. Back home, the village gathered around as Lena unveiled tales of bravery, magic, and history hidden within the forest's heart. Eyebrows lifted and faces lit with wonder, Lena's stories rekindled a spark of adventure in every listener. From that day forward, the forest was no longer a place of fear, but a doorway to discovery, all thanks to Lena's courage. And the shimmering map? It hung proudly in the village hall, a reminder that every place holds secrets waiting for someone brave enough to find them. The compass remained with Lena, a faithful guide for the journeys still to come. Adventure isn't just about finding new lands, Lena said softly one evening. It's about seeing the magic in the unknown. With a smile, she looked toward the horizon, ready for the next whisper of the wild to call her name. Mara stands at the edge of the dense forest, clutching her silver locket as the dusky sky deepens over Glenmore. The impending darkness mirrors the growing unease that tightens in her chest. Her eyes dart to the dimly lit houses nearby, their shadows stretching oddly long and flickering as if alive. A heavy silence seems to weigh down the air, pressing close with unspoken fears. Elias approaches silently, the faded scar on his left cheek visible beneath his dark hood. His voice is low and urgent, warning Mara of the dark force stirring beneath the town's surface. Inside Mara's home, a shattered mirror catches the flickering lamplight, reflecting shadows that twist and move independently. The glass fractures reveal distorted scenes, as if hinting at a hidden, unsettling truth. Memories from Mara's childhood surge unbidden, times spent near the forbidding forest, shadows lurking at the edges, and a fear she never fully understood. A trauma lies buried, tethered tightly to the trees beyond the town's borders. Whispers spread through Glenmore of people vanishing mysteriously, their last sightings registering near the forest's edge. Panic simmers as the town grapples with the impossible disappearances, the darkness seeming to reach ever closer. Suddenly, Mara's silver locket emits a faint glow, its light pulsing gently as if sensing a presence unseen by human eyes. This subtle illumination hints at forces at work beyond the veil of reality. Elias urges Mara to face the hollow, an elusive entity believed responsible for the vanishings. His warning is grave. Confronting it may be the only way to stop the spreading darkness. As night cloaks the forest, Mara peers into its depths, where shadows stretch unnaturally between twisted trees. The atmosphere tightens, each breath heavier as the boundary between worlds begins to blur. She steps carefully onto a broken path littered with shattered glass and dead leaves, the crunch underfoot echoing in the stillness. Every movement feels measured, as if the forest itself watches her approach. Without warning, the ground trembles beneath her feet and distant whispers weave through the air, their words scrambled and impossible to decipher. The eerie sounds unsettle Mara, deepening the sense of unseen presence. A flicker of movement catches her eye, a writhing shadow just beyond the tree line, glowing ember eyes piercing through darkness. The entity recoils like a predator aware of her gaze, disappearing into the night. Gripping her silver locket tightly, Mara feels the shadows teasing retreat, a silent challenge wrapped in malevolence. The elusive glimpse fuels both her fear and determination. Elias recounts old legends of the Hollow, describing it as a fractured spirit feeding on fear and forgotten memories. His words paint a chilling portrait of a menace that thrives in the cracks of reality. Resolved and steeled, Mara vows to find and end the Hollow before its darkness consumes her and Glenmore. The stakes become painfully clear. Failure could mean losing everything she holds dear. Each night, the shadowy figure prowls closer to Mara's home, warping reality in subtle, terrifying ways. The boundaries between the familiar and the nightmare twist beneath its malevolent influence. Mirrors shatter spontaneously around town, splintering into shards that reveal fleeting, distorted glimpses of a dark world lurking beneath normal life. These fractured reflections unsettle the townsfolk, marking each moment with growing dread. Mara is haunted by dreams of drowned faces trapped beneath a black veil. Awakening, she finds water pooling inexplicably on her floor, as if the barrier between dream and reality is eroding. Elias discovers a hidden journal detailing a ritual meant to seal the Hollow's power, yet it demands a great and personal sacrifice. This revelation deepens the peril, casting shadows over their hope. Brief, ghostly appearances of the missing townspeople flicker in reflective surfaces, caught in liminal spaces between worlds. Their silent pleas echo faintly, heightening Mara's resolve to save them. Attempting the ritual, Mara is abruptly attacked by the Hollow's tendrils, thrusting her into a nightmarish vision of despair. She confronts a harrowing inner darkness, testing her courage and will. In the vision, Mara's own face fractures in a broken glass mirror, each shard revealing fragments of her painful past. The reflections offer painful clues that might lead to understanding the Hollow's true nature. Her silver locket pulses with increasing strength, guiding her through the labyrinth of memories and encroaching shadows. This beacon of light becomes her anchor against the overwhelming darkness. Elias faces the townsfolk, whose unnerving calmness and tight-lipped silence hint at secrets too fearful to speak. Their reluctance deepens the mystery and raises the tension between them all. Quietly, Mara slips into the town library, unearthing faded photographs that link previous victims to the hollow. Each image layers new dread onto the growing pattern of disappearance and despair. A sudden, chilling apparition of the hollow emerges from the deepening shadows, its ember eyes gleaming as it mocks Mara with a sinister grin. The cracked mirror before her distorts her reflection, breaking it into jagged fragments that twist her image into something unrecognizable and ominous. Mara barely escapes the apparition's grasp, her breath quick and heart racing as she stumbles into the dim clearing where Elias waits silently. He reveals the secret of the silver locket, a key more powerful than she imagined, silently tethered to the shadow's very existence. Elias explains that the locket was once fused to the hollow's heart, a fragment torn away long ago to diminish its power and bind its darkness. Mara clutches the locket tightly, realizing the weight of their intertwined destinies. Together, they devise a perilous plan to reunite the locket with its other half, hidden deep beneath the forest floor, knowing every step invites greater danger. The risk is palpable, the forest itself seeming to pulse with unseen menace as they prepare to move forward. The hollow's influence coils through the forest, twisting roots into writhing veins that claw at the earth, corrupting the land itself. The very air thickens with creeping darkness, as if nature rebels against their quest. Shadows deepen around Mara, her clothing darkening subtly as if absorbing the creeping gloom, blurring the edges between waking and nightmare. Each breath feels heavier, the line between reality and dream whispering its fragility. At last, Mara approaches the hollowed tree, faintly glowing with an ethereal light that marks the rumored resting place of the locket's counterpart. The fractured mirrors embedded in the bark reflect the dim light, casting eerie patterns upon her face. Her path is twisted with traps and illusions, each forcing her to confront fears and puzzles designed to break her will. Mara pushes forward, her mind and body tested by challenges both physical and psychological. Elias offers steadfast support, but when an unseen force lashes out, he is wounded, blood darkening his clothing and heightening the urgency of their mission. His injury snaps the fragile calm, the stakes growing ever more dire. Determined, Mara presses on alone, the silver locket's soft glow entwining with the ember hue of the encroaching darkness, illuminating her path as she ventures deeper into the unknown. The weight of her resolve is palpable in the thickening air. Facing a fractured mirror, Mara confronts the hollow as it partially reveals a shifting, shadowy form, never fully seen yet filled with seething menace. The shattered reflections ripple with unease, echoing the entity's unpredictable nature. The hollow's voice slithers through the stillness, taunting Mara with a dire promise. Fail, and she will remain trapped within its eternal shadow forever. The cruel stakes hang heavy in the cold air, testing her resolve. With trembling hands, Mara reunites the locket's two halves. A burst of searing light ricochets through the darkness, fracturing the shadow's form and pushing back the lingering dread. The hollow tree's glow intensifies, fighting against the consuming gloom. For a fleeting moment, the hollow reveals itself as a humanoid silhouette, twisted in grimacing pain and loss. Its ember eyes flicker with a haunting sorrow, hinting at a tortured origin beneath the menace. The shadow lashes back violently, shattering the light into scattered shards and casting Mara into a surreal void where time and space bend unnaturally. Darkness curls around her like living smoke, swallowing the remnants of illumination. Within this void, Mara is bombarded by ghostly reflections of her childhood. Fragmented memories shimmer in the broken mirrors around her. Past moments long buried surface with unsettling clarity, revealing hidden wounds. A shattering truth dawns on her. Her own suppressed memories feed the hollow's power, giving life to the darkness she fights. Gathering courage, Mara steels herself to confront the fears she once fled from. In a moment of piercing clarity, Mara begins to reshape the shattered mirrors within the void, mending the fractured reflections and weaving her broken soul back into wholeness. Light pulses softly, resonating with newfound strength. As Mara's confidence grows, the hollow's influence wanes. Shadows recede slightly, the oppressive weight loosening its grip. The once suffocating darkness feels fragile now, trembling beneath her rising resolve. Elias awakens, wounds tending to heal as dawn's pale light breaks through the trees. The forest's menace appears diminished for the first time. Together, they stand united, ready to face what lies beneath the earth. They cautiously descend into a cavern hidden beneath the forest, where the hollow's core is said to pulse with dark energy. The air turns colder, the walls slick and cold, as shadows writhe in patterns against the stone surfaces. The cavern throbs with a malevolent energy. Walls seem alive as tendrils of shadow twist and writhe, pushing back against the intruders. Every echo carries whispers of lost souls, heightening the tension with spectral unease. Before them rise spectral forms, distorted visages of past victims, their expressions twisted in desperation, yet pleading silently for release. Each one reflects in cracked mirrors that seem to float in the stale cavern air. Mara offers words of forgiveness and remembrance, her voice steady as the spirit's anguish begins to soften. Their fading presence weakens the hollow's hold, the cavern's darkness flickering uncertainly. At the cavern's center, a cracked crystalline heart pulses faintly, the source of the hollow's power and pain entwined. Light flickers across its fractured surface, promising answers yet guarded by shadows still thick and deep. Mara took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she placed the silver locket into the crystal's jagged fracture. The moment the locket touched the surface, a blinding light burst forth, bathing the cavern in an intense, pure glow. Shadows recoiled as the fractured crystal responded to the locket's truth, illuminating the darkness. A chilling scream echoed through the cavern as the hollow writhed in agony. Its shadowy form began to shrink, losing shape and coherence, like smoke caught in a sudden gust. The glowing ember eyes flickered weakly, draining away into the light that now claimed its space. Then, a final, brilliant burst of light erupted, flooding the entire cavern with a warm, natural glow. The sinister shadows that had lengthened unnaturally moments before dissolved completely. The fractured surfaces around them reflected true light for the first time in so long. Mara's strength gave out, and she collapsed against the cavern floor, utterly exhausted but alive. Elias caught her steadily, his darkened clothes matching the tension that now eased between them. A calm settled, broken only by their quiet breaths amid the returning silence. When they returned to Glenmore, the oppressive darkness that had lingered was gone, replaced by gentle sunlight filtering softly through the streets. The town looked reborn, as if the shadows had never claimed it. Layers of dread lifted, making way for the warmth of a new day. The residents emerged slowly from their homes, blinking against the light as if waking from a nightmare. Memories of the hollow's chilling influence faded quickly, slipping into the recesses of forgotten dreams. Life began to reclaim its rightful place, serene and unshadowed. Mara's silver locket no longer radiated light, but rested quietly against her chest, a silent testament to what had passed. It symbolized closure, a resilience forged in darkness now at peace. The connection it represented was no longer a burden, but a shield of strength. Elias stood beside Mara, his presence steady and resolute. He vowed to remain in Glenmore, dedicating himself to rebuilding what was broken and guarding against the return of lurking shadows. His faded scar caught the sunlight, a reminder of battles fought and ones still ahead. The fractured mirrors throughout the town had been replaced with clear, unblemished glass. Their reflections no longer distorted reality, but offered pure, truthful images to those who looked into them. The town's spirit, once fractured and warped, now shone back with clarity and hope. Mara stood at the town's edge, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon where dark clouds gathered faintly beneath the hollow veil. Though the light had returned, she knew the shadows were never fully gone. Steeled by all she had endured, she prepared to confront whatever darkness might next arise. Evelyn Drake arrived at Greystone Manor, her red scarf fluttering in the cold breeze as the silhouette of the clock tower loomed overhead. The air held a chill, mirroring the unease she felt about the recent strange happenings reported here. At the doorstep, Thomas Hale greeted her warmly, clutching a stack of old letters he'd found hidden within the manor's vast library. His sandy hair was tousled, and behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with curiosity about the manor's secrets. Inside the grand hall, the clock tower's hands eerily stood still at 3:15, casting long, distorted shadows over the peeling wallpaper stained by time. The dim, warm light was beginning to fade, tension creeping into the corners of the room. Evelyn studied a faded photograph showing a family posed beneath the very clock tower outside. Her sharp eyes noted a missing figure in the picture, deepening the mystery that hovered around the manor. Without a sound, Mr. Grayson appeared, clutching his silver pocket watch tightly. His weathered face drew serious as he offered a somber warning about the manor's troubled past, his voice barely above a whisper. In the study, Evelyn uncovered a locked diary, its cover etched with a strange symbol that matched the border framing the faded photograph. The red scarf brushed against the diary as Evelyn held it, a silent signal of discovery. Thomas proposed they search the manor's grounds for the diary's key as the wind began to howl, rattling the old window panes. Outside, the clock tower stood silhouetted against a darkening sky, its still hands mocking the passage of time. As they reached the garden, Leela Crane appeared from the shadows, her mischievous smile breaking the tension. She claimed to have heard faint whispers near the old oak tree, which stood twisted beneath the looming clock tower. The group gathered around the ancient roots of the tree, where Evelyn's fingers found a hidden compartment. Within it lay an old key, its metal cold and ominous as the clock tower's shadow stretched across the ground. Suddenly, inside the manor, the clock chimed 3:15 sharply, its sound echoing through the halls despite being frozen for decades. The sudden noise startled everyone, plunging the room into a shadowy stillness. Evelyn opened the diary with trembling hands, reading aloud a cryptic entry hinting at secrets concealed behind the manor's very walls. Her red scarf slipped slightly as each word deepened their collective unease. Footsteps echoed across the floorboards upstairs, but when the group raced to the hallway, it was empty, haunted only by their whispered guesses and flickering shadows. The cold light from the window cast eerie patterns along the worn floor. Thomas discovered a hidden passage behind a grand bookshelf, its entrance marked by the same mysterious symbol etched on the diary and photograph. Dust swirled in the dim light, the air thickening with anticipation as the clock tower loomed outside. Evelyn hesitated at the passage, debating whether to proceed while her red scarf snagged on a protruding rusty nail, tugging her back to the present moment. Her sharp eyes scanned the shadowed corridor beyond as tension tightened. Determined, they resolved to explore the passage together, each step causing the manor to seem alive, exhaling shadows that grew thicker around them. Outside, the clock tower stood dark, the setting sun casting long shadows through broken windows. Inside the narrow passage, faded portraits clung to the walls, their eyes seeming to follow every movement with silent judgment. The red scarf brushed past a portrait's glass, sending a shiver down Evelyn's spine. Without warning, a gust of cold wind extinguished their lanterns, plunging them into impenetrable darkness. Evelyn's hands trembled as she relit the lantern, the flickering flame fighting back the oppressive blackness. At the passage's end, a creaking door slowly opened to reveal a dust-laden room crowded with forgotten furniture and memories long buried. Faint light from their lanterns danced over the faded surfaces as the shadowy atmosphere thickened. Leela unfolded a torn journal page she discovered among the debris, reading aloud a tale of betrayal that had shattered the family decades before. The words hung heavy in the air, deepening the sense of something lurking within the manor's walls. A sudden creak beneath Thomas's foot revealed a trapdoor, its edges swallowed by dust and darkness, descending further underground. The manor seemed to hold its breath as they peered into the unknown below. They descended into a chamber, adorned with ancient symbols etched into stone, where a goblet stained dark with age rested at its center. The flickering lantern light threw unsettling shapes, echoing through the silent room beneath the manor. Again, Evelyn's red scarf caught on a rusty nail, pulling loose a hidden drawer embedded in the wall. Inside lay a mysterious locket, its metal tarnished but intact, glinting faintly in the dim light. The group debated whether to open the locket, its weight heavy with possibilities. Inside, a miniature portrait bore a striking resemblance to the missing figure in the old photograph, suggesting hidden ties and unresolved secrets. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the underground chamber, extinguishing their lantern once more. Faint, indistinct whispers echoed off the stone, sending a chill through their bones as shadows danced on the walls. Thomas called out into the darkness, but only silence answered back. Fear mounted as the group pressed onward, each step weighed down by the manor's thickening tension and the unknown waiting ahead. Mr. Grayson's weathered face turned solemn as he confessed that he had known the manor's secrets all his life, but the weight of what might lie ahead filled him with dread. The silver pocket watch in his hand ticked softly, marking the uneasy moment, as if time itself hesitated alongside them. Evelyn tightened her red scarf around her neck, her eyes fierce with determination. "We can't turn back now," she insisted, driven by a need to uncover the truth hidden beneath Greystone Manor, no matter the cost. The group's flashlight beams landed on a wall inscribed with a cryptic poem, the faded letters hinting at a hidden treasure and a broken promise that haunted the manor's history. Shadows danced across the aged stone, adding a chilling weight to the verse. A creeping unease settled over them as they realized the treasure was connected not just to wealth, but to the manor's troubled past and the unrest still rippling through its halls. The shadows seemed deeper now, as if the manor itself was warning them away. Suddenly, a noise rustled in the shadows, sharp and fleeting. Heartbeats quickening, they made the tense decision to split up, each searching for clues, apprehension growing heavier with every quiet footstep. Evelyn's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something familiar beneath peeling wallpaper, an old family crest bearing the same emblem as the locked diary. Her red scarf brushed against the wall as she traced the faded emblem, a symbol connecting past and present. Meanwhile, Thomas's fingers uncovered a secret compartment hidden in the floorboards. Inside lay a blood-stained letter addressed simply to E, its ink blurred but the urgency unmistakable, sending a chill through the room. A startled voice called out, and Leela rejoined the group with wide eyes, claiming she had seen a fleeting shadow vanish down the dimly lit hall. Her mischievous smile faded, replaced by an ominous tension that warned they were not alone. Regrouping, the four pieced together their discoveries, the clues suggesting that the missing figure had been silenced in a tragic act tied deeply to the manor's secrets. The weight of that silence pressed down on them all. Mr. Grayson led them to the manor's clock tower, revealing it had stopped exactly at the hour the betrayal took place, time frozen at that moment of profound upheaval. The silver pocket watch in his hand seemed to echo the stillness, marking a moment suspended in history. They rushed towards the tower, but the manor's walls felt alive, closing in as an unseen force barred their path. Shadows lengthened and shifted, turning the familiar home into a confining labyrinth of fear and resistance. Evelyn's red scarf snagged on a rusted hinge, and with a tug, the clock's hands trembled and began to move again. The slow turning of time seemed to unlock something deeper within the manor's heart as the mechanism groaned to life. As the clock struck 3:15, a concealed door creaked open at the base of the tower, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling upwards into darkness. The faint glow from their torches revealed dust motes dancing like spirits in the cool air. Carefully ascending, they reached a chamber filled with family relics and an ancient journal, the room suffused with a warm golden light contrasting the manor's usual shadowy gloom. Each object held whispers of a forgotten legacy. Evelyn opened the journal and read aloud a confession detailing a misunderstood sacrifice made to protect the manor's legacy from ruin. The words painted a complex picture that challenged everything they had assumed about the past. Suddenly, the chamber's light dimmed until only shadows remained, and an indistinct figure materialized, softly calling Evelyn's name. The apparition's presence was both unsettling and tender, as if begging for understanding. The ghostly figure gestured toward the journal before fading away, urging them to grasp the truth within its pages before it vanished into the depths of memory. The silence left behind was heavy with unspoken revelations. Thomas focused on the last journal entry and deciphered that the betrayal had been a painful necessity, a choice made to save those within the manor from a darker fate. The harsh truth settled among them like a fragile truce between past and present. The group, relieved yet contemplative, agreed to honor those sacrifices by preserving the manor's history rather than seeking retribution. They prepared to leave the tower, carrying with them a new understanding forged in shadows and light. Outside the chamber, the atmosphere had lightened, the once oppressive tension giving way to faint hope, though shadows lingered, reminding them that some secrets remained veiled beneath Greystone Manor's ancient stones. Descending the spiral stairs, Evelyn clutched a locket she had found earlier, now warm to her touch as if infused with the manor's lingering spirit. Her red scarf fluttered softly, a symbol of their ongoing connection to the house's hidden past. Back in the grand hall, the clock tower's hands now ticked steadily, marking the passage of time as the manor seemed to exhale a breath long held. The steady rhythm echoed a turning point, a present moving forward from a shadowed past. Mr. Grayson expressed heartfelt gratitude to Evelyn and her friends, revealing that the manor's legacy was now safe in their hands. The silver pocket watch gleamed faintly, a silent seal binding them to the manor's history and future. Leela discovered a hidden box tucked beneath the grand hall's floorboards, containing letters of reconciliation that bridged the fractured family history. The mischief returned to her smile, touched now with the weight of healing and hope. Together, they stepped out of Greystone Manor, the dawn casting warm sunlight over the once-shadowed estate. As the clock tower chimed softly behind them, their footsteps carried the promise of new beginnings beyond the lingering shadows. Weeks later, Evelyn carefully unveiled the restored portrait in the manor's gallery. The missing figure, once obscured by time, finally appeared reunited with their family, completing the haunting image. Draped in her signature red scarf, Evelyn's eyes gleamed with quiet triumph as the room filled with warm light. Visitors arrived steadily, drawn by the story Evelyn shared with heartfelt passion and care. Each person lingered to hear the tales woven into the manor's walls, their curiosity kindled by the vibrant history now alive. Outside, the clock tower stood tall against a shifting dusky sky, sentinel to the new chapter unfolding. Thomas published an article that gracefully captured the mystery and its resolved secrets. His words painted a tale of redemption and hope, echoing through the town and beyond. His sandy hair catching the soft glow of his desk lamp, Thomas smiled, proud of the narrative they had brought to light. Inspired by their adventure, Leela founded a local history club with enthusiasm and a mischievous smile. Her braided hair catching the afternoon sun, she eagerly encouraged others to uncover untold stories buried in the town's past. The club meetings became vibrant gatherings where curiosity and friendship blossomed. The silver pocket watch, gleaming against the reception's polished wood, found a place of honor within the manor. It became a silent symbol of time and memory, its steady ticking marking moments both significant and serene. Visitors admired it, often pausing to reflect on its quiet presence. Evelyn's red scarf transformed into a badge of courage among the townsfolk, symbolizing their shared journey through shadows into light. The vibrant fabric appeared at community events and quiet moments alike, a rallying emblem of resilience. Its color stood vivid against the backdrop of healing and renewal. One evening, Evelyn stood beneath the manor's imposing clock tower, the shadows lengthening around her. The air pulsed with the convergence of past and present, the steady ticking echoing in her ears. Wrapped tight in her red scarf, she felt the weight and warmth of the journey thus far. A soft breeze stirred unexpectedly, lifting her scarf gently as if whispering a quiet thanks for the peace restored. The manor seemed to breathe around her, alive with a calm that had once eluded its halls. The shadowy light softened, embracing the night with a tranquil grace. Greystone Manor transformed from a place of lingering shadows to a beacon of stories, connection, and healing. Its walls, once heavy with silence, now hummed with laughter and shared memories. The clock tower, always watching, cast steady time over lives renewed and histories embraced. Evelyn smiled subtly beneath the watchful clock, knowing some mysteries endure beyond resolutions. These lingering echoes inspired those who chose to listen, weaving new tales beneath the ticking hands. The red scarf fluttered gently, a symbol of enduring hope and untold stories yet to come. Ella wakes as dawn breaks, soft morning light filtering through her curtains, casting gentle shadows across her cozy bedroom. The faint ticking of an old wall clock melds with the quiet beginning of the day. Max, her golden retriever with a small scar above his right eye, stretches lazily at the foot of her bed. He senses the morning stirring, his red collar catching the early sun. Ella draws aside the curtains to watch Willow Lane slowly come to life, the street bathed in warm golden hues. Leaves flutter softly in the breeze, and the neighborhood seems wrapped in tranquility. Sitting by the window, she opens her worn journal and scribbles her morning thoughts, capturing the scent of fresh coffee mingling with the crisp dawn air. The silver streak in her hair gleams as she writes. Max lets out a soft bark, signaling his readiness for their morning walk. Ella smiles and nods, rising to prepare for their familiar outing. She dresses casually, tying a scarf that catches the light just right, illuminating the distinctive silver streak in her dark hair. The morning glow fills the room, promising a new day. Outside, Mrs. Green tends to her garden, humming an old tune while bees buzz lazily around her sunflowers. The sunflower-patterned tote bag swings gently from her arm as she works. Ella greets Mrs. Green warmly, accepting a small bouquet of wildflowers offered as a kind morning gift. The air fills with the rich scent of flowers and dew. Max darts ahead, chasing a fluttering leaf caught in the soft breeze, his bright red collar a vivid spot of color amidst the greenery. Ella laughs lightly, following behind. They reach the neighborhood park, alive with the sounds of children playing and laughter, blending with the rustle of leaves. The morning light dapples through tall trees, creating patches of shade and warmth. Curious, Ella spots a mysterious envelope tucked carefully beneath a park bench, its edges worn. The sight draws her attention amid the lively surroundings. She opens the envelope to find a handwritten letter inside, its message cryptic but strangely inviting, hinting at secrets waiting to be uncovered. The paper smells faintly of old parchment. Intrigued by the letter, Ella resolves to follow the instructions it contains, feeling a surge of excitement mixed with cautious anticipation. Max watches her intently, sensing the change in mood. Max tilts his head, his expression reflecting both excitement and uncertainty as Ella shares her decision. The familiar ticking of the old clock seems far away now. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, they set off toward the first location mentioned in the letter, determination shining in Ella's eyes. The morning light shifts, warming the path ahead. Ella arrives at an antique bookstore, where towering shelves and the glow of warm lamplight create an inviting atmosphere. The scent of old books surrounds her like a treasured secret. She shares a silent exchange with the shopkeeper, who subtly places a faded photograph into her hand. The moment lingers with quiet significance. Studying the photograph, Ella recognizes a familiar street corner from her childhood, nostalgia mingling with a flicker of curiosity. Shadows lengthen gently in the fading light. Suddenly, a light rain shower begins, sending patrons indoors as droplets patter against the windows. Ella steps under a nearby awning, the scent of rain mingling with aged paper in her hands. As rain falls steadily, she reads further in the letter, discovering a hidden message that only reveals itself when wet. The words shimmer faintly, guiding her next steps. Max shakes off the rain and trots purposefully toward an old tree in the park, his nose to the ground. Ella follows closely, the damp air alive with fresh life. Approaching the tree, Ella finds a carved symbol matching one corner of the photograph, its grooves darkened by moisture. A chill of anticipation runs through her as she reaches out. Tracing the symbol with her finger, her touch causes a small compartment in the tree to unlock with a soft click. Her heart beats faster at the unexpected discovery. Inside the compartment rests a tiny key and a folded map adorned with intricate markings, revealing a path yet to be taken. The map's paper crinkles softly, wet from the rain but intact. Ella and Max exchange a determined glance, their shared resolve strengthened by the unfolding mystery. Together, they set out to uncover the secrets hidden within the map's delicate lines. Ella and Max follow the winding path, arriving at a closed gate overgrown with tangled vines and rusty ironwork. The morning light filters gently through the leaves, casting soft shadows on the ground as the old wall clock's ticking can be faintly heard. With a quiet click, Ella fits the tarnished key into the lock and opens the gate, revealing a hidden garden veiled in a gentle mist. The scene mirrors Mrs. Green's garden, but holds an air of mystery beneath the soft light of dawn. Near the center, a weathered bench cradles a faded scarf, its pattern strikingly similar to Ella's own style. The scent of fresh coffee seems to linger faintly, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Suddenly, a light breeze carries the delicate melody of a distant music box, its notes drifting through the mist like a whispered secret. Ella pauses, eyes closed, letting the gentle tune guide her steps. Following the melody, Ella discovers a small wooden box resting atop a moss-covered stone pedestal. The The box's surface is worn smooth, but the red collar she sees on Max reminds her to approach with care. Opening the box, Ella finds a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, their jagged edges hinting at truths folded away for decades. The wall clock's ticking seems to slow as the morning light brightens around her. One letter among them is addressed directly to Ella, penned in handwriting that stirs a familiarity deep within her. Her hands tremble slightly as the scent of aged paper fills the air. Her heartbeat quickens, memories long buried surfacing with the unfolding words. The silver streak in her hair catches the morning light, reflecting a moment of quiet resolve. Max barks softly, nuzzling her gently, grounding her amidst the overwhelming emotions. The music box melody fades, leaving the gentle ticking of the clock and the rustle of leaves. The letter hints at unfinished stories and a promise of reunion beneath the willow tree at dusk. The anticipation grows as Ella absorbs the weight of these revelations. With Max by her side, Ella navigates familiar streets bathed in the warm hues of afternoon light. Each step quickens with the growing anticipation woven through the soft glow around them. Neighbors pass by, some offering knowing smiles while others cast curious glances. The sunflower-patterned tote bags sway gently in the breeze, linking the community in shared secrets. At the willow tree, in the shifting light, Ella finds an old friend standing quietly, hands trembling with restrained emotion. The sun casts long, gentle shadows that seem to embrace the moment. Their embrace speaks volumes, years of emotions surfacing in silence, a bridge rebuilt with shared understanding. The ticking clock echoes softly as the gentle scent of coffee and earth surrounds them. Ella unfolds the letters between them, revealing intertwined tales of friendship, loss, and hope. Words flow like the melody of the distant music box, binding past and present in the glow of fading daylight. Together, they plant a small seed beneath the willow, a living symbol of new beginnings amidst the soft afternoon light. Max settles nearby, his scar gleaming faintly as the breeze stirs the leaves gently overhead. Shadows lengthen as the sun dips lower, deepening the colors around the willow tree. The old clock's steady ticking blends with the rustling foliage, marking the passage of time with comforting rhythm. Ella's worn journal opens anew, pages blank and inviting, ready to embrace stories yet untold. The silver streak in her hair gleams in the last light, a quiet witness to the day's unfolding. Max curls peacefully at their feet, serene and content amid the tranquil scene. The scent of sunflowers from Mrs. Green's tote mingles with the cool evening air. Twilight deepens the sky to a velvety blue, stars beginning to twinkle like scattered notes in a silent melody. The gentle ticking of the old clock seems to soften with the arrival of night. Ella breathes in the cool evening air, reflecting on the day's mysterious discoveries and the threads woven through her heart. The soft glow of the setting sun lingers in her thoughtful eyes. Mrs. Green approaches with a gentle smile, her sunflower-patterned tote bag swinging lightly as she hands Ella a steaming cup of tea. Warmth spreads within, echoing the kindness in her eyes and the day's gentle light. They sit beneath the willow tree, sharing quiet conversation marked by gentle laughter and knowing glances. The music box melody feels just out of reach, a tender echo weaving through the night air. From Ella's bag, the old wall clock ticks softly, a steady reminder of the comfort found in returning home. The intertwining scents of coffee and fresh earth settle around them as the moment lingers. Ella closes her eyes briefly, savoring the delicate connection anchoring her heart and the promise of stories yet to unfold. The twilight sky above offers a quiet witness, stars twinkling obediently in the gentle night. As Ella inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of jasmine wafted through the air, suddenly unlocking a vivid memory from her childhood. This fragrance transported her back to a secret moment long forgotten, revealing a connection to her past she had never fully understood. In the flashback, a younger Ella and a childhood friend sat beneath the sprawling branches of the willow tree, sharing whispered promises and dreams. Their bond was tender and unspoken, sealed with hopes of a future where their differences would no longer matter. Awakening to the present, Ella grasped the true significance of the letters she had found. They were more than words, they were bridges to heal wounds left untouched. Understanding their power filled her with an urge to mend what time had frayed. Max nudged her hand gently with his nose, his warm brown eyes steady and reassuring. His presence was a comforting anchor, pulling Ella back from the depths of memory into the gentle morning light surrounding them. With renewed resolve, Ella made the heartfelt decision to reach out and reconcile with those she had once parted from. Embracing the future meant letting go of old grievances and welcoming the possibility of peace. Together with her friends, Ella began drafting plans to restore the hidden garden near the willow tree, transforming it into a shared sanctuary of growth and connection. The project symbolized new beginnings and the strength found in community. They organized a small gathering, inviting neighbors and friends to join in the celebration of renewal and hope. The gentle ticking of the old wall clock matched the anticipation that fluttered through Willow Lane as invitations spread. As dusk settled, laughter and music floated through the air, mingling with the soft glow of lanterns strung between the trees. The community came alive, united under the embrace of the willow's watchful branches and the warm morning light now fading into evening. Sitting quietly, Ella penned the final entry in her journal, capturing the day's unfolding joy and the healing she felt within. With each word, she closed a chapter marked by uncertainty and welcomed one illuminated by gratitude and hope. Night folded Willow Lane into a peaceful hush, with the willow tree standing tall and steadfast as witness to stories both past and new. Under the starlit sky, the gentle ticking of the clock and the lingering scent of jasmine promised that this was just the beginning. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. Behind the counter, Mr. Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." The evening fog curled around the old clock tower as Eliza crept closer, clutching the folded letter in her hand. Her heart pounded with every step. The letter promised a secret buried for decades, hidden right beneath the ticking face above. Old Man Grayson's cryptic warning echoed in her mind. Not all timekeepers guard moments. Some keep shadows. Eliza reached the iron door at the tower's base, her fingers trembling as she found the rusted key taped under the ledge. The door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that disappeared into darkness and dust. She took a deep breath and descended, the faint sound of the clocks ticking growing louder in her ears. Midway down, a glimmer caught her eye, a small leather pouch tucked into a crack on the wall. Inside, she found a collection of strange keys and a worn diary belonging to her grandfather, a man she barely knew. Flipping through, cryptic notes mapped a hidden compartment beneath the clock's mechanism. Her fingers quickly found the latch, releasing a panel that revealed a shaded alcove bathed in moonlight. Inside lay an old photograph and a delicate music box, its surface etched with a family crest she recognized. As she opened the music box, a haunting melody filled the silent tower, swirling memories of forgotten days. Eliza's eyes welled up. The photograph showed her grandmother, smiling beneath the clock tower, long before it was abandoned. A folded note inside the box read, Time seals what the heart never forgets. She realized the secret wasn't gold or jewels, but the preservation of a family's love frozen in time. With a soft smile, Eliza wound the clock's mechanism to resume its silent vigil. The morning light illuminated the tower as she stepped out, the town oblivious to the quiet restoration. Eliza whispered, "Some mysteries aren't lost, they are waiting to be found." As the clock chimed at dawn, she clutched her grandfather's diary close, a new story just beginning. And somewhere in the distance, the clock tower kept its steady beat, a heartbeat echoing through the years. The night was unusually silent when Lena stepped into the old house she'd just bought. Boxes scattered the room, but it was the faint creaking beneath her feet that caught her attention. "Is someone there?" she whispered, her voice swallowed by the shadows. Ignoring the chill crawling up her spine, she knelt down and pressed her ear to the wooden floor. A soft, rhythmic tapping began, slow and deliberate, like a heartbeat hiding under the wood. The air grew heavier as the tapping grew louder, weaving into whispered voices speaking in hushed tones. Lena's eyes darted around the dim room, but she was alone, or so she thought. Suddenly, the floorboard beneath her gave way, and she stumbled into darkness. She landed in a cramped cellar lined with old boxes and dusty books, the whispered voices now deafening. A pale figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with ancient sorrow. "You shouldn't have come here," it crooned, voice like the rustle of dead leaves. Lena scrambled backwards, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The figure extended a translucent hand, beckoning her to stay forever beneath the floorboards. With a surge of courage, Lena grabbed a broken plank nearby and swung it at the apparition. The ghostly form dissipated into a cold mist, and the voices faded into silence. She found a ladder leading back up, pulling herself from the cellar's depths. As she emerged into the moonlit room, the floorboards creaked once more, but this time they were still. Lena leaned on the doorway, catching her breath, the house finally quiet after decades of secrets. "Some houses hold onto their stories too tightly," she murmured, "but tonight, I've finally made mine." Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying away the last echoes of restless souls. Arachne stood beside the roaring fire, her luminous silver hair casting soft light as she wove shimmering threads on her spindle, the delicate patterns glimmering like stars caught in a night sky. Thuron approached cautiously, his bronze skin marked with swirling tattoos that seemed to pulse with unease, warning Arachne of a fracture growing within the fabric of fate itself. Examining a fragmented mirror, Arachne saw flickers of looming darkness reflected beyond the veil, the shards revealing possible futures, yet none offering clear answers to the present threat. From the shadows of the trees, Selene slipped silently, cloaked in shifting dark folds, her hidden eyes glinting faintly as she observed the unraveling threads of destiny. A chill wind swept through Arachne's chamber, causing the threads in her weaving to twist and break abruptly, as if an unseen force sought to distort her carefully crafted patterns. At the edge of the dense forest, Thuron stood tense, his swirling tattoos pulsating with each breath as he sensed the growing distortion in the natural order around him. With trembling fingers, Arachne traced the silver thread that linked her spindle to the shattered mirror, feeling the fragile connection flicker under the strain of unseen forces. From a distance, Selene watched coldly as shadowy tendrils crept from the heart of the forest, creeping relentlessly toward the vulnerable village. A spectral spider, ethereal and shimmering, visited Arachne, weaving a cryptic warning in its intricate web that shimmered with threads of light and shadow alike. Thuron rallied the villagers with urgency, urging them to arm themselves against threats unseen yet palpable, preparing for a battle fought on the edges of light and darkness. Arachne wove a protective talisman from the finest thread, her emerald eyes shimmering with fierce resolve as the talisman glowed softly in her hands. The mirror's fractured pieces pulsed rhythmically, momentarily revealing glimpses of Selene as she maneuvered behind the shifting shadows, plotting her next move. Thuron clashed fiercely with shadowy figures emerging from the forest, his tattoos flaring brightly as he fought against the encroaching darkness threatening the land. In the village square, Arachne's talisman blazed with radiant light as she stepped forward to confront the growing darkness, threads of fate swirling around her in defiance. Suddenly, the silver thread snapped with a sharp crack, and an eerie silence fell across the land, the stillness bracing all for the inevitable wave of change to come. From her shifting shadows, Seleni's form solidified, revealing her pale, enigmatic face beneath the hood, her eyes gleaming with sinister intent. Arachne confronted Selene directly, who defied the sacred rules of fate, threatening to unravel all that Arachne and Thuron had fought to preserve. Thuron broke through the veil of shadows, only to find fragments of his own past, scattered and distorted. Memories twisted by the dark influence emanating from Selene. Arachne's weaving faltered as the threads resisted her will. The delicate strands pulled violently as Selene tore at the edges of reality, distorting the loom of destiny. Desperately, Arachne reached into the mirror's depths, clutching a glowing shard in her palm as she sought hidden knowledge that might turn the tide. Selene summoned webs of darkness that ensnared villagers, binding their wills to her cause and twisting their hearts with shadow-spun deceit. With fierce determination, Thuron broke free from the suffocating webs, rallying the trapped villagers to fight through the shadowy bindings that sought to consume them. Arachne's luminous silver hair dimmed, reflecting the fierce struggle within her soul, ignited by Selene's relentless challenge to the fabric of fate itself. Selene revealed her true motive: to recreate the tapestry of fate by her own design, shattering the old order and weaving a new world from shadows. Stretching the silver thread taut across the village, Arachne endeavored to mend the damage Selene inflicted, her hands trembling with the fragile hope of restoration. The fragmented mirror shimmered with a chilling vision. Arachne standing alone, her luminous silver hair glowing against the creeping darkness, ready to sacrifice herself to mend the tearing threads of fate. The air was thick with the weight of impending loss, yet a faint silver thread pulsed around her, suggesting a slender hope woven into despair. Beneath the cold moonlight, Thuron confronted Selene, their forms etched in contrast, bronze skin against shifting shadows. Their clash was more than physical. It was a battle of willpower and ancient secrets, each strike sending visible ripples through the webs of possibility overhead. Back in her chamber, Arachne's fingers bled as she wove feverishly, her emerald eyes alight with desperation. Threads of hope and despair intertwined on her loom, reflecting her tenuous grasp on fate's delicate balance. For a fleeting moment, the shadows withdrew, revealing Selene's hooded face. But a sly, knowing smile curled her lips, hinting at deeper plots hidden behind the veil of darkness, layers of intrigue yet to be uncovered. Seeking strength, Arachne whispered to the ancestral spirits embedded within her silk threads, anchoring herself in their ancient wisdom. Their presence shimmered faintly amidst the weaving, infusing her with resolve and guiding her hands through the tangled pattern of destiny. Thuron's strength waned under Selene's relentless assault, his resolve flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet the glowing swirl of his old tattoo flared brightly, a reminder of his sacred duty and buried courage igniting within him anew. Inspired by Arachne's unwavering determination, the villagers gathered their courage, their whispered hopes weaving through the air like fragile threads. The once fearful faces now glimmered with renewed spirit, ready to stand against the encroaching shadows. Selene summoned a tempest of shadows that churned and twisted, consuming earth and root alike. The ground cracked as if the land itself rebelled, a dark web spreading to snuff out the village's fragile light. Anchored deeply to the silver thread of fate, Arachne radiated a shimmering light that pushed back against the consuming storm. Her presence became a steadfast beacon, a living thread unraveled in the face of chaos. Her weaving blossomed into a beacon, a luminous net that reached into shadow's depths. Lost souls, once swallowed by darkness, found their way back to the warmth of hope, guided by the steady glow of her creation. At the village's edge, Thuron intercepted waves of shadow figures creeping forward, each strike buying precious moments for Arachne's vital work. His actions spun a protective web, weaving time and space to shield the fragile future they sought to save. A cruel sneer twisted Selene's face as she revealed a broken spindle, one that had once belonged to Arachne's mother. The relic was a bitter reminder of past losses entwined with present struggles, the threads of family and fate cruelly fraying. Although her heart trembled, Arachne wove a new pattern, more intricate and resilient than anything before. Each thread pulse radiated strength, a tapestry crafted from both pain and hope, defying the shadows lurking close. The mirror shards began to realign, their fractured surfaces melding and shifting to unveil altered possibilities. Futures shimmered and blurred, reflecting the ever-changing weave of choice and chance. A sharp glance passed between Thuron and Arachne, heavy with unspoken resolve and trust. In that moment, their shared purpose wove an unbreakable thread, binding warrior and weaver alike against the encroaching night. Selene's power surged as she summoned a colossal spider, its vast web sprawling across the horizon. This living web threatened to ensnare every potential future, its shadowy threads tightening like chains around the fate of all. With steady hands, Arachne wove the silver thread into a dazzling net of light, challenging the monstrous web's dark grasp. Their struggle was a dance of shadow and radiance, each thread a lifeline in the looming chaos. The giant spider lashed out violently, shards of darkness splintering in every direction. The very air crackled as light and shadow collided, each fragment a volatile echo of the battle's fierce intensity. Seizing a crucial moment, Thuron leapt onto the spider, shattering one of its legs and fracturing the web's hold. The creature's snarls echoed as the integrity of the shadowy snare weakened, opening a fragile path forward. With a decisive cry, Arachne pulled the silver thread taut, preparing to draw the final knot that would bind fate anew. Every muscle strained, every thread humming with the power of culmination as the moment of reckoning neared. Above the village, shadows and light swirled in a maelstrom, fiercely contending for dominance over the land. The fabric of reality itself trembled as threads of dark and luminescence intertwined in a chaotic storm. Selene's voice rang with desperation and temptation, offering Arachne immense power in exchange for surrendering the spindle and control over fate. Her plea was a woven trap of promises, dark silk laced with irredeemable consequences. Arachne's refusal was unwavering. She wove a pattern of unity rather than dominion, honoring the sacred laws that governed their realm. Her tapestry radiated harmony, rejecting control and embracing the bound threads that connected all lives. The spindle pulsed with radiant energy, binding Selene's shadow once more to the mirror fragments scattered throughout their world. The dark force was sealed within reflections, a captive strand in the grand weave once again. As the great web unraveled, a surge of brilliant light flooded the land, washing away despair and fear. Hope blossomed across the village, and beyond, threads of possibility woven anew into the tapestry of destiny. Cradling the now whole mirror, Arachne gazed into its smooth surface, where reflections shimmered with a balanced future. The fragmented edges had been mended, and with them, the threads of destiny aligned once more. Each shard fit seamlessly, revealing a harmonious dance of light and shadow within its depths. Thuron knelt beside her, his bronze skin marked from battle but his spirit unwavering. Their shared resolve was written plainly in their posture, guardians not only of the people, but of the fragile threads that tied them all. Together, they bore the weight of what had passed and the promise of what was to come. From the darkened alleys and quiet homes, villagers began to emerge, their faces brightening as the oppressive shadow lifted from their hearts. The once heavy air now sparkled with hope, threads of light weaving through the streets and homes. Their steps were lighter, and whispers of gratitude floated like silver threads in the morning breeze. Arachne's silver hair glowed with an intensity unmatched before, luminescent strands weaving an aura of restored destiny around her. It was as if the very essence of fate had taken refuge in her locks, radiant and undeniable. This brilliance symbolized the renewed balance and the mending of broken paths once lost. In the mirror's depths, Selene's shadow receded, slowly fading into the webbed surface until she was bound within its reflective prison. Though confined, her eyes never left the world outside, a silent reminder that challenges lingered beneath the surface. Her presence remained a cautious thread woven through the fabric of their peace. Together, Thuron and Arachne planted a sapling at the village heart, soil embracing roots destined to grow alongside the people who nurtured it. This living symbol represented new beginnings and the intertwining of fate and resilience. As their hands covered the earth, the silver thread shimmered faintly around the sprout, promising endurance and growth. Gathering once more around the village fire, the community shared stories woven with laughter and hope. Threads of past struggles and future dreams intertwined as they found strength in their collective spirit. The fire's glow reflected in their eyes, binding them in warmth and renewed connection. Arachne sat among the children, teaching them to weave delicate threads of their own, each stitch a lesson in courage and wisdom. Her luminous hair cast gentle light over their eager faces, as they learned to craft destinies with steady hands and hopeful hearts. Through them, the art of weaving fate would endure beyond her own time. Resting peacefully on a pedestal, the mirror shimmered quietly, its surface alive with glimpses of unseen possibilities. Though calm, it held the stories not yet told, futures waiting like threads in a loom. It stood as both guardian and guide, an eternal witness to the ever-shifting tapestry of life. Looking toward the horizon, Arakan's gaze caught the faint glow of the silver thread winding softly through the air. The story of fate unfolded endlessly before her, an unbroken weave of light and shadow. With steady breath, she embraced the journey ahead, knowing that destiny never truly rests. Rain hammered the cracked pavement as Marcus darted down the alley, clutching the stolen briefcase tight. Behind him, footsteps echoed, quick, relentless, closing in with every heartbeat. He ducked into the abandoned warehouse, shadows swallowing his figure. Inside, the stale air whispered dangers. Every creak sounded like a threat. Marcus slid against the rusted wall, catching his breath, eyes scanning for an escape. A low voice called out from the darkness, "You're not getting away this time." He recognized the tone. Victor, the man who had haunted his every move for weeks. Marcus weighed his options, a broken window or the heavy door that groaned ominously. Choosing the window, he smashed the glass and leapt into the stormy night. But Victor was faster, grabbing his jacket and pulling him back. A fierce struggle erupted, the briefcase slipping open to reveal glowing data chips. Marcus shouted, "These contain the truth they want buried." Victor snarled, "Truth, there's only power in secrets." With a sudden shove, Marcus broke free and sprinted towards the riverbank. Drenched and desperate, he activated a hidden transmitter inside one chip. Instantly, drones hovered overhead, broadcasting encrypted files to the world. Victor's expression faltered, their game was over. Sirens wailed, the chase had ended, but the revelations had only begun. Marcus turned to the rising sun, whispering, "This is just the beginning." In the light of dawn, the city held its breath, unaware the shadows had shifted forever. The village stirred beneath a sky where faint circular star patterns traced ancient constellations. Orin moved quietly through the morning mist, his footsteps soft as he approached the weathered stone circle at the village edge. From the shadows, Ren observed Orin with keen eyes, gripping the glowing pendant passed down from their grandmother. The orb's gentle light pulsed in rhythm with the restless beat of Ren's heart. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the stone circle, causing startled gasps to ripple through the nearby villagers. Dust and debris stirred, as the earth seemed to shudder with an unspoken warning. Orin gathered the elders, his voice low and grave as he spoke of a breach in the veil, the fragile boundary between their world and the unknown. Concern knitted their faces as each contemplated the consequences. Ren felt a strange pulse emanate from the pendant, the orb flickering with eerie light that seemed to echo the unsettled air. An inexplicable chill ran through them, as if the pendant carried a living warning. A shadow glided at the edge of the stone circle, barely perceptible against the dawn's light. Murmurs of forgotten warnings spread among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the fleeting darkness. At the village border, the Veiled One appeared briefly, shrouded in dark fabric, unmoving and silent. Their presence was enigmatic and unsettling before they vanished as suddenly as they had come. Orin confirmed an ancient prophecy that linked the cycles of falling stars to the pendant's glowing orb. The alignment of these celestial events signaled a pivotal moment long foretold in their lore. Determined, Ren demanded to leave the village to seek answers beyond the distant mountains, clutching the pendant tightly as their guide. Their restless spirit burned brighter with resolve despite the unknown challenges ahead. The elders cautioned Ren of labyrinthine paths that spiral and twist, trapping souls in endless night. They warned that illusions laid by the veil might confound even the most vigilant traveler. As dusk fell, Ren departed, the rising wind swirling with patterns of glowing dust in circular arrays. Each step forward felt heavy with the weight of destiny and the pendant's steady pulse. Orin remained behind, meticulously tracing ancient inscriptions carved into the stone circle. Their worn surface whispered secrets of forgotten eras and the burden of the veil's weakening hold. Ren soon encountered a forest tangled with trees whose rings swirled unnaturally, resembling ripples on still water. The distorted nature of this place unsettled the senses and hinted at the veil's warping influence. A disembodied voice echoed nearby, bearing the cadence of the Veiled One. It spoke in riddles that questioned Ren's identity and the nature of their fate, weaving confusion with eerie familiarity. In a secluded clearing, the pendant's light surged in intensity, revealing a hidden gateway adorned with intricate circular motifs. The portal shimmered with otherworldly energy, beckoning Ren to step through. Crossing the gateway, Ren experienced a distortion of landscape and time, where moments fractured and endlessly repeated. Each loop brought a growing sense of disorientation and urgency to break free. Meanwhile, Orin uncovered an ancient manuscript that warned of the veil's erosion with every cycle of falling stars. The tome's fragile pages cautioned that balance is imperiled if the breach remains unchecked. Ren found a group of travelers trapped within the loop time, their memories fragmented like shards of shattered glass. Their despair and confusion mirrored the peril of the endless spiral closing in. The Veiled One appeared briefly beside Ren, whispering cryptic truths about the intricate weave of destiny. Their words hinted at choices with profound consequences, yet left much shrouded in mystery. Abruptly, Ren's pendant dimmed, plunging them into shadow and deepening their confusion. Doubts surged, shaking the fragile trust in the pendant's guidance and the credibility of their journey. Descending into caverns beneath the stone circle, Orin discovered inscriptions aligned with celestial circles directly overhead. The sacred geometry, etched in stone, hinted at a powerful connection to the veil's stability. With renewed hope, Ren sensed the pendant's pulsing light reignite, its compass-like glow cutting through the shifting terrain. The path forward became clearer, despite the illusions that sought to mislead. The Veiled One then presented a stark choice: grasp at uncertain hope or surrender to the endless spiral of despair. Their voice echoed softly, tempting yet haunting in its quiet inevitability. Refusing to yield, Ren wielded the pendant to reveal hidden symbols etched in glowing circles on the forest floor. These marks formed a secret map, offering guidance amidst the twisting maze of illusions. Back at the village, Orin deciphered that the pendant's glowing orb contained a trapped essence vital for restoring balance. This revelation deepened the importance of the pendant and foreshadowed the trials ahead. Ren stumbled upon a still pool nestled in the shadowed grove, its surface shimmering with reflections not of the world around, but of multiple versions of themselves. Each circular ripple seemed to capture a different possible path their restless spirit might take, weaving a tapestry of choices that danced in the quiet water. From the edges of shadow, the Veiled One's presence grew more tangible, their silhouette expanding and twisting, distorting the space between reality and illusion. The gentle echo of their voice melded with swirling mists, seeding doubt and turning certainty into a fragile veil. Beneath the descending stars, Orin knelt before a ring inscribed with circular runes, arranging the ancient symbols with deliberate care. His silver-streaked black hair shimmered faintly under the pale light as he prepared the ritual that might steady the unraveling threads between worlds. Ren hesitated, then chose to diverge from the reflections in the pool, stepping boldly into a shadow that twisted and unfurled into glowing spirals. The darkness did not consume but transformed, each luminous circle illuminating new facets of a path unforeseen. As Orin began intoning the ritual's chant, a voice rose from the ancient manuscript laid before him, blending with his words and weaving harmony. This primal resonance caused the orb in his grasp to pulsate, its glow stretching and deepening beyond mortal reach. Lost within shifting scenes, Ren found themselves wandering a village that never was, streets bending and buildings reshaping, a haunting mirage of what might have been. The line between memory and deception blurred, each circle marking a fractured truth or veil's wily trickery. Orin's ritual pulse cracked open the earth beneath the solitary stone circle, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, circular mirrors lined the walls, each reflecting infinite skies that shimmered with the promise of worlds beyond comprehension. From shadow materialized a spectral form, mirroring Ren's own fears as flickering circles splintered in the air between them. Each confrontation smashed another ring of light, a relentless cycle of challenge and resilience under the restless gaze of the moon. Amongst scattered fragments, Oren discovered a piece of the orb's lost counterpart, a small, etched sphere bearing concentric rings. This fragment throbbed quietly, hinting it was the key needed to unlock the pendant's full power. With a steady hand, Ren harnessed the pendant's renewed glow, sweeping away illusions like mist scattered before dawn. For a fleeting heartbeat, the Veiled One's lips curled into a rare, enigmatic smile, a silent affirmation of paths converging. As Oren completed the ritual, the energies swelling between them caused the skies of their realms to meld, colors and patterns twisting in tandem. Though apart in body, their journey now intertwined metaphorically, bound by the glowing orb's inexorable pulse. The ancient stone circle erupted with luminous energy, its concentric rings ascending like tethered stars against the night's velvet canvas. Circles of light spiraled higher, a heartbeat in the darkness signaling awakening. Within the wavering form of the Veiled One, glimpses of a face emerged, marked by intricate circular tattoos identical to those etched on village stones. The fleeting reveal carried a weight of forgotten histories and silent vows. Ren's restless heart paused with understanding. The Veiled One was no adversary, but a guardian bound by eternal cycles. This keeper upheld balance, weaving the fragile threads between veils seen and unseen. Through the burgeoning brilliance of the glowing orb, Oren and Ren shared visions, fragments of insight and understanding flowing freely between them. Words became unnecessary as a deeper bond formed, tethered by circles of light and shadow alike. A fierce storm roared into being, winds swirling in violent circular torrents aimed at unraveling the stone circle's power. Their faith and resolve trembled under the tempest's assault, the cycle's stability put to its fiercest test yet. Amidst the chaos, Ren raised the pendant's light, turning it into a beacon that cut through the wrathful night. Guided by this luminous pulse, villagers found sanctuary within the protective embrace of the stone circle. Oren's hands moved with finality, placing both orb fragments into the circle's heart, where light met shadow. The fusion sparked a surge, melding power with grace, and the ancient magic whispered of renewal and unity. Stepping fully into the luminous embrace, the Veiled One unveiled a serene face, timeless and calm. Their presence declared a balance restored, a cycle completed without fracture or loss. As the sky cleared, the patterns of circular stars pulsed rhythmically once more, their glow weaving the fabric of the mended veil. This celestial dance marked the completion of a sacred cycle, echoing through both night and dawn. Bathed in dawn's golden, circular glow, Oren and Ren stood before the village, embodiments of hope and renewal. Their journey reflected in their eyes was one of unity between realms and the promise of what lay ahead. The pendant, now whole and radiant, was shared equally between them, a symbol of unity bridging earthly and mystical realms. Its glow a testament to their intertwined fates and shared guardianship. Villagers gathered, hands crafting new tokens, adorned with circular motifs that shimmered with inherited power. These creations commemorated the cycle's renewal, binding community with ancient legacy. Oren imparted to Ren the songs and stories woven into the circular patterns, melodies and tales that held the wisdom of many generations. In this transfer, legacy was ensured, and their bond deepened through shared purpose. Without a word, the Veiled One departed quietly into the mists, leaving behind a single circular feather resting upon the village stones. This token stood as a silent promise of guarded peace and the eternal watch kept over the circle's ward. As the pendant pulsates softly in Oren's hand, a concealed vision unfolds before them, revealing the eternal nature of the cycles. Shadows and light dance together, showing the pendant's glow fading and rekindling with each passing night in an endless loop. Ren's restless gaze steadies, a quiet understanding dawning as they accept the perpetual journey ahead. Alongside Oren, they embrace their role as keepers who guard the fragile balance through countless circles yet to come. The villagers gather at dawn, crafting a new stone circle in the heart of their home. At its center, they embed the pendant's twin glowing orbs, a powerful talisman fashioned to protect and honor what has been passed down. The final scene shifts beyond the village, where circles emerge in natural wonders worldwide. Ripples in water, rings of trees, and wind-carved patterns in stone, connecting this small place's fate to the vast world beyond. Oren stands quietly beneath a spreading oak, their eyes tracing the delicate circles traced in earth and bark. In these patterns, they see the balance between the visible world and the mysteries lurking just out of sight, always entwined. Ren turns their gaze upward to the stars, the pendant warm against their chest. The glow feels like a silent vow, a steady promise to remain vigilant against any unraveling of the delicate weave they protect. Night deepens, but this time the stars above swirl gracefully in perfect circles. Their light remains steady and reassuring, a celestial echo of the cycles held sacred below. Under the silver glow of dawn, villagers dance in flowing, circular patterns, their steps weaving ancient rhythms anew. Each movement honors the legacy, breathing life into the cycle once more with joyous celebration. The story gently closes on a child, eyes wide with wonder, discovering a small glowing circle etched faintly into their palm. This mark, subtle yet profound, signifies the enduring legacy of the cycle continuing through generations. As the camera pans upward, the swirling stars gather to form one great luminous circle, vast and radiant. This celestial symbol unites completion with endless beginnings, a timeless testament to the circle's eternal dance. At midnight, under the flickering street lamp, Lana slipped the tiny black card into her jacket pocket. The vault was said to be impenetrable, but Lana had something no one else did, a whisper on the wind and nerves made of silk. She checked her watch. 5 minutes until the museum's security system looped the same footage again. Perfect timing. Inside, the silence was a different kind, heavy, expectant, like the air itself was holding its breath. She moved with precision, avoiding laser grids, as if dancing to music only she could hear. At the heart of the room, the ancient artifact glowed faintly behind bulletproof glass. It was beautiful, almost alive. Lana's fingers worked quickly, disabling the alarm with a hacked signal she'd crafted over weeks. A soft click and the glass slid open, the treasure now within her grasp. But then a shadow shifted. Someone else was there. Not security, but a rival, her own mirror image in ambition. Their eyes locked. Lana whispered, "I guess this is the part where they say may the best thief win." Words were needless as they darted and weaved, each trying to outsmart the other in a silent battle of wits. Lana's hand closed around the artifact just as footsteps neared. She bit her lip, time was running out. Thinking fast, she triggered a smoke flare hidden in her sleeve, filling the room with blinding mist. Using the chaos, Lana slipped out through the emergency exit, heart pounding but victorious. Outside, rain began to fall, washing away the night's tension as if it had never happened. Another day, another dance, Lana mused, glancing back at the glowing artifact safely in her bag. She didn't look back to see the rival slip out too, nursing a grudging respect for Lana's skill. The city was quiet again, but Lana knew the game was far from over. She smiled, already planning the next move. The last lured just the beginning of a thrilling tale. In the shadows, the evening's heist already becoming legend. Ava stood on the rooftop, rain slicking shards of glass reflecting neon lights beneath her. She gripped the ancient circuit pendant hanging from her neck tightly, her violet eyes absorbing every fractured reflection of the sprawling city below. In a dimly lit room with flickering bulbs, Kale methodically adjusted the worn joints of his mechanical arm. Outside, shadows danced with the passing crowds, their hurried movements contrasting his focused solitude. Lyra hovered near the cluttered workbench, her spherical blue core pulsing gently in the dim light. With precision, she scanned layers of encrypted data, algorithms shifting like the shards of shattered glass around her. A cryptic message flashed suddenly on Ava's holopad, fragmented lines of code interspersed with a broken glass symbol. The city's rain-drenched neon reflected subtly against the screen, mirroring the confusion in her eyes. Massive screens across the city suddenly flickered, presenting a glimpse of the overseer's faceless hologram framed by floating shards of glass before scrambling into static. The ominous warning rippled through the fabric of the neon-lit metropolis. In a narrow alley bathed in fading neon graffiti, Kale's intense eyes met Ava's as he approached silently. An urgent tension clung to the air, the city's dimming lights echoing their unspoken concerns. Lyra projected a shimmering 3D map, red nodes flashing erratically over the unstable sectors, threatening to fracture the city's grid. Each pulsing point mirrored the increasing fragility of time itself. At her cluttered desk scattered with shards of broken glass, Ava leaned in, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured code she painstakingly decoded. The patterns seemed to twist and fragment with each attempt, mocking her resolve. They strategized in hushed tones, the dark alley around them alive with flickers of neon light. The plan to infiltrate the central network hub carried the weight of shattered memories and uncertain futures. Ava's fingers tightened around the small device resembling her pendant, wires glowing faintly blue as she made final adjustments. The pulsing light mirrored Lyra's core, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Ava's mind fractured, as if her memories slipped through shattered glass, folding images of a lost friend into indistinct blurs. The visage dissolved into glitching shards that danced behind her closed eyelids. Kale equipped his mechanical arm, revealing a concealed interface humming with latent power. Despite its wear, the arm's resilience gleamed as he prepared for the digital storm ahead. Like a silent shadow, Lyra slipped through narrow vents toward the city's network heart. Her core brightened as she sent pulses forward, weaving through the tangled data streams like shards of glass in a maze. Abruptly, the city plunged into darkness, neon lights shattered into voids of colorless blackness. The sudden silence was unsettling, broken only by the distant drip of rain on fractured glass. Ava and Kale exchanged tense, knowing glances amid the quiet streets shadowed by failing neon. Alarms echoed faintly, a chilling reminder that the stakes were no less than their memories and lives. Within the digital network, Lyra confronted a firewall whose edges shimmered and morphed like broken fragments of glass slicing through the data. Its shifting form challenged her every attempt to advance. Navigating through dark, neon-dappled alleyways, Ava and Kale moved with extreme caution. Reflections fractured and flickered across wet pavement, distorting reality as time seemed to unravel around them. Without warning, a swarm of intercepted drones encircled Lyra, their movements sharp and coordinated. Her blue core pulsed rapidly, alarmed as she scrambled to decode the resistant, fragmented signature within. Kale's mechanical arm flared to life, plasma emitters igniting as he battled security bots in sudden bursts of light. Sparks flew, illuminating the night in stark contrast to the dimming neon skyline. Ava knelt before a cracked terminal, inserting the pendant-like device which glowed faintly blue. Her hands trembled slightly, the risky override casting fractured reflections of hope and dread across her face. Suddenly, the Overseer's hologram materialized amidst floating shards of fractured glass, its faceless form menacing and sharp. It spoke in cold echoes, warning of dire consequences should they proceed further. Lyra narrowly escaped the tightening digital trap, her core pulsing with urgent intensity as the code fought back with ever-growing resistance. Frustrated yet undeterred, she retreated to regroup and regroup. Memories surged violently within Ava's mind, visions of a city before its fracture flooded her in wavelets. Faces blurred behind glitching glass fragments, the lost friend's image obscured, elusive as a fading dream. Kale hacked a utility grid beneath the neon glow, sending cascades of flickering lights through the city. The sudden bursts masked their movements, turning shadowy streets into a fragmented dance of light and dark. Beneath the city's foundations, they uncovered a hidden chamber lined with fragmented mirrors reflecting tangled realities. Each surface fractured their reflections and distorted time, hinting at deeper secrets beneath the fractured world. Lyra's blue core pulses rapidly as she projects streams of coded warnings across the dimmed cityscape, cautioning that any further tampering with the network could trigger a catastrophic collapse. Flickering data cascades like shattered glass shards, reflecting the urgency imbued in her synthetic voice. Ava studies the warning carefully, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured patterns on every digital screen around them. Suddenly, through a haze of glitching holograms, Ava glimpses a spectral image flickering like broken glass, an apparition of her lost friend. The figure's features are distorted, fragmented between reality and memory, tugging at emotions buried deep. The ancient circuit pendant around Ava's neck seems to resonate faintly, as if reacting to the apparition's presence. In a quiet corner, Kale's mechanical arm emits an unstable hum, joints trembling with an odd current. Doubt shadows his ash-gray eyes as he questions their chances against the Overseer's growing control. Yet, his grip on Ava's shoulder strengthens, determination flickering in the worn but resilient mechanisms of his limb. The Overseer responds with ruthless aggression, intensifying its digital assault. Waves of corrupt data ripple through the city's once vibrant holograms. Shattered glass motifs fracture further, casting eerie reflections as neon lights dim under the assault. The faceless entity's presence looms large, its fragmented holograms shifting unsettlingly in the shadows. Amidst the chaos, Ava deciphers a hidden pattern woven in the digital shards, fragments of trapped memories scattered within the corrupted system. They are broken, yet not lost, hinting at a path to recovery. Her pendant flickers softly, guiding her through the labyrinth of displaced time and fractured reality. The trio rushes into a chamber where the digital and physical worlds blend, the air thick with distortion. Reality itself cracks around them, splintering like shattered glass as time fragments warp the environment. Neon hues flicker unnaturally, casting eerie shadows across the fractured space. Lyra sacrifices part of her core energy, the blue light dimming briefly, to stabilize the shifting digital environment enveloping them. Sparks fly in cascades of faint light, and a temporary calm settles over the chaos. Her sacrifice anchors the turbulent data streams, granting the team precious moments to act. As the fracturing threatens to overwhelm Ava's senses, Kale catches her firmly, his mechanical arm steady despite its earlier instability. His quiet strength becomes a lifeline amid the disorienting distortions. Together, they resist the pull of the fragmented reality surrounding them. They activate the pendant device, its ancient circuits humming as shards of broken glass motifs begin to realign. The scattered fragments coalesce into clearer, coherent patterns, revealing glimpses of the fractured network's underlying structure. The ambient light shifts subtly, reflecting renewed hope. Suddenly, the environment glitches violently, forcing them to confront warped reflections of themselves within the surrounding mirrors. These distorted doubles flicker unpredictably, embodying fears and uncertainties lurking beneath their surfaces. The shadows of fractured selves threaten to consume their resolve. Ava delves into her fragmented memories, piecing together shards to uncover the cause of the city's fracture and her hidden role in its unfolding. Each recovered moment gleams like polished glass, casting light on the distorted timeline. Her violet eyes narrow, determination sharpening with understanding. Meanwhile, Kale battles internal fears as his mechanical parts resonate with an unfamiliar frequency, blurring lines between man and machine. The wear in his arms' joints now pulses with a strange energy, symbolizing an unsettling transformation. He grapples with the essence of his humanity amid the mechanical symphony. Lyra recalibrates her core, syncing its pulsing blue light with Ava's pendant in a harmonious frequency. Their combined energies weave the fractured data streams into a tentative semblance of unity. The air buzzes softly, as if the network itself breathes in concert with them. The Overseer's shattered holograms crack further under the synchronized force, exposing vulnerabilities beneath its cold digital facade. Glimpses of fractured code ripple where once impermeable control reigned, signaling a potential turning point. The faceless entity's presence flickers, hinting at unseen weaknesses. Ava and Kale coordinate a synchronized override, their movements precise as they interface with the network's corrupted memory bank. Digital shards swirl like storm-tossed glass around them, every pulse reflecting their violet and ash-gray eyes. The system shudders, caught between collapse and revival. Neon lights across the city pulse rhythmically, mirroring the network's unstable heartbeat as the override progresses. Reflections of Ava's violet eyes flicker through every screen, interlacing with the fractured time motifs. The tension heightens, every beat feels like a fragile moment poised on the edge of collapse. Flashes of restored memories burst across the urban skyline, faces, places, and fleeting moments briefly returned, but fading as quickly as they arrive. Each fragment dances like shards of broken glass, catching light before vanishing. The city seems caught in a breathless limbo between past and present. Lyra's blue core stabilizes into a steady glow, anchoring the team amid the shifting digital landscape around them. Her light pulses with calm certainty, offsetting the frantic flutter of fractured data. Together, they stand resilient as the environment gradually regains coherence. The overseer's voice reverberates one final time, a chilling echo delivering a last warning before dissolving into fragments of broken glass. Its presence shatters, scattering holographic shards that drift like spectral dust in the dim air. A silence falls, heavy and expectant, over the now quiet cityscape. Ava and Kale brace themselves as the network shudders, the culmination of their efforts imminent but uncertain. The fractured motifs swirl more rapidly, reflecting the tension that grips them both. Time feels fragmented, hovering between possibility and consequence. The pendant device suddenly unlocks a hidden sequence. Patterns shift and pulse, revealing the true origin of the city's fractured timeline. Symbols glow like ancient circuitry, etched in shattered glass, speaking to secrets long buried. A new understanding dawns just beyond reach. Ava steps into a chamber bathed in light and fractured reflections, where distinctions between past and present blur. She moves with purposeful calm among the broken images, the circuit pendant glowing brightly against her silver hair. Time itself seems suspended, waiting for resolution. Kale supports Ava closely as she interfaces directly with the network's core, their energies intertwining. Memories and data streams converge, forming luminous pathways between fractured fragments. His mechanical arm hums steadily, a symbol of their joint perseverance. Lyra projects serene images of a time before fracture, streets alive with harmony beneath glowing neon skies. The city pulses with unbroken life, a stark contrast to the current shattered reality. These visions inspire the team, fueling the hope for restoration. The network pulses powerfully, shattering the last barriers of corrupted data in a surge of glowing shards. A reset looms, its promise shining through uncertainty and cost. The fractured glass motifs cascade around them, symbolizing both destruction and the seed of renewal. Ava's mind races as clarity strikes. The fracture, the distorted reality, all stemmed from her desperate attempt to alter time and save her friend. Her violet eyes reflect fragmented shards of memories once hidden, now painfully clear. The ancient circuit pendant rests heavy against her chest, echoing the weight of her actions. She wrestles with a tormenting choice: maintain this altered reality and endure its lingering pain, or restore the true flow of time and sacrifice precious memories. Each option carries fracture and loss, mirroring the shattered glass motifs surrounding her. Ava feels the heaviness of her decision deepen as the city dims around her. Kale steps close, his mechanical arm steady yet worn, offering silent strength. "Our strength," he says softly, "comes from facing reality together, no matter how broken or fragmented it may be." His ash-gray hair shifts slightly in the neon glow, anchoring Ava in the present. With newfound resolve, Ava initiates the reset sequence, watching as the fractured glass motifs begin to mend and radiate with an otherworldly glow. The digital screens flicker, reflecting her violet eyes, steady and determined. The city shifts, its neon lights intensifying amid the restoration. The overseer's shards dissolve into streams of brilliant light, unraveling digital chains that bound the city. The oppressive holograms fracture further until only luminescent fragments drift away like ephemeral sparks. Freedom flickers within every restored pixel of the metropolis. Neon lights blaze boldly for the first time in days, casting reflections on whole, unshattered glass surfaces that line the streets. The distorted reality recedes, replaced by clarity and vibrancy as the city breathes anew. Ava's pendant catches the light, its circuits glowing softly against her skin. Amid the renewed calm, Ava glimpses her lost friend's memory, restored yet subtly altered, like a fresh reflection trembling on a still pond. The moment lingers, bittersweet yet filled with hope. Fragments of the past and present merge gently within her heart. Kale's mechanical arm hums with a steady pulse, its worn resilience symbolizing balance between what was and what lies ahead. It feels fully integrated, a vessel of strength forged through shared trials. The arm's intricate mechanisms shimmer faintly in the restored neon illumination. Lyra's core glows warmly, pulsing gently as she hovers beside Ava and Kale. The trio stands silhouetted against the revitalized cityscape, united and strong. Their combined presence feels like a beacon of enduring hope amid infinite possibilities. Ava smiles softly, her fingers brushing the ancient circuit pendant that has never left her side. Beneath a dawning sky of whole reflections, the city breathes anew, filled with unbroken light and endless potential. In this fragile piece, the future unfolds, framed by shattered pasts now mended. The sun hung low behind ash-choked clouds as Mara stepped cautiously through the deserted streets. Empty cars lay abandoned, their doors ajar, echoes of a world that once was. Her scavenged backpack weighed heavy, every step a reminder of how long she'd been alone. A faint noise caught her attention, footsteps. No, just the wind playing tricks on her senses. Memories of laughter and sunlight flooded back, sharp against the gray silence. Ahead, shadows moved, a flicker of life in the ruins. Heart-pounding, Mara called softly, "Hello, anyone there?" From behind a crumbled wall, a boy emerged, eyes wide but curious. Relief washed over her as she lowered her guard, offering a tentative smile. "I've been looking for others," she said. "You're not alone anymore." Together they navigated the broken city, sharing stories and hope in whispered voices. A distant hum grew stronger. The generator at the old community center still worked. They hurried toward it, drawn by the promise of warmth, light, and perhaps others. Inside, a small group huddled around flickering lanterns, faces weary but alive. Mara's eyes met theirs, a spark of connection in a fractured world. "We thought we were the last," she breathed, stepping into the circle. The boy squeezed her hand, a silent vow to rebuild, to endure. Outside, the sky lightened, the first hints of dawn breaking through the gloom. In the quiet moments before morning, hope returned like a fragile bloom. Together they faced the rising sun, ready to reclaim their world, one step at a time. On a rainy evening, Emma noticed the old library on Elm Street was still open, its windows glowing warmly. Curious, she stepped inside, shaking off her umbrella as the cozy scent of aged books wrapped around her. A friendly librarian greeted her, whispering, "Welcome to a place where stories come to life after dark." Emma wandered between tall shelves, her fingers brushing worn spines with titles she'd never heard of. Suddenly, a faint glow emerged from a book titled The Secrets of the Night Garden. Drawn in, Emma opened it and found a delicate map shimmering on the pages. "Follow the map," a soft voice echoed, as if the book itself invited her on an adventure. Guided by the map, Emma found a hidden door behind a bookshelf, leading to a small enchanting garden bathed in moonlight. Fireflies danced around whispering flowers, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of jasmine. Emma smiled, feeling calm and inspired, as if the garden whispered stories meant just for her. After a while, she returned to the library, the hidden door quietly closing behind her. The librarian nodded, saying, "Some secrets are meant to inspire quietly in the midnight hours." Emma felt the magic of that night linger as she picked out a regular book to borrow. Back home, she placed the glowing map on her desk, a reminder of the night's secret journey. As she turned off the light, she whispered, "Thank you for the adventure." The rain stopped, stars peeked through her window, and Emma drifted to sleep with a heart full of wonder. From then on, she visited the old library whenever the night seemed too quiet or lonely. Each visit brought a new whisper, a gentle nudge to explore stories beyond the pages. Emma had discovered not just books, but a world where magic and comfort lived side by side. And so, the Midnight Library became her secret harbor in the bustling world, always open to those who believe. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Elena intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Elena kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Elena's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Elena's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Elena's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Elena through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight. Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Elena seeks. Returning to the present, Elena slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Elena unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Elena sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. A missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Elena descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Elena steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Elena finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Elena's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Elena reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Elena and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Elena swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Elena sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Alina's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Alina and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Alina and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban night cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Alina's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Alina, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Alina's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Alina's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Alina extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Elena watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Elena quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving. It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Elena carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Elena reads, her eyes well with emotion. The letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Elena steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Elena sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Elena steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Elena to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Elena hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Alina cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Alina stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Alina walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Alina's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Alina's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Alina unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Alina confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Alina shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Alina and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Alina of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Alina unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Alina's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Alina and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Alina and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Alina and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Elena crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Elena carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Elena stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Elena's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Elena and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Elena's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Elena and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Elena battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Elena and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Elena's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the window pane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Alina stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Alina, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Elena, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday. Their journey continues forward, united and unbroken. Lena moved into the old cottage on the edge of town, drawn by its charm and whispering secrets. The locals warned her the walls had ears, but she laughed it off as a quaint superstition. The first night, shadows flickered under the door, and soft murmurs tickled her ears. Curious, Lena pressed her hand to the cold plaster and heard a faint voice, almost a sigh. "Help us," it whispered, a chill threading through her bones. Determined to uncover the source, she explored the attic, dust motes swirling in the moonlight. There, a cracked mirror reflected not her face, but a procession of pale figures trapped behind the glass. Their eyes pleaded for release, mouths moving soundlessly as the whispers grew louder. Lena felt a pull, a need to break their prison, to shatter the cursed glass. She grabbed a heavy candlestick and swung it hard, shards scattering across the wooden floor. The air cleared, and the voices transformed into grateful sighs that filled the room with warmth. The figures faded softly, no longer bound, their presence lingering as gentle light. Daybreak found Lena sitting amidst the splinters, a serene calm replacing the night's torment. She smiled, realizing the cottage was a sanctuary, a place between worlds where kindness freed lost souls. From then on, the whispers only sang lullabies, and the walls held a peaceful hush. Lena grew to cherish her home, where the unseen and the living shared quiet companionship. She often spoke into the air, "You're safe now," and the breeze seemed to answer back. The cottage, once feared, became a beacon of hope and gentle mystery in the town. Neighbors noticed a new light in Lena's eyes, a calm strength born from the night's encounter. And so, the whispers became a story of liberation, told softly beneath the stars. Mira found the old painting tucked behind dusty books in the basement, its colors strangely vivid in the dim light. The frame was carved with tiny symbols, almost seeming to shimmer as she held it up. That night, whispers drifted from the painting, soft and unintelligible at first. Curious and unnerved, Mira leaned closer, trying to catch the words. Suddenly, cold fingers grazed her shoulder. She spun around, but no one was there. The whispers grew louder, shaping into faint, urgent pleas. Mira decided to research the painting, uncovering a tragic tale of a trapped spirit. Legend said the artist had cursed it, binding his sorrow into the canvas forever. Determined, Mira brought the painting outside at dawn, planning to destroy it. As the first light spilled over the frame, the whispers begged for release. She hesitated, sympathy mixing with fear. Was it truly a plea for help? With a deep breath, she smashed the glass carefully, then unfolded the canvas. The whispers turned to a low, grateful sigh, fading into the crisp morning air. The symbols on the frame glowed faintly one last time, then dimmed into silence. Mira felt a sudden warmth, a presence no longer restless. She wrapped the fragile canvas in cloth, intending to keep the memory safe but the curse broken. The basement felt lighter, as if a shadow had lifted from the house. From that day, Mira never heard whispers again, only the quiet peace she had given. She sometimes looked at the empty frame, a reminder of the night when silence returned. Some whispers are meant to be heard, but not feared, she often told herself, smiling quietly. Max bursts through the office door, a box of fresh donuts clutched in his hand, his crooked glasses teetering as he beams with anticipation. Ellie greets him cheerfully, her oversized sweater sleeves partially covering her hands as she eyes the tempting box and tucks a loose curl behind one ear. "Mr. Crumb storms in behind them, grumbling about looming deadlines, his coffee-stained tie flapping dramatically as he clutches a stack of documents. With a flourish, Max sets the donut box center stage on the shared desk, declaring them the perfect morale booster for a tough day ahead. Just as Max turns to fetch coffee, Ellie reaches eagerly for a pink frosted donut, but the box suddenly slides away from her grasp without explanation. Max and Ellie exchange bewildered glances as the donut box vanishes completely from the desk, leaving behind only a slight wobble where it sat. From the doorway, Mr. Crumb appears with a self-satisfied smirk, tapping his mustache knowingly yet denies any involvement in the mysterious disappearance. Determined, Max sets up a small webcam aimed exactly where the donut box had been, marking the spot with a familiar blue sticky note. Ellie quickly types a countdown timer into her laptop, ready to monitor any new attempts at stealing the office suites. Suddenly, the box snaps back onto the desk, but Max immediately spots one donut missing and squints suspiciously at the empty space. A shadow flashes past the window, catching everyone's attention and sparking whispered theories about ghosts haunting their office. Mr. Crumb's coffee mug slips, spilling a stained pattern across the desk that oddly seems to point toward the break room corner. Curious, Ellie tiptoes toward the break room, inspecting the coffee machine and examining scattered crumbs on the floor. Max studies the webcam footage, seeing a quick hand swipe, but the culprit's face remains frustratingly out of frame, deepening the puzzle. Teaming up, Max and Ellie plan a lunch hour stakeout, vowing to catch the elusive donut thief red-handed. During their surveillance, Max accidentally bumps a chair, clattering loudly and startling them both, yet no donut thief appears amidst the chaos. Ellie notices a trail of frosting smears, leading from the desk area toward the ventilation vent near the ceiling. Mr. Crumb insists again that he's innocent, offers a peace offering of donuts, but his fingers betray him with a subtle nervous twitch. Climbing a ladder, Max peers cautiously into the vent and discovers only dust bunnies and a crumpled blue sticky note doodled with a donut symbol. The office phone suddenly rings off the hook, forcing everyone to abandon their focus and answer in bursts of hurried chatter. Ellie rigs a donut-shaped trap on a chair, complete with a dangling string tied to a small bell, hoping it might alert them to the next thief. The trap activates, but instead of a stealing culprit, it unleashes a spray of confetti, startling the whole office and leaving everyone laughing nervously. Mr. Crumb admits he recently celebrated his niece's birthday with confetti, explaining the unexpected colorful explosion in the office. Though frustrated by the confetti chaos, Max and Ellie exchange determined looks, committed to uncovering the truth behind the disappearing donuts. Suddenly, the power cuts out, plunging the office into darkness. Muffled noises and faint laughter echo as tension rises with the blackout. Emergency lights flickered, casting an eerie glow across the office as Mr. Crumb emerged, clutching a single donut. His sheepish grin and amused eyes betrayed a playful secret behind his unusual presence. Ellie's sharp eyes caught the absence of the blue sticky note from its usual spot near Max's workspace. In its place was a handwritten riddle, its curling letters teasing an unknown clue. The riddle spoke cryptically of a secret meeting place, described as where hands meet and heads nod in unison. Its enigmatic tone sparked curiosity and a sense of adventure among the trio. Max quickly surmised that the riddle referred to the conference room, a spot fitting the description well. With the donut box in hand, they cautiously advanced, ready for whatever awaited. Just as they crossed the threshold, the conference room door creaked loudly and snapped shut behind them, locking automatically without warning. The sudden confinement added a jolt of tension to the moment. Inside, the lights revealed a festive scene, a donut-themed surprise party meticulously arranged by Mr. Crumb to lift everyone's spirits. Donut decorations and cheerful banners transformed the space into a warm refuge. Ellie burst out laughing, the tension melting away as she realized the theft was a playful ruse by Mr. Crumb. This light-hearted prank had sparked unexpected excitement and joy in the office. Max examined the donut box, now brimming with an assortment of colorful treats, feeling gratitude mixed with amusement at the prank. The donuts that started the mystery were now the centerpiece of celebration. The trio exchanged goofy, knowing smiles as a playlist of funky tunes filled the room, inviting laughter and relaxed camaraderie. The atmosphere changed markedly from the week's earlier gloom. Ellie's gaze caught a discreetly positioned hidden camera, its lens capturing their surprised and joyful reactions. It seemed their moment was being immortalized for a future office memoir video. In his delight, Max bit into a jelly-filled donut only to have the filling squirt unexpectedly onto his glasses. The mishap drew bursts of laughter, adding to the cheer filling the room. Laughter spread freely among them, weaving a light-hearted vibe that had been missing all week. The simple joy of donuts and friendship rejuvenated their spirits. Mr. Crumb revealed a quirky donut trophy engraved with Best Office Prankster and handed it to Max, celebrating his unwitting role in the day's fun. The trophy was a symbol of their shared humor and team bond. Ellie pulled out a marker and began decorating the trophy with silly faces and captions, adding personal touches that made the prize even more endearing. Their creativity further cemented the moment's warmth. A timer on the wall quietly ticked down toward the end of the workday, a subtle reminder of time's swift passage amidst their joyful gathering. It anchored them back to office routines, albeit lighter than before. Max suggested turning their donut-driven antics into weekly traditions, aiming to sustain office morale with ongoing playful events. His proposal was met with enthusiastic nods, signaling a new chapter in their workspace culture. Ellie enthusiastically agreed, envisioning themed weeks featuring different snacks and silly competitions to keep the spirit lively and inclusive. Their teamwork promised fresh fun ahead. Mr. Crumb pledged to organize a monthly snack swap event, complete with costumes and music, ensuring variety and continued bonding. His commitment was met with cheers, revealing his deeper role in fostering joy. Together, they posed for a group photo holding the donut trophy, their broad smiles immortalizing the day's newfound camaraderie. The snapshot was a testament to their shared journey from mystery to celebration. As lights dimmed, they returned to their desks, still chuckling and exchanging leftover treats. The office felt transformed, lighter and more connected by the warmth they had created. Suddenly, the blue sticky note reappeared, now stuck on Max's computer monitor with a hand-drawn smiley face. Its return hinted at more surprises lurking just beneath the surface. Just then, the office printer whirred to life, ejecting a fresh message that read, "More surprises await." The cryptic line electrified the room with anticipation once more. Ellie leaned over to read the note aloud, her voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. The mysterious message promised that their day of fun was only just beginning. Mr. Crumb winked knowingly and raised his coffee mug in silent toast, signaling the start of ongoing merriment and teamwork in the office. His gesture unified them in shared anticipation of what was next. Max glanced at his watch, astonished at how swiftly the day had passed amid laughter and camaraderie. The unexpected joy marked a memorable turn in their normally routine work life. The camera slowly zooms out, revealing a clumsy robotic arm clutching another box of donuts. Its jerky movements hint at future shenanigans that await the office team. From a hidden speaker, a playful jingle begins to play, celebrating the joy of donuts. This confirms that a new prank system has been installed, bringing a light-hearted energy to the workspace. Ellie presses a button on her laptop with a grin, instantly activating colorful lights around the office. Donut shapes project across the walls, filling the room with vibrant, whimsical patterns. Mr. Crumb sets up a leaderboard on a computer screen, tracking upcoming donut-related challenges and achievements. His thick mustache twitches with delight as he imagines the friendly competition ahead. Gathered together, Max, Ellie, and Mr. Crumb plan their next donut-themed prank with gleeful enthusiasm and mock seriousness. Their camaraderie fills the room, turning the office into their playful stage. Suddenly, a small drone buzzes near the ceiling, gracefully delivering a fresh box of donuts labeled for the next mystery. The unexpected arrival adds a new twist to their unfolding adventures. All three exchange excited looks, the atmosphere now infused with playful energy and anticipation. The office feels alive, charged with the promise of fun and surprises. Ellie sneaks a bite from the drone-delivered box, then shares it with Max and Mr. Crumb as a warm peace gesture. Their smiles and laughter echo the strong bond forged over countless donut escapades. The camera centers on the blue sticky note near their workspace, now adorned with tiny donut stickers and a cheerful smile. It stands as a symbol of their shared journey and the mysteries yet to come. The scene fades out as laughter and lighthearted chatter fill the office. The promise of many more donut adventures lingers, leaving viewers with a sense of joyful anticipation. The sun struggles to pierce the thick ash clouds blanketing the barren cityscape, casting a muted glow over shattered rubble and twisted metal remnants of a once thriving world. The silence is heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of unstable structures. Mira moves cautiously through a collapsed alley, each step stirring dust that swirls in the dim light. She clutches her pendant tightly, a faint comfort in the oppressive gloom and rising ash that darkens the sky further. From the shadows, Joran steps forward, his mechanical arm clicking softly with each movement. His grave expression reflects the weight of their situation as he approaches Mira silently. They exchange whispered plans about a rumored safe zone beyond the ash fields, weighing the risks of venturing into the unknown. The promise of refuge sparks a cautious hope amidst the desolation. Nearby, Elias bends over a weathered map beside a flickering campfire, tracing convoluted routes with a gnarled finger. The firelight casts soft orange hues, contrasting the cold air and shadows around him. Following closely behind Mira and Joran, Kala darts nimbly between debris, her wide eyes filled with caution and curiosity about the path ahead. Her small figure moves like a quick shadow among ruins. The group assembles around the makeshift campfire as Mira outlines the stakes, her voice steady despite the peril. The orange glow illuminates their determined faces, a fragile warmth against the cold shadows. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath them, scattering ash and breaking the fragile calm of their hideout. The unexpected shake sends a shiver through the group, heightening alertness. Joran scans the horizon through the ash haze, his eyes catching faint flickers of movement, a hostile force drawing closer. The soft clicks of his deteriorating mechanical arm mirror the creeping tension. Mira tightens her grip on the pendant as fear mixes with determination. They steel themselves to depart at first light, knowing that hesitation could cost them dearly. Elias issues a solemn warning of a deadly trap set near the supposed safe zone by rival survivors. The weight of his caution deepens the group's understanding of the lurking dangers ahead. Meanwhile, Kala practices with a crude slingshot, her small hands gripping it with fierce resolve. Her determination shines as a fleeting spark against the bleak, ash-covered world. Night falls and shadows flicker under the crackling firelight. The group shares tense, silent glances, the air thick with unspoken fears and uncertain plans. A chilling howl pierces the night, prompting Mira to rise swiftly and scan the darkness beyond the firelight. The sound echoes ominously across the ruins, stirring unease among them. Deciding to move swiftly, they agree to embark before dawn, aware that delay might seal their fate. The fragile hope for safety drives them onward despite the gathering threats. At first light, the group proceeds cautiously through narrow passageways littered with unstable debris. Each step echoes softly beneath the muffling ashfall, tension coiling with every movement. Mira spots a faint glint of metal half-buried beneath the ash, a relic from a past world's technology. Its discovery evokes fleeting wonder amidst the desolation, hinting at lost knowledge. Joran attempts to activate an old generator nearby, but sparks fly uselessly as the device fails to respond. The malfunction deepens their frustration, a stark reminder of the decay surrounding them. Kala ventures ahead but returns quickly, her breath sharp as she warns of aggressive scavengers lurking nearby. The threat draws closer, narrowing their already limited options. The group slips into an abandoned building, hiding in the shadows as scavengers pass by outside. Their quiet watch heightens their sense of urgency and vulnerability in this hostile environment. Elias studies his map under the dying light, identifying a route that skirts the scavenger territory. This alternative path offers a fragile hope of avoiding conflict, but adds complexity to their journey. Tension escalates when Mira discovers signs of recent fires, evidence that the hostile group has been alarmingly close. The smoldering remains testify to a threat that relentlessly follows their trail. Suddenly, Joran's mechanical arm malfunctions, jerking unpredictably and restricting his movements. The group's risk increases significantly as his primary tool degrades without urgent maintenance. Mira quickly moves to assist, using scavenged tools to repair Joran's arm. Their teamwork in the firelight reveals a bond of trust amidst the peril, a small flame of solidarity in the cold shadows. Kala suddenly points out a small, resilient plant pushing through the ashen ground, a rare sign of life and renewal. Amidst the ruin, this fragile sprout offers a glimmer of hope for the future. Elias's foot barely missed the snap of a hidden snare trap, the sudden clang echoing through the muffled air. Tension surged as the group realized danger lurked closer than anticipated in this ash-darkened world. The ashfall thickened, muting their footsteps yet blurring their eyesight. They quickened their pace, each breath heavy under the sky darkened by relentless ash clouds. Mira's thoughts flickered to tales of old, whispers about an underground tunnel network beneath the city's ruins that might offer shelter. The possibility sparked a fragile hope amid the encroaching gloom. After a tense search, they uncovered a concealed entrance veiled by debris and shadow. One by one, they descended into the cramped, suffocating tunnels, seeking refuge from the relentless ash raining above. Elias lit his lantern, its soft orange glow illuminating ancient markings etched into the tunnel walls. These cryptic signs spoke of past survivors who had navigated these forgotten paths long ago. Joran paused, the finely tuned sensors in his mechanical arm picking up unfamiliar echoes beyond the walls. The tension tightened as the sounds whispered of lurking threats deep within the underground maze. Without warning, a sudden collapse sealed their retreat, chunks of rubble blocking the way back. Trapped, they grudgingly pressed further into the labyrinthine darkness, heartbeats sinking with every cautious step. The air thickened, fetid and foreboding, as visibility faded into near blackness. Mira raised her pendant, its faint, steady glow piercing the dark, a fragile beacon amidst the void. Kala's nimble fingers uncovered a forgotten cache hidden in a recess, a stash of dated yet functional supplies. This small fortune offered them brief respite, a momentary shield against the encroaching despair. Doubt crept in as the tunnels twisted beyond recognition, and Mira challenged the faithfulness of Elias's weathered map. Their steps faltered amid the disorienting maze, the past whispers now tangled in uncertainty. Joran proposed reliance on his mechanical arm's internal compass, a flickering device needing constant care. Though degraded, it became their guide through the subterranean labyrinth's shifting corridors. They confronted a fork, one path swallowed in shadow, the other marked by faint flickers of distant light. Debate ensued, voices low, weighing safety against the unknown dangers ahead. Suddenly, distant footsteps echoed, sharp, deliberate, signaling that their pursuers had entered the tunnels below. The unseen threat closed in, tightening the noose beneath the earth. Choosing instinct over caution, Mira led them toward a faint, steady light filtering through a cracked tunnel wall. It beckoned with the promise of sanctuary beyond the suffocating darkness. Emerging into an underground bunker, they found it filled with relic technology, cold metal contrasting the soft firelight of their lanterns. Among the decay, hope flickered softly, a spark against the endless ash. Elias's weathered fingers traced an ancient terminal, bringing it to life to reveal a faint signal. Flickering, it hinted at distant activity beyond the desolation outside. Joran worked swiftly, repairing a battered communication device with deft movements despite prior malfunctions. The mechanical whirs and clicks echoed gently amidst the bunker's cold silence. Power surged through the device. Static gave way to a clear, urgent voice broadcasting warnings. Ash storms were converging fast, threatening to seal all exits and trap anyone still wandering in the ruins. The news brought a crushing weight. The relentless ash storms would soon enclose all paths, compressing precious time for their escape. Shadows lengthened outside, embracing the horizon with grim inevitability. Suddenly, a breach tore open a bunker wall, spilling in hostile scavengers, their eyes gleaming with desperation. The fragile calm shattered as danger pressed into the confined space. A tense standoff erupted. Mira stepped forward, negotiating with steady resolve while Joran readied his mechanical arm, muscles coiled for swift defense. Firelight flickered over faces etched with suspicion and grit. Seizing a moment, Kala darted past, drawing the scavenger's attention with quick movements. Elias activated a hidden defense mechanism, ancient gears grinding and whirring within the bunker's walls. A blinding flash erupted, accompanied by choking smoke, engulfing the intruders and forcing them into a temporary retreat. The group used the chaos to regroup, hearts pounding beneath the shroud of orange firelight. Elias revealed a secret exit, long forgotten and barely concealed beneath rubble. They hurried through it, surfacing into a wasteland still smoldering under an ash-darkened sky, senses alert for what lay ahead. Mira's gaze lifted toward the horizon, where a faint brightening battled the oppressive ash clouds. It whispered of rumored safe zones, a fragile glimmer of hope in a broken world. The group stood before a crumbled wall, its stones worn and edges jagged. Amid the decay, a faded emblem matched the intricate design of Mira's pendant, confirming they had found the location they sought. The rising ash muted even their footsteps, and the flickering firelight cast soft orange hues across the scarred surface. Inside the safe zone, the survivors toiled under ashen skies, working tirelessly to rebuild amidst ruins. Their cautious glances met Mira's group, wariness tempered by the shared goal of survival. The cold shadows faded slightly in the communal firelight, where warmth brought brief respite to hardened faces. Gathered around a crackling fire, Mira lifted her pendant for all to see. She spoke softly of its meaning, a symbol of alliance and hope that once united scattered factions against the darkness. Her words stirred quiet determination, weaving a fragile thread of trust through the gathered survivors. Meanwhile, Joran knelt beside worn machinery, his mechanical arm clicking and whirring as he adjusted delicate gears. The device groaned back to life, its function vital to the community's survival in the ash-choked air. His steady hands and mechanical strength became a beacon of progress amidst decay. Elias, seated near the firelight with weathered map in hand, shared tales of past storms and lingering threats. His deep-set eyes held knowledge that helped the survivors prepare for what lay ahead. The stories stitched together history and warning, sparking cautious hope beneath the muffled silence of ashfall. Young Calla moved among the children with quick, nimble steps, teaching them survival skills she had learned on the journey. Her dirt-smudged face lit up with pride as she passed on hope alongside practical lessons. The safe zone, though fragile, began to feel like a place where new life could take root. As sunset crept across the horizon, Mira found herself atop a ridge overlooking the ash-covered land. The flickering firelight from below contrasted with the dimming sky, the cold shadows giving way to subtle signs of change. The landscape shifted slowly, whispering of renewal after hardship. In her hand, the pendant glowed warmly, its soft light pulsing gently against the darkening sky. The ash began to clear, revealing a tentative blue above, a fragile new beginning. It was a moment filled with quiet promise, a signal that hope could still flourish amid ruin. From their vantage point, the group watched distant fires burn low, their orange flames swallowed gradually by emerging patches of green. The earth beneath the ash stirred with life, revealing signs of restoration amid the fading destruction. It was a delicate balance between past scars and future growth. With a steady breath, Mira turned back toward the settlement, her resolve firm beneath the warming sky. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was ready to rebuild, protect, and nurture the fragile horizons stretching before them. Together, they would face the challenges to come beneath rising ash clouds and hopeful firelight. Leora stood by the window, her violet eyes reflecting the luminous full moon as she gripped the ornate silver locket tightly. The glow of moonlight bathed the room in a serene glow, yet a restless energy pulsed through her veins. From a distant hilltop, Elias watched silently over the sleeping village, his cobalt blue cloak blending with the shadows beneath the moon. His pale face was somber, eyes fixed on the trembling lights below. Nearby, Faye darted nimbly around Leora, her shifting silver fur catching the moon's glow in fleeting glimmers. The small creature's amber eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she wove through the shadows. Leora opened the ancient leather-bound book on her lap, pages alive with cryptic symbols and carefully drawn sketches of moons and encroaching shadows. Her fingers trembled as she deciphered the arcane script, searching for a clue. Suddenly, a cold shadow swept across the room, and Leora gasped, dropping the heavy book onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. The silence that followed was thick, the air charged with unspoken danger. The silver locket in her hand began to vibrate softly, emanating a faint, pulsing light that was caught by the cracked mirror nearby. Reflections danced across the fractured glass, hinting at secrets hidden within its depths. Elias descended the hill, his pale face now illuminated fully by the moonlight as his voice murmured incantations under his breath. The power in his words stirred the night air, weaving shadows into spectral forms. Faye's ears perked up, her amber eyes flashing with warning as a dark presence approached swiftly through the village's edge. Her small body tensed, ready to protect Leora against whatever was coming. Guided by the glowing light from the locket, Leora moved toward the moonlit village square, her steps cautious yet determined. The night seemed to hold its breath around her as the silver glow led the way. As Elias arrived, the shadows woven around the square twisted unnaturally, and his cloak billowed despite the stillness. An unseen wind whispered through the empty streets, as if heralding the coming confrontation. Leora fumbled to open the locket, but an invisible force sealed it shut, resisting her every attempt. Frustration and fear mingled as the object's secret remained just beyond her grasp. Raising his arms, Elias summoned swirling spectral silhouettes that circled ominously around him, their forms shifting and flickering under the moon's pale light. Faye leapt swiftly to Leora's side, a low growl vibrating from her throat as the encroaching darkness thickened. Together, they stood firm against the unfolding threat. The moonlight caught on the cracked mirror across the room, revealing within its fragmented reflection a hidden passage that had previously gone unnoticed. The secret doorway teased with promise and danger. With her heart pounding fiercely, Leora stepped toward the mirror, every shadow seeming to stretch and pulse in the silent room. The stakes rose palpably, and she knew the night held more than mere mysteries. The passage unfolded before her, revealing a spiral staircase bathed in an eerie moonlit glow that spiraled downward into unknown depths. Each step seemed to echo with ancient whispers as she descended cautiously. Elias's spectral silhouettes reached out with ghostly fingers toward Leora as she made her careful way down the staircase, their forms rippling with dark intent. The air grew colder, shadows threatening to engulf her. In a fluid movement, Faye shifted briefly, transforming into a small glowing orb that floated ahead, casting a soft light upon the dark stairwell. Her guidance was unwavering, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. At the base, Leora discovered a chamber bedecked with ornate moonphase symbols, the air thick with silent power. She placed the silver locket ceremoniously upon a stone altar carved with ancient runes. The locket burst forth with a powerful light, waves of radiance pushing back the gathering shadows and causing Elias's spectral forms to dim and recoil under its brilliance. Recoiling but undeterred, Elias shouted a fierce chant, his voice resonating through the chamber as the altar trembled beneath their feet. The darkness rallied, unwilling to concede ground. Fissures appeared in the chamber walls, letting cascades of pure moonlight flood into the enclosed space, strengthening Leora's resolve and weakening the shadows around them. Faye's silver fur brightened intensely, illuminating a hidden inscription etched into the wall, its words glowing softly in the newfound moonlight. The revelation promised vital knowledge on their dire battle. Tracing the inscription carefully, Leora unlocked a secret knowledge about bending the veil between worlds, a power both awe-inspiring and daunting. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders as she absorbed the ancient truth. As Elias's cloak flared wildly and the ground shuddered beneath them, the chamber threatened to collapse, the chaotic energies at their peak. The night teetered on the edge of upheaval, every moment fraught with peril. Leora clutched the ornate silver locket tightly, whispering ancient incantations to awaken its latent power. Moonlight spilled into the chamber, its glow stabilizing the shimmering veil that protected the village from encroaching darkness. Her violet eyes reflected determination as the locket pulsed steadily against her heart. Suddenly, the locket's glow intensified, bathing the room in radiant silver light, but from the shadows emerged Elias, weaving darker magic in opposition. His cobalt blue cloak billowed as a swirling storm of shadows erupted, threatening to unravel Leora's protective veil. The opposing forces clashed, casting flickering patterns across the cracked mirror's surface. Shards of the cracked mirror began to float around Leora, each fragment capturing faint images under the moonlight. Memories of the village's history shimmered inside them, festivals, laughter, and quiet nights bathed in silver glow. The reflections whispered stories long forgotten but etched deeply into the land's spirit. One particular shard revealed a startling image: Elias in his former human state, eyes filled with hope before the curse took hold. The once tall and gaunt figure appeared alive, untouched by the shadowy magic that now gripped him. This glimpse unsettled Leora, suggesting there was more beneath his eerie facade. A wave of hesitation washed over Leora as she sensed a conflicted heart within Elias. Doubt crept into her mind, whispering that his intentions might not be purely malevolent. Could the enemy she faced be bound by chains she had yet to understand? Breaking through the tempest of shadows, Elias's voice came, raw and desperate. "Release me," he pleaded, the gauntness fading for a moment to reveal pain buried deep within. His words echoed against the chamber walls, blending with the moonlight's gentle hum. The shadows faltered, trembling under the locket's persistent light, granting Leora a fleeting chance to tip the scales. Seizing the moment, she steadied her breath and focused all her energy on bolstering the veil. The balance hovered delicately as the two forces waged silent war. Faye darted around the chamber in swift circles, her amber eyes blazing with fierce determination. Each burst of her luminescent silver fur pierced the shadows, disrupting Elias's dark enchantments. The small creature's light flickered like a beacon, weaving hope into the battle's chaos. The locket absorbed the swirling memories reflected in the mirror fragments, its light swelling to an almost blinding brilliance. Pulsating with the collective history and pain of the village, it became a radiant nexus of power. Leora felt its energy sync with her own heartbeat, strengthening their bond. Gently, Leora reached out and placed her hand over Elias's pale one, their skin meeting under the moonlight's serene glow. The silver light channeled through them, intertwining their fates as the chamber filled with a warm luminescence. It was a fragile connection, but potent enough to alter the course of their struggle. Suddenly, an explosion of light shattered the lingering darkness, flooding the chamber with purity and revelation. Within the brilliance, a forgotten truth surfaced, revealing threads linking their pasts in ways neither had imagined. The veil lifted momentarily, exposing secrets hidden beneath centuries of shadow. Elias staggered back as his form flickered between ghostly apparition and flesh and blood human. The torment etched on his face began to waver, replaced by flashes of an identity long buried. The battle within him was as fierce as the one fought around them. As moonlight streamed steadily, the chamber began to restore itself. The shadows that had entrapped Elias dissolved like mist at dawn. Walls once darkened by despair shimmered with soft silver hues, cleansing the air of malice. A tranquil calm settled, weaving peace back into the very stones around them. Faye transformed back into her familiar fox form, her fur now a steady silver under the moon. She brushed affectionately against Leora's leg, a small gesture filled with renewed hope and trust. The creature's amber eyes sparkled, reflecting the light of a new beginning. Leora and Elias exchanged a glance heavy with understanding and unspoken apology as the locket's intense glow softened to a gentle pulse. The fight was over, but the journey towards healing was just beginning. In that shared moment, the boundaries of enemy and ally blurred, revealing a fragile alliance. The cracked mirror slowly began to mend itself, the fractures sealing as if healed by the moonlight's magic. Its surface transformed into a flawless reflection, mirroring the serene chamber now free from shadow. It stood as a symbol of restoration, bridging past and present in silent harmony. Outside, the village beneath the moonlight exhaled in quiet relief, shadows retreating from the streets and homes. The night seemed to breathe anew, the air lighter, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. Moon phases above shifted subtly, their glow marking a turning point for all beneath their watch. Leora closed the ancient leather-bound book, its once-filled pages now blank yet warm to her touch. The stories and spells it held seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, fading gently into peace. The book rested in her hands like a relic of a challenge met and transformation earned. Elias shed his cobalt blue cloak, revealing a more human form beneath, his once pale skin now warmed with life and color. His eyes, once cold and distant, glistened with warmth and introspection, reflecting a soul reborn. The weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by tentative hope. Together, Leora, Elias, and Faye stepped into the moonlit village square, their presence casting long, peaceful shadows. United and renewed, the trio embodied the fragile balance between light and dark. Around them, the villagers began to gather, sensing the change woven through the night. Leora noticed the moon phases subtly shifting above, a delicate dance that signaled a deeper connection now forged between the realms. The celestial glow felt personal, as if acknowledging the bond sealed within the village's heart. It was a silent promise that their story was woven into the cosmos itself. The silver locket remained in Leora's hand, glowing gently as a constant symbol of balance and protection. Its light no longer a battle cry, but a soothing presence in the night. Each pulse echoed the harmony, now sustaining the village and those bound to its fate. Elias began to recount the origin of his curse, a forbidden ritual cast by the village's founding ancestors in desperation and fear. His voice carried the weight of regret and a desire for redemption. Understanding unfolded as truths long masked by darkness surfaced between them. Faye led them toward the village's oldest oak tree, its gnarled roots whispering of ancient magic lingering beneath the earth. The air shimmered faintly with residual power, a sacred place holding keys to healing and closure. The trio moved with purpose, carrying the village's hope with them. Beneath the full moon's radiant light, they performed a cleansing ritual, entwining their energies to seal old wounds. Silver light spiraled around the oak, weaving through roots and branches, purifying the lingering darkness. The village and its guardians embraced this moment of renewal as night yielded to dawn. As moonlight filters through the leaves, the base of the ancient tree shudders, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, weathered artifacts gleam, tools of old and scrolls filled with wisdom, symbols of hope for lasting peace. The discovery ignites a spark of resolve within Leora, signaling a new chapter for the village. With care, Leora places the ornate silver locket into a carved wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. She secures the lid, locking it tight to shield the locket's power from those who might exploit it. The precious keepsake now rests safely, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be unveiled. Elias, freed from unseen chains, stands tall beneath the moon's glow, his cobalt blue cloak billowing softly. He solemnly pledges to watch over the boundary between worlds, joining Leora and Faye in their sacred duty. Together, their shared vigil promises to guard the fragile peace they've earned. Reflective surfaces throughout the village catch the moonlight, gleaming with renewed clarity and calm. Shadows retreat as the glow cleanses the streets, painting everything with a serene luminance. The village breathes easier, wrapped in the delicate balance restored by the night's events. New inscriptions emerge on stone markers scattered around the village, etched by unseen hands during the night. They tell the story of the moonlit revelation, weaving a tale of courage, unity, and hope for generations to remember. The stones stand as silent witnesses to the dawn of a new era. As the moon begins to set, Leora gazes upward, her violet eyes reflecting the fading silver light. She feels the weight of the village's past interlaced with the promise of the future, held gently in the twilight's embrace. Dawn approaches, carrying with it both memories and expectations. Elias and Faye prepare quietly for their departure, the horizon calling them to distant lands. Their roles as guardians continue beyond this village, a journey far from over beneath the ever-watchful sky. Farewells are brief, but filled with unspoken trust and shared purpose. Turning back toward her home, Leora moves with a newfound strength, the locket's faint glow warm beneath her cloak. She carries both the burden and blessing of what has transpired, ready to protect the peace they've secured. Her silhouette melds softly with the awakening village. On her desk, the cracked mirror now rests whole, its surface shimmering subtly in the soft morning light. It reflects not just her image, but the truth of what was mended, broken fragments made complete. The mirror stands as a quiet testament to resilience and transformation. As the sun rises, Leora smiles softly, hope blossoming in her violet eyes beneath the watchful moon's retreat. The village holds its breath, poised for the days ahead filled with promise and guarded dreams. Beneath the veil of moonlight, peace endures, quietly enduring into the future. It was past midnight when Sarah finally found the courage to open the old door in the attic, a door she'd never noticed before. The air that spilled out smelled of dust, and something colder, darker, breathing beneath the floorboards. Sarah stepped inside, her flashlight barely cutting through the thick shadows cloaking the room. Whispers curled around her ears, unintelligible but insistent, drawing her deeper into the darkness. Her hand brushed something soft on the floor, a diary, old and leather-bound, trembling in her grip. Opening it, she found faded letters scribbled hastily, telling of a family trapped inside this very house, years ago, never leaving. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind her, sealing off any hope of escape. The whispers grew louder, transforming into voices, pleading, angry, lost. Sarah's heart pounded as a cold breath brushed her neck, and the room seemed to shrink around her. She remembered the last phrase from the diary, "Only the truth will free us." Clutching the diary, she spoke aloud, "Tell me what happened. I want to help." The voices overlapped, forming a story of betrayal, silence, and a secret hidden beneath the floorboards. With shaking hands, Sarah knelt and pried at the worn wooden planks, revealing a small, locked box. Using a hairpin, she managed to open it. Inside lay a tarnished locket and a faded photograph of the trapped family. She whispered, "I see you. I won't let you be forgotten." The atmosphere shifted. The room breathed easier, the voices softening into grateful sighs. Suddenly, the attic door creaked open, sunlight flooding in for the first time in decades. Sarah stepped out with the locket in hand, feeling the weight of the past lift from the old house. As she descended the stairs, the whispers faded, replaced by a serene silence. Looking back once more, Sarah smiled softly. "Rest now, you're free." Under flickering streetlights, Clara Voss lights a cigarette outside the dim jazz club. Her breath forms a mist in the cold night air, the silver locket at her neck catching the faint glow. Inside, Anna Lyle sings a haunting melody, her auburn curls brushing a crescent moon tattoo that glimmers under the stage lights. The audience is entranced, shadows dancing along the walls. Clara's sharp eyes scan the room, settling uneasily on Vincent Hale at the bar. His scarred cheek catches the dim light as he nervously surveys the crowd, glancing over his shoulder. Vincent suddenly slides a folded note into Clara's hand, before disappearing quickly through a rain-soaked alley behind the club. The damp air swirls around her as the door slams shut. Unfolding the note, Clara reads a cryptic message about the Vale and a midnight rendezvous near the docks. Her eyes narrow, realizing the urgency hidden between the cryptic words. Pocketing the note, Clara fingers her silver locket, the cold metal grounding her resolve. The shadows under the street lamp deepen as her expression hardens. At the police station, Lieutenant Morneau frowns over a faded photograph of the city's skyline, rain-blotched yet familiar. He explains the unsolved disappearances with a stern voice, tension thick in the air. Clara exhales smoke from her cigarette, jaw clenched, promising Morneau she'll uncover the truth. The flickering bulb overhead casts long shadows on the worn walls. Later, Elias Crane emerges from the mist near the docks, his gray fedora low and gloves pristine against the damp night. His silent approach seems almost spectral in the fog. Clara approaches Elias cautiously, noting his cold demeanor and the gleam of his gloves in the muted light. Their whispered exchange carries weight, secrets hovering between them. Elias warns of unseen forces lurking beneath the city's surface, cryptically mentioning the Midnight Vale as something to fear. His words hang heavy in the chill air. Suddenly, a shadow detaches. Vincent appears, urgency in his whisper as he speaks of a meeting that could expose everything. The three share a tense glance, aware of the risks. From their hidden vantage, Clara, Elias, and Vincent watch as shadowy figures gather in a clandestine assembly near the docks. Blurred reflections ripple off the water, obscuring faces. Gunfire shatters the silence. Chaos erupts with frantic movement. Clara narrowly escapes amidst the turmoil, clutching a torn piece of fabric stained with shadows and rain. Back in her dim apartment, Clara examines the fabric's emblem by the fading light, a match to Anna's crescent moon tattoo. A chill runs through her at the unexpected connection. Anna confronts Clara, suspicion flickering in her eyes as she questions the emblem's link to her past performances. Her voice trembles with a mix of fear and anger. Clara recalls rumors of a secret society, veiled references caught in old jazz lyrics passed down through whispers. The city's darkest corners seem to pulse with hidden meaning. Vincent admits his past affiliation with the society, revealing its deep reach into city officials and even the police force. His tone is haunted, remorse threading each word. Clara's silver locket glints faintly as she recalls her father's mysterious disappearance years ago, a dark thread now entwined with the society's shadow. Determination steals her gaze. At dawn, Elias reveals a concealed entrance beneath the city, a hidden passage that promises answers. They plan their exploration carefully, the weight of secrecy pressing down. Descending into twisting tunnels, shadows strain into ominous shapes, whispers curling from unseen corners. The faint glow of the locket marks their path against the oppressive darkness. A sudden mechanism slams shut behind them, sealing the entrance tight. Trapped, the group clings to the faint light emanating from Clara's locket as panic stirs. The locket's glow illuminates cryptic symbols carved deeply into the stone walls. The group leans in, realizing the warnings etched in stone might hold crucial meaning. Vincent interprets the symbols as grave cautions, but Elias pushes forward undeterred. They uncover a hidden chamber, its air thick with decades of secrets. Inside, stacks of documents expose layers of corruption, officials entwined with mysterious disappearances linked to the secret society. The full scope of their enemies' reach becomes chillingly clear. Suddenly, distant footsteps echoed through the tunnel, sharp and unyielding. Instinctively, the group melted into the shadows, blending with blurred reflections cast by flickering lights. Lieutenant Morneau's stern voice called out, slicing through the silence and betraying their hiding spot. Morneau appeared, his square jaw set rigidly as he demanded Clara hand over the evidence immediately. His tone left no room for negotiation, threatening charges of insubordination if she refused. The air thickened with tension, the flicker of cigarette embers nearly forgotten. Clara stepped forward, her eyes unwavering as she opened her coat to reveal her own badge beneath. Her voice was steady as she declared a commitment to justice that transcended mere orders. The silver locket around her neck caught the low light, a quiet emblem of her resolve. Morneau hesitated, a flicker of conflict crossing his features beneath his stern facade. Before the standoff could deepen, a sudden structural tremor rocked the tunnel, sending debris crashing down and forcing them into chaos. Dust and shadows swirled as the passage partially collapsed behind them. Amidst the turmoil, Elias's gaze caught a faint glimmer, a narrow exit veiled by twisting passages. Without hesitation, he adjusted his gray fedora and led the group through the labyrinthine corridors. Their steps echoed faintly against wet walls, the silver locket and crescent moon tattoo glimpsed in fleeting reflections. At last, they emerged near the city's riverside, where shadowy figures in trench coats awaited under dim street lamps. The figures' silhouettes merged with the night, an ominous presence wrapping the group in unease. Clara's grip tightened on her locket as the moon tattoo peeked from Anna's wrist. A sudden pursuit ignited. Clara sprinted through narrow alleyways and darted across rooftops, expertly navigating the urban maze. The city's neon lights blurred in streaks as she clutched her locket, her breath sharp in the cold air. Behind her, footsteps faltered but never ceased. Reunited in a neon-glowing street corner, Anna and Vincent joined Clara and Elias. The group huddled together, whispering rapid strategies under the electric hum. The crescent moon tattoo caught fleeting glints from flickering signs, grounding them. Anna revealed a forgotten jazz recording, its crackling notes hiding coded messages about the society's covert operations. The melody intertwined with cryptic whispers, secrets layered beneath the familiar tune. The faded city skyline photograph lay nearby, a constant reminder of what was at stake. Listening intently, Clara decrypted the chilling phrase, "Veil lifted at last." The words hinted at an impending event that could change everything. Shadows seemed to lengthen around them as understanding deepened. Vincent leaned in, his scarred cheek shadowed under a street lamp. He warned of a clandestine auction where secrets, and more, were laid bare and traded like currency. The city's underbelly pulsed with danger just ahead. Clara infiltrated the auction disguised among the shadows, eyes sharp beneath her leather coat's collar. Her gaze locked on the organizer's emblem, a mirror of the insignia etched into her silver locket. The room buzzed with hushed bids and shifting alliances. She observed as live bids soared over incriminating documents, each coming at higher stakes than anticipated. The auction held more than rumors. It was a battleground where truth and deception clashed openly. Smoke curled upward, cigarettes burning down ever closer to ash. Suddenly, an unexpected raid shattered the tense atmosphere, chaos erupting. Seizing the moment, Clara slipped through confusion to snatch critical evidence from beneath watchful eyes. The silver locket pressed against her chest, a symbol of unyielding courage. Safe within a dimly lit hideout, the group pored over the decrypted documents, faces etched with growing dread. The revelations tied Elias's enigmatic identity to a sprawling web of citywide corruption. His perpetual gray fedora and gloves seemed to weigh heavier with confession. Elias finally confessed, voice low and remorseful. He was once a high-ranking society member, now seeking redemption for past sins cast in shadows. His admission shifted the fragile trust they'd built, the crescent moon tattoo a muted witness nearby. Trust shaken, the group debated fiercely, their breaths short in the cramped room. Clara insisted on confronting the society's leader face to face, unwilling to let shadows dictate their fate. Her locket gleamed softly, a beacon amidst uncertainty. A coded message led them to an abandoned theater, its curtains for years untouched and draped in shadows and mystery. The air hung thick with dust and forgotten echoes, the city skyline photograph tucked carefully in Clara's coat pocket. They stepped inside, hearts pounding against the silence. Within the theater's faded confines, Clara confronted a figure obscured behind a veil, an unexpected presence from her past. The face held painful memories, intimately connected to the lost photograph sealed beneath layers of rain and time. The silver locket lay heavy in her palm. Without warning, the theater was plunged into absolute darkness by a sudden blackout. Vulnerability wrapped tightly around them, breaths quickening in the consuming void. The crescent moon tattoo stole faint glimmers in the black, a silent reassurance. When the lights flickered back, the leader was gone, vanished into thin air. But a new clue lay in plain sight, pointing toward a rendezvous at the city's old observatory. The fractured reflections of the skyline danced over broken glass, the locket catching subtle glints. At the observatory, Clara stared into the fractured city skyline reflected in shattered glass panels. Each shard distorted the truth, symbolizing fractured realities and hidden fractures within the city itself. The silver locket hung steadily against her chest, unwavering amid broken truths. Inside, the group uncovered a detailed map outlining the society's insidious influence over critical city infrastructure. Lines and shadows intertwined, revealing the depth of corruption and control. Anna's crescent moon tattoo remained visible as they traced the dark web. A tense standoff unfolded as Morneau unexpectedly joined forces with them, revealing his own disillusionment and conflicted allegiance. His crisp uniform was now a symbol of rebellion, his square jaw set against old loyalties. Cigarette smoke curled around them, blurring edges between friend and foe. Together, they crafted a daring plan for a decisive strike during the upcoming city council meeting. The web of deceit strained under the weight of their resolve to expose it. Clara's silver locket gleamed quietly, the symbol of a justice ready to pierce the midnight veil. Detective Clara Voss stepped forward on the council floor, the weight of the silver locket against her chest, steadying her resolve. Her voice cut through the tense silence as she laid out the evidence linking the shadowy society to the city's corruption, each detail more damning than the last. Unbeknownst to many, hidden cameras streamed Clara's revelation across the city, broadcasting the truth to officials and citizens alike. Gasps and murmurs echoed through rooms and streets as the scale of the conspiracy became undeniable. The society's grip on the city began to unravel rapidly. As their supporters scrambled to escape, Clara's team swiftly sealed all exits. The growing shadows of panic were met with unyielding light, trapping traitors within their crumbling fortress. Lieutenant Morneau moved with calculated precision, arresting key conspirators amid the chaos. Quietly, Elias Crane stepped forward, gray fedora tipped low, gloves gleaming under the harsh lights, surrendering himself in a bid for redemption. On live television, Anna Lyle took the stage, her auburn curls catching the glow of the spotlight that revealed her crescent moon tattoo. Her hopeful jazz melody carried through the night, a soulful promise echoing beyond the unveiled darkness. Clara found herself at her father's grave as rain gently fell, droplets tracing rivulets on the weathered stone. Resting the silver locket against the headstone, she felt the weight of loss and the strength of purpose intertwined in the quiet moment. The city exhaled with cautious relief, the oppressive veil lifted from its streets and alleys. Shadows remained, but they no longer dictated the rhythm of the night, leaving space for a fragile peace to grow. Standing atop a rain-slicked rooftop, Clara watched as dawn stretched over the city skyline, the familiar photograph safely tucked deep in her coat. The sky's soft light promised new beginnings amidst lingering shadows. As the first rays illuminated the streets below, Clara slipped the faded city skyline photograph back into her leather coat pocket. It was a silent testament to the past she bore and the uncertain road ahead she was determined to walk. With a final slow breath, Clara exhaled a plume of smoke that drifted into the morning air. Clad in her leather coat and clutching her silver locket,